Hey guys, happy Monday, start of a brand new week. We are on verdict watch, so we're going to be hopping around. We've got some exhibits that we're going to look at. We're also going to continue watching Juliana's testimony. We actually left off with Juliana's testimony at a perfect time for something I want to show you right in the beginning here. We are about 3 hours and 45 minutes into deliberations. I'll be checking this, I'll be listening to it in the background. What I wanted to start off with this weekend, I started diving into the exhibits because I really wanted to see the digital forensics. And even though we had the defense introduce, hodgepodge, we put up a slide on the screen, we ask a question, we get something about it this time, this device is doing this thing. All right, what's the next exhibit? What's the next exhibit? It was a very difficult presentation to follow. And of course, from the state, the Commonwealth, they just didn't put on any of the digital forensics. So I wanted to look for myself. So over the weekend, while I was doing that, I caught something that I think is incredibly damning for Brendan Banfield. Something that the Commonwealth mentioned in opening statements as a general argument, but the only thing they presented to back up that argument was Juliana's testimony. And I don't get why they didn't just show the record to make the point further and also to boost the credibility of Juliana's testimony. And quite frankly, I think Juliana might have just been matching her testimony to the state's theory. Now, the state, the Commonwealth, back in 2024, around the time of the April preliminary hearing, there was coverage of that preliminary hearing. I'll pull up that article right here. And I'm going to show you a pertinent part here. Was it the word swap, phone? Here we go. So this is what kind of put it on my radar. Prosecutors also allege that Brendan Banfield and Juliana Peres Magalhães exchanged their personal cell phones for new ones 4 days before the shooting. And I felt like this was very specific. 4 days before the shooting. During opening statements, Prosecutor Sands just says right before the killing. That's all she says. So I'm like, all right, with the limited data that we have, let me go look. So this was the T-Mobile records associated with Brendan Banfield's, it's his account, his T-Mobile. What's interesting, and I should have frozen this column, but I didn't. So this column here is what we're really going to want to look at. This is the IMEI. It's a nice little identifying number that matches the device that you're using. Your phone has one. You'll notice that even though this extraction, it's like a 90-day look back, starting on November 24th, 2022, this IMEI number, it's the same thing. Same thing. Same thing. Same thing. Same thing. All the way through December. All the way through January. Mostly through February. Remember, the murders take place on February 24th of 2023. What do we have happen on the 20th? 4 days before the murder. All of a sudden here, the same IMEI all the way up, back through November, we have a different IMEI number. Switches, this is UTC time, switches midday on February 20th. Why didn't the Commonwealth blow this up? Why didn't they harp on this? And this isn't just like an accident. This IMEI stays, it doesn't change back all the way through the end point of the extraction. They didn't extract further than the 24th. That very strongly suggests a device was swapped out 4 days before the murders. So I sat there scratching my head. This is the type of thing that if I was a deliberating juror, even though I didn't have interruptions, right? I was able to do this on my own yesterday. Nobody was bothering me. Maybe in a deliberation room, I'd be distracted and we'd be engaging as a group on certain topics. But if you take that element out of it, This is where my mind went. This is what I wanted to see. And I just don't get why the state didn't present it. Also, I'm seeing in the chat, oh, Guy Vermectin, good to see you, says, bad news, everyone. Punxsutawney Phil saw his shadow, so 6 more weeks of winter. It is freezing down here. I have a blanket right now. If you guys didn't know, I'm in Florida. I'm not far enough south in Florida that we've got iguanas falling. We don't have iguanas where I am. But it has been cold. There was ice on the sidewalk yesterday. Oh, hope everybody is warm. Hope everybody is warm. And good to see everybody, by the way. I gave a nice big hello, but didn't shout out you guys as you were coming into the chat. Also, shout out to the future for those on replay crew. And there we go. So I was looking at this, and again, IMEI number it's like a signifier associated with an individual device. So, Sweetie Pie, let's say you and I had the exact same make and model of cell phone. My IMEI number would still be different than yours. It would be a unique thing to that one device, not all of the makes and models. So, very, very, very important, I think. What I think is even worse, and now I'm just going to get into a critique of the overall presentation by the Commonwealth and the response or lack of response from the defense. Disappointing to me on both sides. We have this, if you guys might remember, while Litsky was on the stand the last day, we have Sands start to ask him, well, I'll just play the video. I think I have it queued up. I have it timestamped. You guys might remember this testimony. Let me pull it up. It's going to have me in it because it's easier for me to find my own timestamps. So let's see.
See that this, we can see.
Okay.
Okay. And we can see that we've got the extraction, we've got the dump data, and then we see that this is a search performed on Google by Mr. Banfield's phone on February 21st, 2023 at 11:35 a.m. searching delete your activity, Android, Google account health.
Oh, toasted. That's old me.
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, the Commonwealth
Toasted.
would offer this in evidence as Commonwealth 243.
Any objection? Put your microphone on again. What's your
One behind the
legal
picture.
objection?
Legal objection, it's hearsay. It's Detective Miller's report. It's a way of getting around their expert coming to testify.
All right.
Judge, it's an extraction and a magnet report based on the extraction, the same thing.
No. Actually, she fought to exclude the same thing for the defense. Fight this, Carol. Fight this, Carol, because we heard the same thing. This is why we had Thursday and Friday drag out so long, because she was not okay with a wholesale admission of for Litsky.
This gentleman
on
has
the
been
same
testifying
basis.
to as materials that he reviewed to
Fight.
perform his
If
analysis.
you want to approach,
Sure.
I just haven't seen.
Yeah, so dang, she almost had a moment, but now it's funky because, and Litsky very astutely said out loud to the jury, this seems to be the same device, but this extraction was from 2 days ago, which I highly doubt is what he was working with over the break. I'm assuming they started working with whatever exhibits they had to reformulate, Saturday, maybe Friday. We can skip old me. But yeah, so you can see me in the past. I'm like, oh, that's a damning detail. Somebody searched how to delete something just a few days before the murders. That's damning. Even though Litsky has some confusion here, we see the defense object saying it's hearsay. It's a way to get around having Miller come back on the stand. There's additional issues, and I wish I could hear the sidebar, but I don't think they're raised. Pay very close attention to the way Prosecutor Sands asks her upcoming questions, what she calls this. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. So this to it, and then we'll skip the sidebar. This from 2 days ago.
And before.
Of the magnet, the activity. Is this a magnet report from the Commonwealth's extractions of the devices?
This is not one I've seen before.
Okay. If I were to draw your attention to the device,
He should have objected there already.
as a Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, which we understand to be
work
Mr.
phone.
Banfield's phone, does that,
So this is actually the work device. This is not the T-Mobile records that we were just looking at. That was his personal account, the service records for the T-Mobile associated with his personal device. What we're talking about here is his work provided phone.
help you identify this document?
I believe that's the model phone he has, but this document looks like it was generated 2 days ago.
Correct. Because again, it's an extraction, it's a report from the previous extraction. Are you telling me you don't recognize the phone as the defendant's?
I believe that's the model phone he had, yes.
Okay. Do you need another minute to look at this?
I haven't really seen anything that,
Now, this comment on the screen is from the past. This is past Adventure Erin. She pointed out 2 problems with this. It gets even worse than just this problem. So, yes, I get this started off by saying, hey, I looked at this record. I looked at the T-Mobile, the exhibit with the T-Mobile service records, and I see something damning. I'm confused why the Commonwealth didn't point that out. It's something very strong for their case. The thing they chose to point out instead, which Sands represents it in a very damning way, Brendan Banfield was searching how to delete his history. It's actually not what happened. She's reading the report, but she's misrepresenting and mischaracterizing what the report even says. And she had Brendan Miller generate it like that day, and then they ambush Lidsky with it on the stand. And he's trying to wrap his head around it. You can hear him express the confusion. And what kind of sucks about that is his confusion could come off as, oh crap, you didn't do a good job. I don't really think that that's what this is. And the defense had an opportunity. If this was your favorite defense attorney that you could think of, a charismatic, sharp attorney could have swung this moment all the way around on the Commonwealth.
How about that? Is that helpful?
okay.
Okay. And we can see that we've got the extraction, we've got the dump data, and then we see that this is a search performed on Google by Mr. Banfield's phone.
By Mr. Banfield's. All 3 of those things are incorrect. It was not a search.
On February 21st, 2023 at 11:35 a.m., searching delete your activity, Android, Google account help. Is that correct?
Not a search.
It is.
Okay. Your Honor, the Commonwealth would offer this in evidence as Commonwealth 243.
Any objection? Put your microphone
So he
on.
tries to object again.
What's your legal objection?
Legal objection, it's hearsay. It's
Well,
Detective
this is a
Miller's
repeat.
report. It's a way of getting around their expert coming to testify.
All right.
Judge, it's an extraction and a magnet report based on the extraction, the same thing this gentleman.
All right, so then this is when they had approached. We were running that back. And then question resumes after the sidebar. And the same characterization is given again, which suggests to me that Carroll did not properly object to this or even understand what he was looking at when he approached the bench. I just cheered for the state.
All right, so again, we've identified this is a Google search for delete
Google
your
search
activity,
for delete your activity.
Android, Google account help, correct?
It is.
Okay.
And then he says it is, and it's not. So Lidsky is not, he must not be registering what he's looking at because this is all taking place in just a few moments here. So
February 23rd, 2023, we've got at 9:25 p.m.
and then they move on to another topic. Now, this is what was introduced. This report was generated just a few days ago on January 28th, 2026. The only item in this is just what she's calling a search. And again, we don't have the surrounding context. We don't have any other history. We don't have any search history admitted at all. This is not search history. This is, have you ever been in the settings of your phone and there's hyperlinks all over where you can click? It's a page visit and the page is titled delete your activity. I just clicked into it yesterday on my own phone. And if you ask me, quite frankly, I don't think it's right for any prosecutor to misrepresent something this way. This is not a search. This is not a search. But in any case, John Carroll didn't seem to properly address it at the sidebar. I would have loved, an attorney that's sharp on their toes could have made a speaking objection, since Judge Penney seems to be allowing it, and say, Your Honor, the prosecution is misrepresenting something that Google directs its privacy-conscious consumers to. As a search, as a suspicious search, when it's not a search at all. So, and again, the reason I think that matters is both sides are flopping here. The state very simply could have gone over and pointed out this change in the IMEI number, but they didn't do it. They instead rely on Juliana's testimony to say, we switched our devices. And yet her testimony contradicts what prosecutors said in articles before this trial started. At the preliminary hearing, the prosecutor said they both changed their devices 4 days before the murders. We don't have any data submitted for Juliana for me to go check myself. But that's what was in the article about the preliminary hearing. And Juliana's testimony, she ends up saying that they switched their devices at different times. And that she only switched her phone because it had Christine's photos in it. Which is kind of weird because the information we have about the bathing suit photo, all of that was being done on like a laptop and then being sent to a cell phone device that's not Juliana's. So, and we're about to, that's actually exactly where we left off with Juliana's testimony. So we're going to get into that line of questioning. I just don't get why, as a prosecutor, if you really want a strong conviction, you wouldn't just present this data. You wouldn't just present this data. And no, Sheriff Chuck, there's actually like the links that are available when I'm in like my Google account settings. It's more like links about how your privacy is stored, how your information is stored. There's ways that you can get there and it takes you to that page. But it's not like a nefarious, it's not necessarily like a, you have something to hide, how do you delete everything? But more so, it's not a search. It's something you can get to just by playing around in your settings. And again, I think, first of all, the Commonwealth never would have even gotten in that January 28th report had the defense not put on a case in chief. I feel like if the defense didn't put on a case in chief, I think the Commonwealth would be on very shaky ground getting all 12 jurors to agree to convict, based on whether or not they proved their case beyond a reasonable doubt, not on a personal opinion of whether, well, we think the guy did it, but did they prove it? Why wouldn't they just present it? So, also, I'm going to drop a link. It's something that members got to see first yesterday. It is a Gamma document. So when you hear me say Gamma, it's basically like mini web pages that compile all the details of stuff that I'm talking about. So this is what it would look like. Something that I sent out to members only. It's got the exhibits in probably an easier to read format. Some analysis, links to the snippets of the testimony, everything relevant to what we're talking about here. So that was available to members first. Thank you guys for, helping me justify my time. I like to dig into this stuff, but I do have a different job. So your help is very much appreciated, all of you guys that are green in the chat. And also Curious Coco New York, thank you for the tip for this specific research. So big thank you there. And there is the link in the chat for you guys. I'll also update the description for anyone on Replay Crew. But thank you to the members for sponsoring that. So with that being said, let's get over to Juliana's testimony in relation to the phone swapping. We left off at 6 hours and 20 minutes. This coincidentally starts at 22-minute marker. Let's see. Or maybe that was my own. Let me double check. Maybe the timestamp I shared was not going to match court TV's. Okay. So here we go. We're going to continue watching her testimony. We're going to get into the phone swapping.
I am going to terminate this view here. If I could ask for it to be terminated to the gallery. Before February 24th, 2023, the day of, did the defendant ask you to do other things to get ready?
Can you ask differently?
Sure. Did you keep the same cell phone that you initially obtained when you came to the U.S.?
No.
Can you tell me about your cell phone in relation to the date of February 24th, 2023?
Yeah, a few days prior, Brendan told us to trade in our phones.
Okay. And did you do that?
Yes,
And why did you do that? Why was it necessary to get a new phone?
because he told me to get rid of my other phone where it had her pictures and other stuff, and because even if I reset my phone, it was to be able to see the things I had before.
And what about your Apple ID? Did you keep the same Apple ID?
No,
Why did you change Apple IDs?
because they also said that it would be able to see through my Apple ID the things I had on my phone before.
And did Brendan get a new phone as well?
He did.
Do you know, did it happen at the same time or at a different time than you?
A different time.
And was there anything, were there any changes to the home?
Yes.
And can you talk about that?
They changed all the windows in the house, and Brenda's description of the window was more soundproof. That's how I would say it. I'm not sure if that's how you call it, but that's the description.
Okay. And what, if anything, did he have you do with regard to that?
After they changed all the windows in the house, he told me for us to test, and he had told me to go up to the master bedroom, and he would be outside in the driveway, and he told me for me to scream from the master bedroom to see if he could hear anything from the driveway, but I didn't do it.
Okay. Did you do anything different?
And yeah, before they get too far into the weeds with the windows, to me the windows are another example of like chasing plastic bag in the wind. Like, what are we doing? Like, it's really not that compelling. But we've got also, she finishes up this quick little thing, and you swapped your devices, right? So that is all. That is the only thing, this testimony, that little bit from Juliana, that is the only thing on the record that supports the state in opening arguments that at least was argued, right? The jury could go in and look at those T-Mobile records and see it for themselves, but nobody from the prosecution pointed out, hey, this IMEI number, which is associated with an individual device for Brendan Banfield's T-Mobile account, suddenly is a different IMEI midday on February 20th, 4 days before the murder. Has not been pulled up on the screen. Nobody's pointed it out. The only thing supporting the argument from opening statements that the devices were swapped is Juliana's testimony. They don't pull up any digital forensics, cell phone records associated with Juliana to say, hey, look, this is when your device was swapped, right? Look how credible you are. Like, why wouldn't we just show that? especially if you want it. I'd say this argument should be more compelling for like the people that have been watching this trial since day one and have been like, he's guilty. He is guilty. And you've been wondering, why are other people hesitating to say, yeah, he's guilty? Well, those people, especially here, want to see the evidence, want to see the Commonwealth or the state meet its burden of proof. If that's your position and you're wondering why, 10 days ago, people were like, well, where's the evidence? We want to see the digital forensics. I think you should be in a strong position to have wanted the Commonwealth to present these things. Because if you were in a room with 11 other people and those 11 other people didn't think exactly like you, they might be thinking, where's the digital footprint? Like, why didn't they just show this? Why didn't we get to see it? And you could just remove that problem entirely. You could entirely remove that problem. So.
Instead, he told me so I could go out in the driveway and he would go up to the master bedroom and he would be the one screaming, and I would just tell him whether or not I heard anything.
Thank you,
and
Bobby,
also
for the two.
from the backyard, because the back of the house had trail and neighbors, and he will make sure people didn't hear from there.
And did you do that?
I was out to see if I could hear him, yes,
And could you?
barely.
And then where did you usually park your car?
My car I would park normally in the driveway, other times I'd park by the mailbox in the cul-de-sac.
And did you park it somewhere else in preparation for February 24th, 2023?
Yeah, the night before I parked in the cul-de-sac.
Why did you do that?
Brandon told me to do so because maybe Joe would come along to see what he was getting himself into, and or maybe in the morning, and then he would see a different car, and it would scare him away, and yeah.
And then, so those are all things that you did. Did the defendant do anything else in preparation for that day?
Yeah, he went around in the neighborhood, checking for ring cameras, doorbell cameras, the doors. He knew that our neighbor, she didn't have cameras, and our neighbor to our left, and our neighbor John in front of us also didn't have cameras, but he was checking for other neighbors, and also changing his routine so the day that happened, he wouldn't be odd that he was at McDonald's like 6 minutes away. So he started leaving the house earlier to go to work, and he would stop by somewhere else to eat breakfast or something. And yeah, and so that you wouldn't be odd.
Okay. How did the defendant know that Christine would be out of the home on that morning?
She was
Or, I'm
supposed,
sorry, how did the defendant know that Christine would be at home that morning?
yeah, she was scheduled to work that Friday morning, and he had told me that he would talk to her out of it to like change. And so instead of going to work on that morning, she would be off and she would be at home. And
What was the plan for you and Valerie to be out of the house?
he had said about telling her that Valerie and I would go to the zoo, spend all day at the zoo, and we would be leaving the house early. And so, yeah, that was the plan for me and Valerie.
When did you tell her about the plan?
I told her it was a few days prior to, but I told her in person because she didn't want any messages where I would be telling her about it. So the conversation I had with her was in person a few days prior.
And you said the conversation was in person, and why? I couldn't hear you.
Yeah. Oh, you couldn't hear?
Yeah, why was the conversation in person?
So you don't be me requesting down her that we're going asking to go, and yeah, so he wanted things in person.
And who wanted things in person?
Brendan,
Okay. Was there really an au pairs trip planned for the zoo that morning?
there was not.
When you woke up on the morning of the 24th, What happened first?
I woke up early. I think I had an alarm on my phone. And I went downstairs to the kitchen.
Do you recall what time you got up?
I would say 6 something.
Did you wake up Valerie that morning?
No, Brendan did.
And who brought Valerie to you that morning?
Brendan.
Did he say anything to you when he left Valerie with you?
She said Christine was asleep.
And what did you do next?
Next, I start getting her ready downstairs. And yeah, for now, I was just getting her ready, like in the living room downstairs.
Did you or Brendan text Joe that morning?
Yes.
And on what platform?
On what?
On what platform? How
Oh.
did you contact him?
A telegram.
Okay. And in the Telegram messages, we can see instructions for Joe to park in the driveway.
What exhibit is this? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry?
What exhibit is this on
Oh,
the
I
screen?
apologize, Your Honor. This is Commonwealth 73.
73, so it's already in evidence, so
Yes, it
we
is
can
already in
publish it to the
evidence.
jury. Thank you.
I apologize, I don't know exactly on what page. I'm just going to move on. I can't find the page at this moment. How is Joe supposed to get into the house?
I told him during the phone call that the door would be unlocked.
Okay. And who unlocked the front door?
Brendan did, using Christine's cell phone.
And I'm going to show you, I could have the view to be to counsel and the witness only at this point. Commonwealth 231.
Is that 231?
231.
Thank you.
Can you see that?
Yes.
Do you know what that is? Do you recognize that?
I would say it's Christine's cell phone.
And do you recognize the app that is showing?
Yes, that's the tab that would control the front door lock and the thermostat in the house.
And is this the app that was used to unlock the door?
Yeah,
How is the door going to stay unlocked?
it has to be changed. It has to be deactivated through the app on the cell phone. The person can choose how many minutes the door is gonna
Okay.
lock in.
Judge, at this point in time, I'm going to ask to admit Commonwealth 231,
Any objection?
Okay.
All right, 231
and that can be published to the jury.
and published.
Yes. What did Brendan do with the phone, if anything, after he made sure that the door would stay unlocked?
He deactivated the door lock on her phone, and he turned it off and hid the phone in the drawer in the bar area we have, like in the kitchen.
And at this point, we can terminate the view.
All right.
Before the two of you left the house that morning, did you have any other conversation with Brendan?
No, he had, after I texted Joe, he said, Brendan told me he would be leaving the house at that moment, for me to wait a few minutes before leaving the house with Valerie.
What, if anything, did he give you in that morning before the two of you left?
Gun,
What kind of gun?
handgun.
And what did you do with that?
I put it in my pocket, in my sweater.
Who was it that left the house first?
Brendan did.
And what was the plan for him that morning? Where was he going to go, and what was going to happen next?
He was going to stay, he was going to go to the McDonald's, which is, let's say 5-6 minutes away from our house by the clock tower. And he would stay there until whenever I call him.
And what were you supposed to do?
I was supposed to stay in the car with Valerie to put something on her iPad for her to watch. And as soon as I saw the riot pulling up the driveway, I was supposed to give Christine a call, but her phone would be off, it would go to voicemail, and I was supposed to call him right away and tell him there was somebody strange coming to the house, and that I was scared, and yeah.
Okay. And so let's go step by step. Did you leave the house?
Yeah,
Did you go to the car?
yes,
And
Yeah, isn't it interesting? Because Factual Lies pointing this out. Our house, I missed that before. But isn't it interesting that we have Juliana saying our house, and then Brendan Banfield, when he testifies, it's a lot of my house, my bed, my bedroom, things like that. I don't remember if those are 3 specific examples, but in general, he had a pattern of just saying my, and there was a lot of commentary. I was hopping around looking at people's reactions to his testimony, and a lot of people were pointing out that that is no bueno, no bueno. Juliana here has the R.
did you put Valerie inside the car?
yes.
And did you begin to put a show on for her?
Yeah, I was trying to connect her tablet on the Wi-Fi on my phone,
Okay.
so I could put on a show for her on Netflix.
And then what, if anything, did you see after that?
I think after a couple minutes, I did not know how many minutes passed. That's when I saw Joe pulling in the driveway, and I was still parked in the cul-de-sac, and I called Christine's phone, and went to voicemail, and I called Brendan right after, as he had instructed me to do.
And did Brendan say why he wanted you to call Christine's phone and then call his phone?
Yeah, so then you'd have the history, the phone call history on her phone that I had tried to call her. Yeah.
And then what happened next? You said you saw Joe arrive. What, if
Thank
anything,
you,
did you
Sweetie
see
Pie,
him
for
do?
the super sticker.
He just went straight to the driveway, parked next to Christine's car, and I called. After I called Christine, I called Brendan, and then he picked up the phone, and I was telling him just the way he had said, and like there was somebody strange come to the house. I'm scared, and he told me for me to stay there. He would be coming home, and that he would try to also call Christine.
I'm going to go backwards a little bit. Do you recall when it was that Brendan told you, when Joe arrives, call Christine, and then call me? Do you recall when he told you that?
It was throughout the whole process when I think he had all his plan in his mind, and then he just told me how things were going to happen. This is going to happen. You do this, and then you do that, and that's going to happen. But I cannot say for sure, like, the period, like, when that was. I cannot say it.
At this point, you've seen Joe Ryan go into the house, you've made your phone calls. What, if anything, happened at this point?
After I call Brendan, he says he's coming, and then a few minutes pass. Again, I don't know how many minutes, but it felt like forever. And he arrived. He parked his car next to the mailbox, and he got out the car. He was crossing the street, and I got out the car. I got Valerie out of the car too. Then we went following him to the back of the house, to the door that leads us into the basement.
Okay. And whose idea was it to go into the basement?
Brendan.
And whose idea was it for all of you to go into the basement?
Brendan.
And did all 3 of you go into the basement together?
Yeah.
And when you accessed the basement, did you go in through the front door of the house? Did you go in through the back door of the house? How did you get in?
The 3 of us got into the house through the basement door, which was in the back of the house.
And when the 3 of you went into the basement, did anyone lock the door to the outside that you had just come in after you went inside?
No, after when I started, I did not recall locking the door or doing anything to the door.
Do you recall if their dog was in the basement when you went inside?
I saw her in a flash. And also because I knew she was going to be there in the basement. But what happened with her after that, I don't know.
Okay. Did she go upstairs with you?
What is it?
I'll move on. So is Valerie still with you at this point in time while you're in the basement?
Yes.
Okay. And so what did you do with Valerie?
Brenda told us to stay there in the basement. And again, I knew we were supposed to stay there, she and I. And he went upstairs to the main floor.
Okay. And what if anything did you do?
I just stayed with her. And after a couple minutes passed by, and I had told her for you to like stay here. And then I also went upstairs to the main floor.
Was that something that you decided to do, or was that a part of, was that something that you were told to do?
It was something I was told to do. It was part of his plan.
Say that again?
It was part of his plan.
Okay. And when you say it was a part of his plan, whose plan?
Brenda's.
Okay. So you left Valerie in the basement, and you said you went upstairs?
Mm-hmm.
When you got to the main level, did you or Brendan lock the door at the top of the basement stairs?
I don't recall doing that.
And what, if anything, did you do next?
When I got to the main floor, Brenda was standing at the bottom of the stairs that lead us upstairs. And he was just listening. Then he gestured to me like for me to wait, just listen to the sound. And the sound was like slapping. When you're slapping
The
somebody, that's
slapping.
the sound we could hear.
And what, if anything, happened after that?
I think we were listening to that sound for a few seconds, and he took his gun out. And because I also had the gun with me, I just did the same. And he proceeded to go upstairs, and I just followed him upstairs to the master bedroom.
Who opened the bedroom door?
Brendan?
Did you go inside the bedroom?
Yes.
And what did you see when you went inside the bedroom?
When we first get into the bedroom, I could see that the bed we have in the master bedroom was kind of tall. And so from my point of view, all I could see was like Joe at the moment. I knew it was Joe, like on top of Christine, in a way, out on this pipe holding her down. And that was my first view as soon as I get into the bedroom.
Were you able to see Christine at all at that point?
At that point, no.
After Brendan shot Joe, did anyone say anything?
If anyone said anything?
Yeah, did anyone say anything in the room at that point?
Yeah, because Brendan ran to Christine. She was still on the floor, and I think that point she had seen me, and she had asked her what to do to Brendan. I think regarding to that he shot Joe, and she said my name. She told me, Juliana, call 911.
And what did you do?
I called 911.
And what happened after you called 911?
At that point, Joe was already shot, so that's the sound in the background. And Brendan looks at me and just, in a way, for me, like to hang up the call.
Did he tell you? Did he say, Juliana, hang up the call?
No, he did not.
How did he communicate to you?
A gesture?
And what gesture did he make?
This.
And so what did you do after he made that gesture?
Remember, this is why it's like such a, like, it seems so nitty gritty, but the idea that the defense would argue, hey, at the time that call that's being questioned about right here with Juliana, oh, I called but then hung up because Brendan told me to. And she has to explain it without a verbalization, because you do not hear somebody in that 6-7 minutes of speaking saying, hang it up, what are you doing? So the signal has to be nonverbal, because otherwise you would presumably hear it in that recording. The defense then argues during their case in chief, hey, Juliana was actually in the basement that time, because what you're hearing in the background that the state from the very start has characterized as a groaning. They said it was a groaning all along. They got married to that idea. But when you analyze the waveform against a known sample, it sounds like they're husky, Lily. And that would suggest that Juliana was downstairs and that there was no gesturing or command, if you will, on the part of Brendan Banfield to hang up that call. I would assume that the inference that the defense would want the jury to make is Juliana heard someone yelling upstairs and decided to make the call herself. Obviously, the state said, no, you can't rule out that was a human being. And their theory is that it was Joseph Ryan groaning after he'd already been shot the first time.
I hung up the phone, the phone call.
What, if anything, happened next?
Next, he was the Christine was laying there, and did that for me to grab a towel from the master bathroom. We have the closet, and I just ran to the master bathroom and grabbed him a towel and to bring it to him.
And at this point in time, could you see Christine?
Yes.
He said he was holding the knife in a position.
Yeah.
How was he holding it?
This position, I think when the way he stabbed, he was just kind of like holding it, putting pressure on it.
And was he just holding onto the knife at that point, or was he still stabbing her?
He was holding on to the knife.
Did you stab Christine at all?
I did not.
Did you touch Christine at all at this point?
No,
Did you get any blood on you?
I did.
And how did you get blood on you?
The blood on my hands, I remember, because at some point when he was stabbing her, I was kneeling, like she was here, and Brenda was like stabbing her, and I came closer, and it was right here, and I knelt on the carpet, and I had put my hands on the carpet, and as soon as I felt blood, I just removed my hands from the carpet.
Why? What did the blood feel like?
It was warm.
Did you get blood on any other part of you?
Yeah. It was on my shoes, but also on my socks.
How did you get blood on your shoes?
I was walking around, I would say, freaking out, and I was pacing back and forth, and it was pacing and staying in place, covering my eyes and ears, and I didn't want to hear their conversation, and so I don't truly know like how I got blood on my socks.
When did you take off your shoes?
When Brendan had told me 21, 28, he was telling me basically to go to the master, to the closet, to the safe. And he was telling me 21, 28, and it took me a while to know what he was talking about. And I was like, 21, 28, what? And we said safe, and before I started going to the closet, he told me take off your shoes. and I took off my shoes, and I proceeded going to the safe. I got my tiptoes, like, with my socks on.
Why was it that you went to the safe?
Huh?
Why did you go to the safe?
Because it was also part of his plan, and for reasons I can't make sense of them now, given that I had the gun with me that morning. Yeah.
Yeah, so some of her initial statements were that she actually, in that moment, went to the safe, not just to go to the safe for the sake of it, but that was when she retrieved the gun and then came back out and shot Joseph Ryan. It's part of her initial, at least one of her initial statements to police.
But he wanted you to go to the safe?
Yes.
They never fingerprinted, they never lifted fingerprints.
Okay. I'm going to show you a series of photographs at this point. And they are going to be Commonwealth 74, 75, 76, 77, and 78. And if I could have them displayed to the witness and counsel only, please.
Okay.
I'm going to scroll through these photos, and I'm going to ask you some questions about them. So this is Commonwealth 74, 75, 76, 77, and 78. Do you recognize these photos?
Yes.
And how do
They're
you
the
recognize
pictures
them?
of her.
Um,
Those exhibits are these that we looked at the other day. And then with the socks pulled out.
these photos were taken at the police headquarters on the date that happened. And the last picture, it's a picture of my shoes and my socks.
And the photos that show us 74, 75, 76, and 77, are those a true and accurate depiction of the clothing that you were wearing that day?
Yes.
And is 78 a true and accurate depiction of the shoes and socks that you were wearing that day?
Yeah.
Judge, at this point in time, I would ask for the court to publish these to the jury.
Push them in evidence.
I'm sorry,
Any
I admit
objection?
them into evidence and then publish them to
All
the jury.
right. No objection from the defense, 75, 76, 77, and 78 in evidence and published.
And I'm just going to click through them so that they can publish. And we can terminate that view, please.
Okay.
What did you do next?
I'm sorry.
What did you do next? After 21, 28, you went to the safe, came back. What did you do at that point?
At that point, that's when I stand in front of the dresser and the TV.
What happened after you shot Joe?
After I shot him, he falls back.
Did you see Brendan touch Joe's body after you shot him?
Touching, no.
Did you see him interacting with Joe or Christine after you shot Joe?
Well, he was still stabbed in Christine, and he got her blood in a handful of blood, and he starts dripping on Joe's body.
Did you ever call 911 again?
Yes,
Why did you call 911 again?
I called 911 again when he told me Brendan told me he was ready for me to call.
And when you made that call, do you recall what you said?
I think I do not remember everything he said. I remember saying that I guess a friend of mine was being stabbed and somebody was shot, and I couldn't talk the rest of the call. So Brendan took the lead, and he was the one talking to to the responder on the phone call.
Did the police arrive that day after you called 911?
They did.
What did you do when the police arrived?
The person on the phone, the 911, she told me to not hang up on the phone and go make sure the front door is open. And so I went downstairs to make sure the door was open. And that's when they were already like at the door at that point.
And that day, on the day that the murders took place, did you speak to the police that day?
Yes. I think the first time I spoke to the police was in the driveway. And they took Valor and I to the police headquarters.
Did you talk to the police when you got to headquarters?
Yes.
And did you tell the detectives that you spoke with that day about the things that you testified to here today?
Though what I told the detectives that day, it was the version Brendan had told me if I was ever to talk to a lawyer or this was ever going to happen, like this is what happened. The version I told the detectives that day, and that I eventually also told his lawyer the same version.
Ms. Brisler, is this a good break point for the day?
Yes.
Possibly?
And that's where they ended on day 1. Where did I put day 2? Guys, also, let me say it out loud, but the jury's been deliberating for 4 hours, 45 minutes-ish. So, day 2, day 2, day 2. We gotta watch her walk in again. Oh, they had the music for her walk in.
All right, are we ready for the jury?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Carroll, are you ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Brianna, unfortunately, I didn't see data, at least what's available, and I don't see why that would still be under seal, where I would be able to go and look through that myself to figure out if FetLife was used when the nanny wasn't home. So, I mean, we heard a little bit like that race to get home from the gym, the Lifetime Fitness, and when Juliana's device was connecting. I like that right now the number one answer in the poll about the 911 call sound is, I literally have no idea. 39%.
All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Again, thank you for being punctual today. I do appreciate it. As you may recall, we were in the middle of the direct testimony of Ms. Magalhaes. And ma'am, I just want to remind you that you're still under oath. Okay, ma'am? You're still under oath. Okay? All right.
Good morning.
Good morning.
When we ended yesterday, I had asked you if you had told the police that you spoke to on the day that this happened what you told us yesterday.
I told the version that Brendan had told me
And why did you do that?
because that's what he had told me all along. If I ever was going to speak with a lawyer or I should have told that version.
Okay. And were you ever arrested on for the events that happened that day?
Yes,
And when were you arrested?
October 2023.
And I'm going to show you I'm going to show you Commonwealth 79, and I'm going to ask for it to be displayed to the witness and counsel only at this point.
All right.
Do you have a document on your screen?
No,
Yeah, it would be on your screen too.
It would be on my screen too. I think it came on.
There you go.
Do you have a document on your screen now?
yes,
Okay. I'm going to scroll through it so you can see it. Do you recognize this document?
yes.
What is it?
It's my plea agreement.
Judge, at this point, I'd ask the court to enter Commonwealth 79
All right.
into evidence,
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 79 in evidence.
and this can be published.
Thank you. Gallery.
Now, I'm going to scroll down again, and I'm going to ask you if you signed the document.
Yes,
That's your signature?
yes.
Can you read paragraph 5 for us aloud?
Yeah. My attorneys have advised me that the punishment which the law provides is as follows: a maximum of 10 years imprisonment and a minimum of 1 year's imprisonment, or in the discretion of the jury or the judge sitting without a jury, up to 12 months in jail and or a fine of not more than $2,500, or both. And also the probation may or may not be granted, and that if I plead guilty to more than one offense, the court may order the sentences to be consecutively, that is, one after another.
And then I'd like you to look at paragraph 8. Can you read paragraph 8 aloud for us, please?
Yes. The following plea agreement is the full and complete agreement between me, my attorneys, and the Commonwealth's attorney. The Commonwealth has amended count 1 of the indictment and will not cross count 2. The Commonwealth will recommend the defendant to be sentenced to a period of active incarceration, capped at the time served at the time of sentencing, provided she remains incarcerated until such time and conditioned upon the defendant's continued cooperation with the Commonwealth. All terms and conditions of the sentence shall be in discretion of the court.
So, do you understand that this document tells us that you pled guilty to manslaughter?
Yes,
And do you understand that this document tells us that the maximum penalty for manslaughter is 10 years?
yes,
And is it your understanding that you can receive up to 10 years for this?
yes,
In this plea? Is it fair to say that you hope that you get less than 10 years?
yes,
And before you entered this guilty plea, did you have your own attorneys?
yes,
And were you able to discuss with your attorneys the options that you had with regard to your own case in this matter?
yes,
And were you able to discuss with them your option to have a trial if that's what you wanted to do?
yes,
And were you able to discuss with them options for a plea agreement, to talk about a plea agreement?
yes,
And when you talked with your attorneys, did they talk with you about all of the options that you had, the evidence in your case? Did you have full discussions with them?
yes.
Do you know who paid for your attorneys?
Who, what? I'm sorry.
Who paid for your attorneys?
Brendan's mother.
And so you were arrested in October of 2023, and you entered your guilty plea in October 2024. Why did you wait a year?
I'm sorry.
Why did you wait a year?
I had things I was concerned about, such as I was afraid of not being able to be represented if they stopped the payment. I was afraid of not having any way of communication with my family, my mom in Brazil, because I depended on Brendan's mother to do that for me. And
So you said that you were concerned that you wouldn't have representation anymore. What do you mean by that?
because once the payment stopped, I thought I wouldn't have Ryan as my lawyer and it would be just dropped out.
And did that happen, or did Ryan continue to represent you?
He continued to represent me.
And you said you were concerned you wouldn't be able to communicate with your mom. What was your concern? Why was that a concern for you?
Because I only had Brendan's mother or him to help me communicate with my family in Brazil via phone call or messages. I depended on them financially to be able to be texting my mom, and yeah.
So what ultimately made you decide that you were going to enter this plea?
Was the thought of being the right thing to do. I guess we all deserved to know what happened, and I just couldn't hold it. I just couldn't keep it to myself. The feeling of shame and guilt and sadness and all those feelings.
And so you decided to enter a plea. What made you decide to cooperate and testify against the defendant in this case?
Well, I got the plea because it was also the right thing to do, and sorry, and also because I had a potential of getting less time.
Between February 24th, 2023 and October of 2023, did you continue your romantic relationship with the defendant?
Yes.
And after February 24th, 2023, did you ever go back and live at the house on Stablebrook Way?
Yes.
Who lived at the house with you after you were able to go back to the house?
At that point, it was only me, Brendan, and Valerie.
And when you returned to the house, what bedroom did you stay in?
When I first returned, I stayed in my bedroom, my upper bedroom.
Did anyone stay in that bedroom with you?
Yes.
Who?
Brendan.
And did the two of you ever move into the master bedroom?
Eventually, yes.
Do you recall when?
I would say maybe,
Don't guess. Do you recall when?
no.
Okay. When you came to live in that house before February 24th, 2023, when you first arrived in October of 2021, who lived in the master bedroom at that time?
Christine and Brendan.
And where did you live when you came in October of 2021?
I had my own bedroom.
And where was that bedroom?
It's on the same floor as the master bedroom and Valerie's bedroom.
And did you hang anything up in that bedroom? Did you make it your own?
Yes.
What'd you put up?
A Brazilian flag, some pictures on the frame. Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. And did anyone else come to live with you in the house on Stablebrook Way after February 24th, 2023?
Well, Brenda's mother was mostly staying with us. And a few months after, we moved his grandmother down from New York to live with us.
And who was supporting you after February 24th, 2023?
Who was supporting me?
Yeah.
Brendan.
When you were first arrested, were you able to speak to the defendant on the phone?
Yes,
And did you send letters to him?
yes,
And did he send letters to you?
yes,
Did the two of you continue your relationship?
We have more letters
Yes.
to read too.
Did you speak to his mother on the phone?
yes.
And his mother's name is what?
Teresa, we call her Tess.
Okay. Did you send letters to her?
Yes,
Did she send letters to you?
yes,
Did you receive letters and correspondence from anyone else in the defendant's family?
his stepmom and his grandmother.
And did there come a time when the
Oh yeah,
defendant and
Touche.
his family
Yeah, so thank you, Touche, for the 10, by the way. Rewatching recently on multiple channels has made me focus on just how heinous this was. The last moments of both of their lives must have been the most confusing and harrowing imaginable. And I think potentially Criminal was like lightly joking about it when he was, monologuing about possible theories in this case. But part of me thinks there's a possibility where Joseph Ryan could have thought that Brendan Banfield walking in was part of the scene, which, in my opinion, seems like it would be a violation of how you're supposed to proceed with these BDSM meetups. You shouldn't just have like an extra person come in without consent beforehand. But we also broke the golden rule of meeting each other before the fantasy meetup. But I really do wonder, like, was Joseph Ryan standing there thinking, like, haha, this is cool, like, she told me she had a husband, and then is like, oh, wait a minute, he's for real right now. That means, oh no. And then for Christine, like, if she had no idea who this person was that just came into her house, came into her bedroom, and then thought she was being saved, and then her own husband, who just saved her, starts to kill her. And being a nurse, I would imagine she was probably aware that what was happening to her was going to be fatal. Like, yeah, like, it's a lot. It's a lot. And I mean, I guess the silver lining is I sure hope that Valerie wasn't able to hear any of this going on. Like, for better or for worse, they put her in the basement, child endangerment. I'm hoping that she didn't hear what was going on. And certainly that she couldn't comprehend what was going on at the age of 4 years old. Like, it's just extremely traumatic, even if you're outside the room and hearing it happen. So, but yeah, I think this is a great consideration here. Like, and in the way that by the time Joseph Ryan might have realized it, it's probably too late to do anything, because you might have someone that's attacking you because they don't know who you are, but you think it's part of the act. And then you have a knife, but the other guy has a gun. So even when you realize what's happening, you're not in a good position to get out of there. So just crazy. It's a lot. Definitely heavy. Ugh. Yeah, Sweetie Pie says, I'm shocked that the mother-in-law paid her way with the attorneys. Did she not like Christine? I mean, it could just be that the mom truly believed that it was an intruder and looked at it as like, hey, mom, like, we all cared about Christine, but we were having open relationships. And then, okay, that makes sense. And that's what the mom could have believed. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying that one option here is that mom could have just thought, like, the situation that happened was due to an intruder or this meetup gone wrong. And probably still thinks that way. You know, she's sitting in court behind Brendan during the testimony through day 10. So, I don't know. And then, of course, there is the alternative reality where, you know, maybe you don't like Christine. Maybe you're starting to get to know Juliana. Once things get into the mix and Juliana gets arrested 8 months after everything happens, now being close to Juliana is also necessary to protect your stepson. So it could morph along the way. So definitely different possibilities there. I guess it's possible she didn't like Christine, although I think it's more likely that she just believed the initial explanation that it was an intruder. So, yeah, I'm not sure who actually has Valerie right now. It seems like she might be with grandparents. I'm not sure to speak on it. But we do know that Brendan, you know, she's not, like, there's no cutoff. Like, she's able to communicate with her father, who is in custody. It's not like, you know, it's over voice chats and the video chats. But I believe there's been some discussion that both sides of the grandparents have had interactions with Valerie. And again, when it comes to, well, Brendan Banfield's bad, so why does his family have anything to do with Valerie? That's not really the direction to look at something unless there's a concern for the child's well-being. They're going to say, you know, part of a child's well-being is being able to be near their next of kin, their family members, their guardians, and you got to look at it from that direction. Unless there's a reason that we shouldn't want this child, it could put them in danger, it wouldn't be good for their health, their well-being, we would want them to be able to have visits and be in touch with their family members. So, okay, so Christine's mom has custody. Thank you, Dizzy. Thank you, Dizzy. Why didn't they have the grandfather testify to that when they called him? Maybe excluded? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, sweetie pie, I don't know, you know, would you buy, like, if you were in Tessa's position, especially before Juliana got arrested in the early stages, would you buy the story? I mean, I think it's hard for me to separate what I know, but all I can say is I imagine a possibility where people just don't question the alternate possibility because, one, you'd have to think the worst of your relative, your family members, the people that you're around. And two, you also have to grasp the idea that somebody would even plan something so complex and horrible at the same time. It's like two realizations that you'd have to think of and also be able to consume and digest. So, all right. And also the jury's been deliberating for 5 hours and 7 minutes. You guys are saying that there is another interview. Let me pull it up here. Oh, I think it's a rerun, I think. I think that's a rerun because it's the same outfit. So. And where were we? Day 2. So let's get back into this. We're still on direct of our replay. I think that the joke is we're going to race. Can we get to and get through John Carroll's cross-examination of Juliana before the jury returns a verdict? That is the race of the day.
Family stopped communicating with you?
Yes.
When was that?
Right when I signed my plea deal.
And after you were arrested, were you able to keep in touch with your family in Brazil?
After my arrest, yes.
Okay. And how was that possible?
Through Brendan's mom. She still help us to communicate through a phone call, and she put money on my account so I can tax with my mom in Brazil, my family.
And did that support ever stop?
Yes,
When did that support stop?
when I signed my plea deal.
Judge, I'd ask for the court's indulgence at this time.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
right, this view.
All right, thank you. All right, cross-examination. Yeah. Oh, do you want it back on?
Computer. I'm gonna go ahead and use mine.
Out of the way.
Yeah,
Can I do that? Is that
well, it's
sufficient?
gonna lock the screen.
So you are going to project?
Yeah,
So do you need to connect?
no, I'm gonna do it with this one.
So you need to connect?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, before we get into that, do you want to breeze through the chronology of the morning? And I'm obviously still working on this here. You can see that it's like, there's like no image here or whatever. But all the data points are in here. If more exhibits come out or I see something that I missed, I'll go back and weave it in, but it seems pretty comprehensive. But I've only partially gotten the reference exhibits worked in here. Because ideally, how I'd like anyone to be able to use this is if they're reading this and they see, okay, this source here is Commonwealth 73, they can pop up and say, all right, well, let me go through the source here. These are the telegram messages. And likewise, for a lot of the defense's exhibits are just singular PDFs. So for example, this exhibit, defense exhibit 333 and then defense exhibit 332, these aren't like once you open them, it's not just a preview. This is the entire thing. It's just like a screenshot. So all of these exhibits are a single screenshot rather than the wholesale admission of the extractions, which is my big complaint. The prosecution didn't want the extractions coming in, and this is how the defense had to navigate around it. So kind of a pain in the butt, but this afternoon I can go and finish that out. Or if the case ends and no one cares, I can leave it as is. But the more important point is people are like, I just want to know the chronology. Like, what exactly happened? There's a little bit of context here from the 23rd, but most of this is about the 24th. And we kind of heard this lumping around of like, well, the laptop was doing something. And we're going to talk about the laptop now. And then separately, we're going to talk about, well, Brendan had a friend bring over a cookie. Like, so, but here, going in order, starting on the evening of February 23rd. Christine's laptop from about 9:25 to 10:55 p.m. And by the way, some of the testimony, some of the questions that John Carroll was asking, like, he'd be off by some, I think this might have been one of the examples, where he ends up, like, not starting as early. I think my notes were like 9:41 or something, that Christine's laptop starts in use. But when I looked at the exhibit myself, the first captured history, at least in the screenshot, was actually 9:25. So maybe I'm reading something wrong. Maybe Carol was getting it wrong. But laptop, we have this activity here. This is where we're having the Punta Cana searches, the vacation, looking at different resorts. Now, Christine's phone also had activity 9:25. That's where the screenshot starts at. So maybe there's activity before that, but I couldn't see it in the screenshot. And then continues till 9:51. And then there's a gap in activity on the phone until about 11 p.m. So even though the laptop's still in use, the phone, no one's using the phone. And this is like, there were text messages. She's communicating with some work coworkers. And again, if you wanted to look at the nitty gritty, you just pull up the record over here, the related exhibits, and you could see the line items here. Then at 9:35, this is where we have telegram messages start. And we read through all of these the other day, but I think it's kind of important to note the back and forth. Like, this seems like consistent use. So it's not clear to me if these telegram messages are being sent from the cell phone. I don't know. I don't see anything in the records that will indicate that to me. but there is activity from Anastasia at 9:35 p.m., 9:36 from Anastasia, 9:36 again from Anastasia, another from Anastasia. And then remember, we have a gap in phone activity starting at 9:51 p.m. Now, the reason I think this gap is interesting, at 10:46 p.m., there's a record that Joe reads Anastasia's message. Joe hadn't responded to any of these messages yet. As soon as he gives a read receipt, which sends a signal over, then we have the Telegram app open again on the laptop. And I don't know if, again, this was activity on the laptop or the phone. But then Christine says, I'm back. Anastasia says, I'm back. Then Joe messages Anastasia. They talk for a while back and forth. They're answering quickly, talking about where to park tomorrow, whether to wait. They confirm a 7:15-ish time. Juliana is using her Facebook Messenger at the same time, according to Lidsky's testimony. This is when she's making the turkey sandwiches in the kitchen, or maybe she doesn't remember when she was making the turkey sandwiches, because it's like anywhere between 5 p.m. and 11 something that night. She doesn't know exactly what she was doing. But she says she thinks she was in the kitchen making sandwiches. Then at 11:15, Anastasia says, I'll message you in the morning. This is where we have the Telegram message like, hey, if you stomp and kick, that's the signal for me to stop. And then we've got him talking about restraining with chains, all of these conversations that we read the other day. Setting a time for 7:20, which is really specific. And then this whittles down. Joe says goodnight at 11:49 p.m. and the last read receipt for the night is logged. Then moving to the morning. And there's a data point I got to add here that maybe I missed, but there is a Facebook message I've got to incorporate here where at 11:02, so it would go like right here. Christine messages Brendan Banfield on Facebook, Facebook Messenger, asking about like bring toilet paper upstairs or whatever. And then at 11:02, Brendan Banfield's Facebook account through Facebook Messenger says he'll be upstairs in a couple minutes. So that would have been right here. I've got to add that one in. All right, so the morning of the 24th. We have at 6:03, Telegram activity from the Anastasia account saying good morning. Joe responds very quickly. He's ready right away. Anastasia replies, another message from Anastasia, and they go back and forth all the way through until, let's see, we've got this 6:25, 25 seconds. Anastasia says, see you soon. And at 6:26, Juliana's phone and watch, her Apple Watch, begin having some movement. So very close in time here. 6:27 a.m., Juliana's device, there's an unlock on her device recorded, and, there's a record of it. 6:34, Joe sends a Telegram message. Joe sends another Telegram message a couple seconds later. Another Telegram message from Joe saying 7:30 estimated time of arrival because there's traffic. And then at 6:46 a.m. is when we have Christine Banfield's phone power down. So this is, I have to put this exhibit in there still, but it's, we heard testimony about it too. But I went and verified the 6:46 because I was a bit confused. Because at 6:48, there's a telegram to Anastasia that says, okay, I'll be waiting for you. So maybe this is coming from the laptop. Because kind of just have like the phone powers down in between these things as soon as we have a 7:30 time given. But then we still have another Telegram message. Maybe it's just Telegram's timestamps are off. I don't know. Then at 7:21, that's when we see Brendan's car at the first drive-through at the McDonald's view. Juliana then, the Apple Watch, there's some steps recorded between 7:23 and 7:24. At 7:37, that's when we see Brendan coming out of the McDonald's. He's still on his car, still on his phone 37 seconds later when he's entering his vehicle. And this is kind of where it gets weird. We've got to match up these times. So while he's still in the bathroom, he hasn't left the McDonald's building, it would seem like he makes an outgoing call to Christine, or this is Juliana's phone. Let's go to the... Let's see. Okay, so below the chronological timeline, I organized by like the device or topic. So from Juliana's phone around the same time period, we have an outgoing call to Christine at 7:36. 7:37, there's an outgoing call to Brendan, which is 19 seconds, quite a bit longer. At 7:38, there's an incoming call from Brendan, 47 seconds. That would likely correspond with the time where he's seen running outside McDonald's to go back to his vehicle. At 7:47, there is the outgoing 911 call where there's like the groaning and or the dog noise, who knows. And that would mean that Brendan has to be able to get home and be able to gesture to Juliana in 9 minutes. So I think this is interesting to think about, these two timelines, these 2 points of time right here. Then 911 tries to call back. Nobody picks up. Then there's another call from Juliana's phone to 911, but it's canceled. And then at 8:02, and another call that was canceled. And then at 8:02 is where we have the 8-minute call. And by the end of that phone call, you can hear that the first responders are showing up. So that would be at about 8:10. You've got, I forget the first guy that showed up's name, but he's arriving on scene. Now on Brendan's device, so the same like last like 10-15 minute time period that we've been talking about, we know that there's the call from Juliana. He tries to call Christine. He calls Juliana back. He tries to call Christine twice. And then after everything happens, it seems like a neighbor is trying to call Brendan. Then there was a missed call at 10 from Amanda O'Pear, and then a missed call from Thomas Allen later in the day after he's already at the hospital. So there we go. There's your lineup of those events. One other thing that I think was pretty important is at 7:41 a.m., there's that log in Juliana's records for her iPhone and or her Apple Watch that note a parked event, right? She says she's parked in the cul-de-sac. Something seems to register that she's in the vehicle. And then at 7:43, the steps resume. So if this is supposed to be the point in time where she's leaving the vehicle after Joseph Ryan showed up, and it's really annoying because there were 2 phones on the floor of Joseph Ryan's car. Like, I don't know, I feel like why didn't the Commonwealth just give us a data point like, hey, we pulled his records, and this is when it's logged that he arrived at the residence. So we could have had extra data here that filled in some gaps, but we just don't have that information. We don't have that information submitted here. But then again, we have the groaning call at 7:47 a.m. So parked event at 7:41, steps are resuming at 7:43, and then by 7:47, there's the groaning or the dog noise, whatever you think it is, on the background of that 7-second noise. I don't know. And then let's see. I think we got through anything else that we missed. Yeah, so I've got to go back in and put that data point about the Facebook message to come upstairs. But what's cool about these is once I drop the link, if I update it, you guys will see the updates, anything that we improve. So anytime I use these gamma sites, it's like a living, breathing document that I can update if we need to update anything. So here's that timeline one more time. And I was working on this morning before. I actually still have a full coffee here. I still haven't drank it, but so it might improve after I have some time and caffeine. So there's that. Do you guys think anything's particularly interesting about this timeline? I think it's interesting that we have such a small window between when we know that Brendan, he's on the McDonald's camera, he has his device in his hands, his phone is tracking incoming and outgoing calls, whether they're answered or not, they're still logged in his phone, and we're aware of those things. And we have this activity from the Apple Watch, the health data, that we're starting to walk again. And then in about 4 minutes time, the 911 call is already picked up and gone through the reading of like the generic messaging, please state your emergency, and then we hear the noise in the background. So did Brendan Banfield get home, search the basement, go upstairs, and carry all of this out? Did somebody go in right behind Joseph Ryan as soon as they saw him go inside and go up behind him to make sure if he got upstairs and Christine attacked him or reacted or things weren't going to go as planned, that somebody was there at the ready to make sure nobody, hold on, this is a mistake, let's walk away from this? And would that have been Brendan at that point in time home to do that? So, and either way, it doesn't seem to absolve the idea that there could have been a plan and somebody, one of the two, fired the first shot at Joseph Ryan. It just kind of makes me wonder if maybe Juliana did fire the first shot to keep Joseph up there. I don't know. That's a really narrow time window for all of that to be possible, in my opinion. But I don't have any experience, so I don't know. Oh, goodness. Let's see what you guys are thinking. Yeah, mostly pleasant, and I think this extends beyond this case. And again, it's like maybe they slacked a little bit because they're banking on this guy being so unlikable that they just think the conviction is guaranteed. And I certainly think, on the positive side for the Commonwealth here, the defense's case in chief, with Brendan taking the stand especially, I think sealed the deal for a lot of people, and that could be the same way for the jury. But I keep coming back to, what if the defense never put on a case in chief at all? Would that prediction of a conviction be less? I would think, yeah. I'm pretty confident that it would be significantly less. And that's not good. It's not good. And they have the resources, they have the information. It's not like they didn't have access to these extractions. We know they have the extractions, but they just didn't want to bring it in. So, KLF, yeah, this too. I find it hard to believe no one had Ring cameras that showed his arrival and Juliana's and Brendan's departure, arrival back home. Being able to see things like Juliana's out in the cul-de-sac, where the different vehicles were parked. So it looked like the white sedan was in. There are some pictures where, like, Joseph Ryan is parked in the driveway next to, was it a Ford Explorer? I forget what the other car was in the driveway. And then there's a white Volkswagen in the garage. It looks like it was a still from the body cam. I'm not exactly sure. I'd be very quick at pulling it up right now, because the way the exhibits are named. What were these? Oh, no, that's all the blankets. That's the Terry Leach's stuff. I don't remember when they brought it in. But I remember seeing, like, there was a car parked in the garage. Also, shout out to Sheriff Chuck for the 5 gifted. Guys, drop some party chucks in the chat. Hold on, let's 5 party checks for the 5 gifted. I see 773 Pisces is already on it. And I'm nosy, you guys. Like, sometimes part of me, I just want to see the data, right? I just want to see it. So if you have it, why not show me it? I get that there's certain parts of your case that you're going to want to streamline it for presentation. But looking at the way this case was presented, all out of whack, all out of order, you're going to hear from Juliana and we're going to tell you she's credible. And then we're going to tell you that our blood stain pattern expert confirms our theory. And not for nothing, I think the defense, maybe if they put on a case in chief, but only put on their counter expert for the blood spatter, I think that would have been really shaky for the state. Because there was one version of events or not, you had one saying we could make these conclusions and categorizations, and the other saying not really, not really. And I think it's a bit more credible for me to land with the person that says, hey, you know what, we can't just look at where blood is here and say conclusively that this is exactly what was happening in that moment. And we certainly can't give you a sequence of when that was happening. So both experts were clear, no sequence. No sequence. But there was a disagreement on whether or not you could categorize certain areas. I don't know why. StreamYard just told me. Let me close some tabs, chat. Because I have a lot of tabs open. StreamYard doesn't like that. And thank you again, Sheriff Chuck. All the party Chucks in the chat. I'm telling you this. I mean, and that's the thing. Look at this. If you want to see Brendan Banfield convicted, imagine if this case, Commonwealth did what they did. They didn't show what they didn't show. Defense attorney comes in and, they could. Hold on, I don't know why every 2 seconds this is blinking. Let me start replaying Juliana. And I'm gonna disconnect and reconnect my microphone. Maybe I'm back. Maybe it'll work.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
If I ask any questions you don't understand, just please ask me to repeat them, okay? I want to make sure you understand everything that's being said here.
Yes.
Yesterday, there was a great deal of talk about a plan.
Yes.
Do you recall that?
Yes.
And I wanted to ask you, when was it originally formulated?
Can you talk a little bit louder, please? I can't really hear you.
When was it originally formulated?
Originally?
Do you guys remember we had the volume boosted because Juliana was hard to hear the first day that we watched this? And then when we just heard John Carroll garble into the microphone, I feel like I died in real time when we watched that for the first time. It was so loud.
I can't really hear you.
When was it originally formulated?
What are we doing?
Originally,
Yes.
say, after October, when he first mentioned the plan, that was just, at that point, was just get rid of Christine. And then I can tell you exact the date.
Okay.
But
So sometime in October, the plan was to get rid of Christine.
yes,
At what point did there become clear actions that we're going to be taking?
what do you mean?
Did it ever grow to be something other than that?
Yes,
Okay, when did that happen?
when I created the website, I would say in January.
Okay, and that was January?
Yeah,
Okay, January 9th?
I can tell you the date.
Okay. Okay, well, let's just talk about that. So I think you testified that the creation of a website required an email in Christine's name, correct?
Yes, correct.
Do you remember the email address?
And I think This is critical to my rant from last week where I was like, I personally don't think it's that weird that Brendan, who's been sitting watching this testimony and also knows all the discovery, all the progress updates, said there was no plan at that point in time, because in his mind, if he's looking at the evidence according to Juliana's testimony here and whatever was presented elsewhere, there was no action being taken for this plan until January, and she doesn't know the date, but we're going to find out she means January 9th, the date of the Gmail creation that's later used for the FetLife account. So this is exactly the origin of January 9th is the start point for this sequence of events. And anything before that, that hadn't happened yet at that point in time.
I do not.
Okay. Do you remember, were you there when the email was created?
Yes.
Okay. And what device was it created on?
The laptop?
Okay. Now, was Christine home at that time?
Yes.
Okay. So describe for me how you and Brendan were able to get Christine's laptop on this day when that email was connected.
Like I mentioned before, every time we would get her laptop, it'll be because she'd get home from work or the day before, her backpack would be by the door with her laptop in it and her work stuff in it. And so it was, I would say, easy access.
Okay. I've heard you say that before. But what I'm asking is, who took the laptop from wherever it was that Christina thought it was?
That day, I do not remember.
Okay. Do you remember after the laptop was obtained, what room that you were in?
What?
What room that you were in?
What room in the house?
Yes.
When the laptop was up?
So
I'm confused. Sorry.
you just said you don't remember who grabbed the laptop,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Correct? But you're saying somebody grabbed the laptop, and I
Yes.
assume you're meaning between either my client or you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And at some point, there was a creation of a new email, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And where was that when that happened?
I do not remember.
Okay. So, so you don't know who took it, you don't remember that, you don't remember where the actual action to get this all started, the first part of the plan, you didn't remember that?
No.
Okay. Did you know at the time that you were creating it where Christine Banfield was?
I'm in the bedroom upstairs?
Okay, so you can conclude that you weren't in the bedroom or upstairs, correct?
No.
So you just don't know what area of the house you're in?
Correct.
Okay. Now, leading up to that, did you and Brendan talk about how you were going to do it, or what type of an account it was going to be, or what kind of name?
If we talked about it,
Yeah.
probably did, but
Okay.
I can tell you details.
I'm sorry, did you say you can't tell any details?
I can't remember details
Okay, you can't
of how the
remember the
email
details.
was, the name, or, yeah.
Okay. And so, who was the one typing?
Typing what specifically? The email?
Yeah, to open the account.
Brendan?
Okay. Did you at any point type anything in or do anything to assist him with the laptop?
Yeah, eventually.
Well, on this initial day, which was when this all started.
Not that I recall.
Okay. So the actual beginning of this action plan, what do you recall about it?
Well, you asked, and I told you things I remember. That's what I remember.
Well, you didn't remember anything though. So what did you actually remember from that day?
Well, I remember that the account was created, the email, and that Christine was upstairs in the bedroom. That's it.
So there was an account created and Christine was in the bedroom,
Yes.
but you don't know where you and Brendan were.
I can tell you for sure.
You don't know who got the laptop, which was the device that was used to create the account.
Correct.
And other than saying, well, she usually leaves her bag by the door, you don't know whether it was obtained from the door, correct?
You can say that.
Well, I'd rather you tell me.
Yes.
Okay. Now, we'll get back to that, but Ma'am, you were just speaking with Ms. Sprisler about letters,
Yes,
and that was a common way for you to communicate, correct?
yes.
Is that displaying?
It's
for-
displaying just to the attorneys,
Okay,
to
okay.
myself. If you would like her to see it, I just need an exhibit number.
Yes, Your Honor, this would be exhibit number 1.
Okay, and you want to display to the witness?
Display to the witness, please.
Okay.
Ma'am, can you see that?
Yes, I can.
And if you can, just let me know when you need me to scroll for you. And I can make sure you see the whole thing.
I can see it.
Are you able to read that?
The whole letter?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
I'm able to see it.
Do you want to read the whole letter?
Do you want me to?
I want to make sure that this is your letter. Is this your letter?
Yes,
This
that's
is a
my
letter
letter.
that you wrote, it looks like on December 8th, 2023?
Yes,
And that would have been about 2 months after you were arrested on this charge?
yes,
Okay.
correct.
And calling your attention to the highlighted portion. Is that fair and accurate?
Did you ask something? I'm sorry, I was reading.
I was asking you to read it, yes. Have you read it?
Yeah, I read it.
Okay. And the yellow portion there, can you read that, please?
Yes. Well, now that you know, parentheses, I mean, they already knew, close parentheses, that I'm not going to cooperate with them. There's nothing I can do. So I don't know what they are going to use. I mean, everything they have and can. I don't know everything. I just have the feeling they might hold me here until my trial. It can take months, years. There are many theories of what had happened, set up by you, us, or I wasn't supposed to be there, and etc.
Okay. In this letter, which you wrote, it suggests that someone from the Commonwealth had been talking to you about cooperating against Brendan. Is that correct?
No, they never talked directly with me.
Okay. How would they communicate that to you?
Through my lawyer.
Overruled.
How would they communicate that to you?
Through my lawyer.
Okay. And so this is 2 months after you were arrested. And were you given an opportunity to plead guilty and cooperate at that time?
Yes.
Okay. And what was it that they were offering you at that time?
At that point, my lawyer had said that they were offering, in exchange for my cooperation, they would offer me a misdemeanor and I would be released on time served.
Okay. And I guess, as I understand it, your lawyer communicated that to you, and then you made the decision as to that?
Yeah,
And what was your decision?
that I didn't want it.
Okay. So you rejected the misdemeanor offer
Yes,
based on what you knew?
yes.
Okay, thank you.
No.
Judge, may we publish this to the jury?
If you're going to, are you entering into evidence?
Actually, I'm sorry, I'll hold off.
Okay.
Pam, can you see the letter on your screen?
Yes, I can.
Okay, that's going to be marked as Defense Exhibit 2. This is a 4-page letter, so I'll scroll through it if you need to identify it. Tell me when you need to move.
I can see it.
Okay. Do you want me to scroll it so you can read the rest of it?
If you like, yeah.
Okay. I just want to make sure you have full understanding of what it is. This would be page 2 of 3.
I see it.
Okay. And this is page 3 of 3.
I can see it.
Okay. This looks like it was written on November 1st, 2023. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that's your signature down at the bottom? Or
Yes.
your name? Let me bring your attention to the highlighted portions.
Okay.
Can you read that, please?
Yes. I said, "It's killing me, and I mean it." And then another paragraph, "It breaks my heart to think that I may not be able to be with you guys soon. It hurts me extremely thinking that I may not be there."
Okay, I want to give a shout out. I'm going to say Joy because I don't want to say the full name. But over on Cash App, we have very generously received money for gifted membership. So even though it looks like it's coming from me in the chat, it is coming from, I'm going to shorten it to Joy in case I don't want to say the whole name. But that was a gift. So apparently gifted memberships aren't available in every region. So this is going to be the workaround. So thank you for the Cash App, which is really the gifted subs. And again, shout out to Joy in the chat. And yes, I might be the one making it rain, but I'm just the messenger. I am just the messenger here. So shout out to Joy in the chat. Not me, it's Joy. I should have explained faster. But that's super, super generous. So big, big, big thank you here. And tons of people are turning green. So if you just turn green, remember, we've got channel emojis you can use. If you pay attention to community posts, sometimes you'll get access to things before, I actually do a live stream on it, like these documents. Sometimes like smaller clips, clipped out just for members. If you want to go listen to the Titanic parody music video that I made for this case, you can do that as a member without having to go find it at the end of a live stream. Very, very good perk. So big thank you to Joy here. And yes, Mrs. K. Griff, thank you for adding this link. If you feel like gifts always skip you, you never get a gifted membership. If you click the link that Mrs. K. Griff just dropped in the chat, it looks like it's just for my channel, but once you open it and you click the option to allow gifts, it will allow you to receive gifts anywhere on YouTube. There are some exceptions if you're like a legacy account or a brand company account. Your account category might not be eligible to receive these gifted memberships, but most people, you've just got to toggle this option on. So thank you for dropping that link, Mrs. K. Griff. Very awesome. And again, it should apply, the permission for one channel should apply across the board for you. That will help you get a free gifted membership when they're dropped. YouTube picks them. I'm not the one that picks who the gifts go out to. So shout out to Joy. Shout out to Joy. Lots of love here in the chat. Big, big thank you. And there you go, guys. The best way to show appreciation, if you got a gift, use those channel emojis. So there we go. And speaking of Joy, let's get back to this very riveting and fast-paced cross-examination. And I think we're at jury's going to lunch. So let's, I'll update my banner. We've got 5 hours, 41 minutes, and 24 seconds of deliberation so far. And they're going to take 45 minutes, it says, to do their lunch. So
For Thanksgiving, Christmas.
we'll be here a while.
Friend's birthday, and all those special dates with the situation.
Okay. And do you recall, was this, so this would have been sooner than the one that I showed you before, because it was November. Do you recall whether the offer of a misdemeanor had been extended prior to you writing this?
I can recall.
Okay. So you don't know whether it was before writing this or after writing this?
I can't say for sure.
Okay. Ma'am, I put on the screen what will be marked as defense exhibit number 3. Can you see that?
Yes, I can.
And this appears to be, well, you tell me. I don't want to suggest anything to you. What's the date at the top of the letter?
14/11/2023.
So November 14th, 2023?
Yes.
Okay. And did you get a chance to read that first page?
I can see it on the screen.
Okay. And I just want to make sure you have a chance to read them. I'm not trying to rush you through.
Oh,
this.
do you want me to read them?
Well, I want you to make sure that you know it's your letters.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
When you're ready to know that that's your letter, then I'm happy with that.
It is my letter.
Okay. Let me call your attention to the highlighted portion. And this is after you've already signed off from your signature, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And if you can just read that aloud, please.
Yes, I said, I can bear living this without you. It's too much pain that I don't want to, to live like this. I can't. I just don't want to feel this way anymore. It's a torture. I love it more than anything.
Okay. And can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what is the feeling that you're talking about and what is the torture that you're describing?
Being in this situation,
Okay.
what I was going through mentally.
And can you articulate what that situation was on November 14th, 2023 that was causing you torture?
It's being away from my family. It's being in a situation I've been in for the past 2 years.
Well, we're talking about then, what you were feeling then, which would have been November 14th, 2023.
I guess the fact of being away from him.
Okay. And so at that point, you'd been away from the Banfield house for a little over a month, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And so is the torture that you're away from him or the torture that you're in jail?
I would say both.
Okay. Well, I'm not trying to suggest to you what you should say. I want to hear from you. What are you describing?
But I think it's always been both.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that.
I said it was always both.
Okay. So when you're being asked to recall, and I'm giving you a date, what I'm anticipating is that you can say what it is that you were feeling that caused you to write a letter like that. Can you remember what you were feeling that caused you to write that letter?
No, I normally write letters when I was sad, upset.
Okay. Ma'am, do you see a new letter up there on the screen in front of you?
I do.
And it looks as though it's October 15th, 2023. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And is this a
Oh,
letter?
I think it was November.
Oh, I did say October. Sorry, November.
Yes.
And it says, "Hi, Mimi." Can you describe who that is?
It's Brendan's mother.
Okay.
It's
And
the
so this
Mimi
is
in
a
the
letter
chat.
to Brendan's mother, like the second one that I showed you.
Yes.
Okay. And can you just look at this and tell me whether you know that to be your letter that you wrote or not?
It is a letter that I wrote.
It's the letter you wrote? Okay, good. And if you could, I'm going to scroll down and make sure I catch all the highlighted portions. So let me start with the first page there. Can you read the highlighted portion there?
Yes. Said, what if they don't let me go home for now or so long? What am I supposed to do? I said it before, how disturbing my thoughts have been recently. I'd rather to die than live like this, live this pain. It's too painful for me.
Okay. And that's obviously very serious language for you to write. What were you experiencing that caused you to write that particular portion of the letter?
Depression,
Okay.
and I just didn't want to live anymore.
Okay. Now, in terms of the procedural posture of your case, had you had a bond motion at that point?
I don't remember exactly the times I've had bone motion, but I did have a few.
So you were arrested, was it October 8th?
October 2023, yes.
Do you remember the day?
October 13th.
The 13th, sorry. And I imagine soon thereafter you had a bond motion, correct?
Yes,
And you were denied that bond motion?
yes,
And did there come a time where you had a bond motion in the circuit court?
yes.
And when would that have been in relation to November 15th, 2023?
Say it again.
November 15th, 2023?
What about it? I couldn't hear you.
When would the circuit court appeal of the bond motion have occurred in relation to November 15th, 2023?
When?
Yeah. Do you know?
No, I can't recall.
Okay. And so you don't know whether having the circuit court deny your bond motion was the cause of what you're talking about in your pain in your
I can't say for sure, no.
Okay. It was what you said before, being here and being in the situation that you're in? Okay. And let's look at and there's a further highlighted portion down the letter. Can you read that?
Yes. The first one says, I will always remember you, moments and memories we made in New York City.
Okay. And this was when you were with Tess up there, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to move. And finally, this highlighted portion.
I said, I am in a terrible and deep pain. I wish I could take it away. I cannot stand with it. I can't do this. It would be too much pain. Unfair.
Okay, those are serious words. Did you seek any sort of help, or were these letters kind of you reaching out for that help?
I also started taking medication for depression, anxiety in the jail. Yeah.
Okay. And when did that start?
I can say for sure.
Okay, was it, let's just take a notable event in every year. Was it before New Year's Day, or was it after New Year's Day?
I can't say it.
Okay. And so, Judge, if I didn't say, mark this as defense exhibit number 4?
It's number 4, yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure. So for what's been identified as defense exhibit number 4, you're not certain what the source of the pain is that you're referencing in this letter?
Specifically, no.
Okay, but and this is my words, not yours. You tell me if I'm wrong. It appears to be getting worse.
It appears to be what?
As the letters go in chronology, they appear to be getting worse in terms of what you're saying about the torture and the pain and things like that.
Yes,
Okay, is that fair to say?
it is.
Okay. You're all right. The letter before you I'd identify as defense exhibit number 5.
Okay.
Ma'am, do you see that letter?
I do.
And this appears to be dated November 16, 2023, correct?
Correct.
And let me just bring you down, and would that be a letter that you've written?
Yes.
Okay, let me just bring you down to the highlighted portions. This would be a day after the letter that was received that we just talked about, exhibit number 4. Can you read the highlighted portions, please?
Yes, the first one says, I cannot bear living without you. And the second highlighted is, I'm trying to be as strong as I can be.
Okay, and let me just, I'll scroll down for you, so if there's any further. That's the end, okay. And ma'am, is there anything different about what you're talking about here? It's not talking necessarily about pain, but it's talking about bearing living without, living in the jail without him.
Living in what?
You say, I cannot bear living here without you.
Oh, yes.
Okay. And was that based on what you were experiencing in the previous letters?
Yes.
Okay, the same thing, or was there something new about this particular letter?
Well, for me, it's the same thing. I guess it's just get confused, I guess messed up with words, how to describe them. But
Okay. So it appears that up to this point, and I'm going to try to keep this moving along, everything appears to be kind of going back to the same thing that you've already testified to. So I'm going to show you letters. If something changes as to why you wrote certain things, can you tell me that? I'll ask you the question, but I just want to keep moving along.
yes.
Okay? And can you read that, which will be marked as defense exhibit number 6? Sorry, were you able to read that?
Yes.
Okay, and was that a letter that you had written?
Yes.
And who was that addressed to?
Brendan.
Okay, and can you read the highlighted portion for me?
Yes. It says, during the day, I just feel like crying, sad, depressed, racing thoughts, heart pounding, and I can't sleep. And this is exhausted, physically and emotionally. I feel drained, no strength anymore, no courage, no hope. It feels like a personal hell in life. Painful, torture, disturbing, and I don't want to live or to feel this. Better take my life in trade of the pain. And the next it says it's killing me.
Okay, it sounds like this is getting worse in terms of the things you're saying. Does that the way it sound to you?
Sounds like it, yes.
Okay. How were you, what were you feeling to make you write a letter like this?
I think it mixed feelings. Like I said again, it was a lot to hold in.
Okay. And was there anything greater or lesser than what you had said about the previous letters?
Well, for me, it sounds basically the same, where I said, I just don't want to live to feel this.
Okay. Well, it's not necessarily to interpret the letter that you see now. It's actually what was the feeling that you had when you were writing the letter is what I'm asking.
Well, clearly not good.
Okay.
No good.
And do you remember whether this was before or after you were offered the opportunity for a misdemeanor and to try testify against my client?
Well, in terms of the date, I can tell.
Okay. Thank you. Ma'am, can you see the letter that's on the screen?
Yes, I can.
And if you'd like to read it and just tell me if that's a letter that you wrote?
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 7, is that correct?
I believe, yes, it's 7, Judge. This will be identified as Defense Exhibit 7, but if you could just please read the highlighted portions.
Yes. It says, I don't want to live this. I don't want to keep living, keep going. And the other highlight says, I just want this to be over. In one way or another, good or bad way.
Okay. And this would have been probably, let me see, would have been 3 days after Exhibit 6. Is this more serious, or is it the same as what you were talking about?
It sounds the same to me.
Okay. Did there come a time when you sought help within the jail?
Yes,
Okay, and that's where you got the medication from?
yes,
And would it be fair to say that these kind of statements weren't in your letters at some point after you had done the medication?
these letters what? I'm sorry.
So I'm just trying to understand. You sought help, they provided you medication.
Yes,
And is the medication specifically related to the pain and the torture that you're talking about in these letters?
it was related to all that I was feeling, the feelings I was carrying with me.
Okay, and did that feeling that you've just described through mid to late November in the last few letters, did that continue on after you took that medication, or did it get better?
It made it better in a way, I guess, that I felt numb.
Okay. Thank you. Let's move on to what would be marked as Defense Exhibit number 8, I believe, Judge.
All right, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Can you read that, ma'am, just to tell me if that is your letter?
It is my letter.
It is?
Yes.
Okay, and let me just scroll up so you can look at the highlighted portions. It looks like there's just one line highlighted there. What does that say?
It says, I'm not willing to spend life in prison for something I didn't do.
Okay. Now, was it your understanding at the time that you had the possibility of life in prison?
At the time, yes.
Okay. Based upon the charge that you were charged with?
Yes.
Okay. And who told you that?
My lawyer.
Okay. And let's just talk about that particular area of the letter. Do you remember? So you're talking about something that you didn't do. You're talking about this case?
Yes.
Okay. And so at that point, you were in jail and you wrote, I didn't do this.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Ma'am, let's look at the next letter here. If you can tell me if that's a letter you wrote, then we can go right to the highlighted sections, but I don't want to rush you.
It's Exhibit 9, correct?
Exhibit 9, sorry, Judge.
That's fine.
It is a letter I wrote, yeah.
Okay. And can you read the highlighted portion? I think it looks as though there's 2 on the first page. This was dated December 4th, 2023. Does that sound right?
Yes,
Okay, that's what's written on the top. If you could please read the highlighted portion.
yes, it says, well, they arrested me for the obvious reason, right? But they want me to cooperate against you because according to them, I know more than it's being said, and they say they know more than I think they know.
Okay, and then the lower portion?
It says the only way this I'm not sure what it said either, but the only way this case is not going to trial if they drop the charge, and we know they won't.
Okay, and that's, do you recall whether or not you've said this statement, the first one, whether you had met with the police or the prosecutors at this point on December 4th?
No, I have not met with
Okay,
them.
so this information comes from when you and your lawyer were talking?
Yes,
Okay, and then you wrote a letter to Brendan about that?
yes.
Okay, what was the intention of that?
The letter
Yeah,
to let him know, but it was. I think I always let them, Brendan and his mom, know that the Commonwealth was offering me something in exchange of my cooperation, and I always let them know.
okay, and this just supports that you weren't going to do anything with cooperation?
Yes,
And in the last letter, you said because you didn't do anything?
right.
Okay. I'm sorry, I think I may have hit the same one. Was that number 8, Judge?
That was number 9.
Number 9,
That
okay.
is the same one on
Okay,
screen.
sorry. Ma'am, can you take a look at this letter and read it, make sure that it's something that you authored, and then we'll look at the highlighted portion.
Is this Exhibit 10?
This would be 10, yes, thank you, Judge.
Yes,
Okay, you ready to move down to that?
yes.
Okay, can you see it? Can you read that read that highlighted
The
portion?
highlight, yes. It says, do you know why we, parentheses, me, Dina, and many other people, close parentheses, think about suicide? It's when you're facing too much pain, living too much pain, the pain you cannot bear, the pain you want to be able to change or to make any better. I'll tell you this, what I can't bear, a life sitting in prison and causing pain to all of you and my family in Brazil. A life without you guys, Brendan, Valerie, a life where my dreams can't come true.
Okay, let me just check and see if there's any further
Your Honor,
highlighted.
do you mind if I move the microphone
Yes,
so she won't have to track it
All
somewhere?
right,
Yeah.
you can do that. That'd be fine. Thank you.
If you move it over here.
Okay.
This one doesn't.
She has to be close to it.
That way you can lean in and read.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, Your Honor.
Ma'am, can you see this letter?
Yes,
And this would be marked as I'm sorry, Judge, I'd have it. Defendant's Exhibit number 11.
Yes.
Is this a letter you wrote?
yes,
Please read the highlighted portion.
yes. It says, they want me to cooperate against you, your son. Since the beginning, they've told us they could make, from my charges something very simple called misdemeanor, and I wouldn't be charged with this if I decided to cooperate with them. They know I'm not doing that. I don't have anything to cooperate with them with what they say that happened. I know it didn't make them happy, so they will do anything to hold me here, anything for them to win. They've got it so far, right? I have no idea what they are making up, faking stuff, lies, etc.
Okay, and there's another portion down below.
And I said, I would give my life for his, and I would never do anything to hurt him or against him. Whatever they're saying, whatever they want to believe, I don't care. I would take the blame for both of us.
And this is a letter to Mrs. Banfield, correct?
To his mother, to his mother.
His mother, Tess?
Yes.
Okay. Ma'am, if you could look at the screen, do you see a new letter there?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Can you read that to determine if that is your handwritten letter?
It is.
And can you look at the highlight portion? This would be Exhibit 12.
Thank you.
Can you read the highlighted portion?
Yeah, sure. It says, I would do anything for you. If they want me to turn against you, if they think or whatever they believe, and if they want to blame me for that, that's okay. I can take the blame. I'll never do anything to hurt you or against you.
This was dated January 3rd, 2024, the one she's reading right now.
Now, just to kind of break away from that for a second, the letter's date is January 3rd, 2024, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in 2024, you had been charged with 1 count of murder and 1 count of use of firearm in the commission of a felony, correct?
Correct.
And that's what we saw in the plea agreements that they just showed you that had been dropped, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But you were charged with a warrant of arrest, so you had a preliminary hearing at some point, correct?
Correct.
And when did that preliminary hearing, what month of the year was it in 2024?
If I remember right, it was around March, if
Okay.
I remember right.
If I told you it was April, would that sound right?
In my mind, I have March, but
Okay, that's fine, that's fine. So you knew there was something coming ahead which was important for you,
yes,
correct? And so, and is it fair to say in your communications with your lawyer and you're learning about this case, you were receiving discovery from the Commonwealth?
yes,
Okay, and so when your lawyer would get discovery, he would provide discovery to you, is that right?
it is.
Okay, and kind of moving forward toward what ultimately would have been your trial date in 2024, November 12th, you had received all discovery from the Commonwealth prior to September 30th, is that right?
I guess so.
Okay, and so that was discovery that you and your lawyer, and in fact, the case was continued one time because there was more discovery that was being held back and your lawyer had to review it in order to get ready for the next trial, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and is it fair to say it's a pretty large amount of discovery?
Yes,
Okay, lots of videos, lots of reports, lots of other things, correct?
correct.
And you got a chance to fully understand all of that prior to what was going to be your second trial date.
Well, from my understanding, yeah.
Okay,
And one thing I would say is I feel like when you're dealing with a witness that you're going to take a long time with on cross-examination, I think it'd be helpful to anchor the very beginning of the cross-examination, especially as a way to contrast what the state, the Commonwealth, just elicited through direct. Start off with the plea agreement and that everything that you just testified to and will continue to testify to, it's in the context of this cooperation agreement. You know, you're still awaiting sentencing, but the government has agreed you're just going to face this 1 count. They're going to recommend time served, and in exchange, you have to be here today. Like, anchor everything that you're going to say after this, anchor that context. And where, I mean, he's been, what is it, like, when does Carol get up? Like 32 minutes to, we're about 45 minutes into his cross-examination before he hammers that part.
but you had full discovery is what I'm trying to say.
Yes,
Okay. Would you agree with me that everything that you testified to yesterday was provided to you in discovery?
I'm not sure if I'm following your question.
Well, you had a series of facts that you were pointing out to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, and this was within weeks of your your trial that was scheduled, correct? So you had all the information. And is that what the basis for what you testified to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury was yesterday?
Objection, Your Honor, this is ambiguous. Ambiguous is your objection? Yes. Overruled.
Do you understand my question?
Nope.
Okay, let me repeat it. So what I'm saying is, and what you've said to me is that you received all the discovery for the case. That would be what the Commonwealth's required to give you before you go to trial. And what I'm asking you is, the basis for your testimony yesterday was provided in discovery prior to you testifying here today, correct?
Well, are you suggesting that my testimony is based on the discovery and not the facts that happened? I'm not sure. I'm confused still. Sorry.
Well, just tell us, what role did the discovery play in the decision to speak yesterday and what you said?
The truth?
Okay, I appreciate that. Was that the truth that was provided by the discovery so you could work for the Commonwealth?
No. The truth was that really happened. I can't make my words fit into the evidence.
Okay. Well, I guess what I'm saying is you can make their evidence fit into your words, however.
I don't know what you're suggesting. I'm utterly confused. I'm sorry.
Okay, so let's just go back to our letters here, and we'll get back to that.
I always think that's my own computer noise. When the computer makes a noise in court, I'm like, oh, what did I do?
That's Exhibit 12.
Ma'am, is this a letter you wrote to my client, Brendan Banfield?
Yes.
Okay, and can you look at the highlighted portions and please read that off for the jury?
Is that
Yes.
Exhibit 13?
I'm sorry, 13.
Okay, thank you.
It says, excuse me, it says, oh,
Sorry, I'm just trying to get it centered for you.
okay. It says, nobody is more afraid and sad, upset than me. I'm the one facing life in prison. Even though we are confident and positive that we have a strong case, we don't know what's going to happen. I can be fucked up forever. We'll be up to 12 people to decide.
Was this before or after your preliminary hearing?
Like I said, I do not know the date.
Oh, sorry, let me show you.
I mean, I do not remember the date of my preliminary hearing, so I can't tell for sure whether or not it's after that.
It was
Okay.
like April 1st or 2nd,
But
2024.
your letters seem to be changing tone. You're talking more about the case at that point. Would that be a reason why you, either the preliminary hearing had come or was gone?
They're on lunch right now,
I'm not sure.
Aaron, but no verdict yet.
Thank you. If you can look at what will be marked as Defense Exhibit 14.
Yes, sir.
I'm just going to find the highlighted portion real quick, ma'am, before we go through this. Okay. Oops.
All right, get the exhibit on. I think we read through like Exhibit 31, I think is where we stopped
Ma'am, I'm
on
going to let you
Friday.
go from the top. Is this a letter that you wrote to my client, Brendan Banfield?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm just going to go down to the highlighted portions. Can you read that?
Yes. It
Okay,
says,
please read that for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
it says, I really just hope I have the chance to be with them again, back home. I really do. I can't stand the thought of not being with them anymore for my own mistake.
Okay, and the lower portion?
It says, I would never forgive myself if I couldn't see them after all this.
So this is from April
Now, this
14th.
is April 14th, 2024, and your letter is speaking about the family in Brazil, correct?
Correct.
Okay, this isn't the family that you had been writing and talking about in the first set of letters?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, do you guys think verdict today, or they're gonna deliberate until
showing up on your screen, Judge?
tomorrow, and then maybe then some, who knows?
Your files, yes.
Yeah, I don't want that.
They blocked this case off. It seems like a juror wants to be done by February 6th. We heard a little bit about that at the end of one of the court days. So,
Ma'am, is this a letter you wrote to my client, Brendan Banfield?
Yes.
Okay, and can you see the highlighted portion?
This would be 15 for the record?
15, yes, thank you.
Okay.
Yes, I can.
Can you read that, please, for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
It says, sometimes I just think to myself, like, I can't believe I'm facing life in prison for someone. Then things weren't supposed to be this way, right? But people are stupid, including me, and make mistakes, act without thinking. That's all I did.
Okay, and I believe that's it. Ma'am, can you see the new letter that's on the screen right now?
Yes, I can.
Looks like it's July 24th, 2024,
Correct.
and it appears it's a letter from you to my client?
Yes.
Okay, and,
Exhibit 16?
sorry, exhibit number 16.
Okay.
And can you read off the highlighted portion?
Yes, the first one says, I wanted to make sure you get this letter through Ryan.
Okay, and what about the remaining highlighted
remember,
portion?
Ryan is her attorney's
It
name.
says, I would feel if we were able to get a guilty plea for me, that would be plead guilty for voluntary manslaughter plus time served, plus not testify against you, plus deportation. Well, that actually sounds good if he gets it from a case instead of facing a murder charge, plus sentence.
Okay, and so, and I'll just get this other portion down. So you can read it. Go ahead.
It says, because since the beginning, what they tried to get from me was for me to testify against you. So maybe they would give us that under the condition if I turn against you. A lot of people end up turning against the other person. They either broke down after a few months in jail or they got a good deal for their sakes.
Okay, and I'm just gonna make sure that there isn't anything else. And so July 24, 2024 is a different sort of communication with Brendan, correct?
Correct.
Compared to, you know, the torture and the pain and then the stress of a trial and all that sort of thing. You're talking about a resolution at this point.
Yes.
And who suggested that to you?
Suggested what?
The resolution that's described in this?
That's something I was thinking.
Okay, so you came up with the idea?
Yeah, they never offered me another plea or I didn't testify against Brendan.
Okay.
That was my mind.
They offered you a trial unless you testified against Brendan.
Pretty much,
No
yes.
jury questions so far either.
And you didn't feel very good about going to trial, correct?
My lawyers never expressed any concerns relating going to trial. They were very confident.
Okay, how did you feel?
Oh, hey, Dolly
I feel as any
Gang.
other person to feel.
Guys, take a moment to say hey to the Raiders over from Dolly Talks channel. We love Dolly and his gang over here. We love to do the hybrid gang. So give them a warm welcome. We are growing the gang, rewatching Juliana's testimony, still trying to see if she can be saved. Good to see you,
going
Dolly.
to trial, being in a situation like mine. I don't think people feel very happy about it.
Okay. So your answer to my question is that you weren't happy about it?
Nobody is. If you're in a
Okay,
situation,
I'm just asking you to answer my question, not to
all right,
say it in
no.
that manner. So you didn't feel confident in the evidence that was going to be presented on your behalf?
I just didn't feel confident, yeah.
Okay.
Dolly, thanks for the 2. I don't think the jury's necessarily hung quite yet.
I think that
I think when we were reading through the telegram messages and some of the letters, and granted, I stopped in between a few times, but not that often, just to like react and see what the chat was saying. But that was taking us quite a bit of time just to get through that stuff, let alone looking at what I would say might be more important, the reports from the experts, the pictures from the scene, trying to piece out, like, we were trying to orient ourselves, like, hey, this is where the hamper is, the laundry basket, in relation to this window where the wall is. And I mean, that took us several hours on Friday. And even if we removed our chit-chat commentary, I would imagine that there's conversation happening among the jurors too, so I don't think we even need to condense my time down, right? They should be having conversations as well. So it's really not surprising to me that they're past 5 hours. I think there's a lot of stuff to digest. There's just a lot to digest here. And unlike the wonderful privilege that we have to be able to hang out and discuss this in real time as we're watching the testimony or looking at exhibits, when the jury is sitting there in their seats and taking all of this in, they're not supposed to talk with each other. They don't get to get anything off their chest and speak to their fellow jurors until they start deliberating. So I think it makes a lot of sense that they didn't do the Winslow right in, right out type of verdict. And maybe they could have done that. Maybe that could have been the type of verdict here had the Commonwealth just presented more and presented it in like a streamlined manner. But I think the Commonwealth is leaving the jury to figure it out for themselves with, again, what I think is an incomplete submission of the evidence. I don't think that they were provided everything. Sure, there's still some sealed exhibits, but what remained sealed seemed to be things that were gory or showed a lot of like messy parts of the crime scene. I don't think what's remaining sealed includes some of the extractions from the devices that we didn't get to see admitted and testified to while somebody was on the stand. So, and I think that's exactly, you said it much better. Dolly says, dangerous way to present this case. It's too much for them to figure out. And I would say, like, there might, of course, on one hand, there's the, why would we be here unless the person's actually guilty? But then there's also, I think, like a decent human being that would never imagine orchestrating some catfish scheme. I think they need to have the time to process how somebody could even come up with that and then plan it out and think to do that to somebody, right? Just grasping with your own sense of humanity versus the facts you're faced with assessing, and the Commonwealth's theory of how that all plays out and leads back to this horrible, atrocious, pre-planned double murder. So, and then let's see. And also, guys, I dropped Dolly's link in the live chat, but if you're looking for Dolly after the stream is over, remember now there's always going to be a playlist in the description of these live streams called Creator Friends, and it'll have a like compilation, a hodgepodge of different videos, what people like Dolly are talking about. So go check out that playlist, look for Dolly there, and grab his channel links. He does a morning court roulette, which I love. You get to see a bunch of different like misdemeanors, sometimes quick pleas. Lots of drama can surprisingly happen. Some preliminary hearings too. And he jumps around from different judges every morning. As soon as one court gets boring, we hop somewhere else. So when this trial ends, if you're looking for something to do, there's your solution.
left out the lower portion. of this letter? Did you read that?
I already read that one.
Did you already read it? Okay.
Yes, I did.
Okay, I'm going to move on to. Ma'am, can you see, this is from the jail's mail called Smart Jail Mail.
Yes,
Can you see that?
yes, I can.
And there's a highlighted portion in English, but the original was in Portuguese.
Correct.
Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay.
Is this Exhibit 17?
This is 17, Judge, sorry. Now, please read for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the highlighted portion.
It says, anyway, yesterday my lawyer tried to call me, but I don't know what happened. We couldn't talk. The call was not working. He had told Mimi that he was going to try and schedule the trial for the first week of October. However, at the hearing, he didn't mention anything about October. The option he gave was November, December, and January. I was so pissed. I started to yell and cry. I hate this. He said he was going to try October, and for no reason he offered January. Fuck him. Screw him. He said he would come see me today at 12:30. Let's see, because he says he will do so much and he doesn't do shit. I don't even know why I'm paying a lawyer who doesn't do his job in a timely manner. And the other portion of highlighted says, anyway, I'm disappointed at my lawyer, who should be doing a better job in holding to his word. They scheduled the trial for November 12th. They say it's 2 weeks of trial.
Okay. One question about that. Under the first highlighted portion, you said, I don't even know why I'm paying a lawyer. Did you pay the lawyer?
No, I did not.
Okay, someone else paid for you, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And does this fairly and accurately depict your communications with your mother?
The what? I'm sorry.
Does it fairly and accurately depict your communications with your mother?
I can hear you well.
Is this a fair and accurate transcript of your statement to your mother?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And ma'am, that's July 1st, 2024, correct?
Correct.
Can you see this new message marked as Defense Exhibit 18?
I see it.
Can you read that, please?
Yes, it says, my lawyer came to see me. He said he's scheduled for November because my female lawyer was not available in October, and he can do it without her. Anyway, this made me even more pissed. But what can I do? I can't do anything. It's too late. I didn't really want to talk too much to him today. I'm so pissed off.
And this is on the same day that you sent the previous message to your mother, correct?
Correct.
Now, let's just talk about the messaging. When you're talking about with Ms. Bristler the money, or how you communicate, this is what the money is for in order to communicate with your mother, correct?
Correct.
And so the money that was being provided to you by my client before he was arrested and his mother before you turned state's evidence, I guess, that was money was being used for this in order for you to be able to communicate with your family, correct?
Correct.
And also to communicate with them, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, you communicated with whomever you wanted, friends, former boyfriends, all those sorts of things, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in addition to the money for this, the money that was being given to you was also to buy edible food in the jail.
Correct.
And is it fair to say that the food otherwise you didn't like?
It's just not enough.
Okay. And so you would ask Tess or Brendan for money and they would put it in there so you could get more meals.
Yes.
Okay. But these messages are also part of that as well, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And here's a message to your friend Paola, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, and is that a message that you wrote?
Yes.
Can you please read that to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
It says something you can't really read, and then it says with my lawyer, that he changed my trial date for it to start on November 12th. We had a hearing on Monday to get it scheduled. Anyway, I'm very frustrated and upset, satisfied with my lawyer. And thinking back now, I think he already knew all along that it wouldn't happen in July, that in April, they agreed for the trial to be in July, so just to have a date. But my lawyer already knew he wouldn't be ready. I think that's what upsets me, that he has been super slow lately. The specialist we need to testify, he hadn't even hired yet. Anyway, my female lawyer who works with him is not available in October. That is why it will be November. I had asked him to try to go for at least the first week of October. But I think all this time he already knew it. It's unfair because everyone was anxious with the expectations. We were so close, and he took the hope away from me. No matter how much he promises to take me home, and knowing that I am innocent, it doesn't change the fact that I feel neglected. I really wanted to risk everything and do it in July, even if he isn't ready. I only signed papers for this, but there's no such contract. If there was, I would.
Okay, and so this is after the continuance of the first trial date, correct?
Correct.
And the scheduling of the second trial date?
Yes.
And that was the one that was the trial date that you were going to trial until you decided to accept the Commonwealth's deal?
Correct.
Okay. This is from July 8th, also to Paola. Can you please read that highlighted version?
That's Exhibit 20 now, right?
I'm sorry, 20, yes.
It says, yeah, I'm really disappointed in my lawyer because I expected the prosecutor to try and delay it as much as possible, to make fun of us. But this time, it was my lawyer's screw up. And no matter how much he wanted to postpone, it didn't have to be almost 5 months, right? That's too much. He's being paid, Joe, and he's very expensive. He has a lawyer working with him. He says that we need a specialist, blah, blah, blah. But all this time, and he hasn't done anything. I told him that Brendan's mother could help him find the right person by making calls, checking who is available or not on the date of my trial. I said that we could pay someone else to help him prepare if he needed it. I don't know what else to say to him. Anyway, I'm sure he knew it all along, and that's what stressed me out, because he made everyone anxious and hopeful for nothing. I prefer that he tells me the truth all the time.
You see this letter from July 15th on Smart Jail Mail, which would be marked as Defense Exhibit 21.
Yes, sir.
Can you read the highlighted portions for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yes, it says, this week my lawyer is on vacation at the beach with his family and all. Then he says, I'm sorry, you can't enjoy the beach this year. The other portion of the highlight, it says, Brendan's mom and I are pushing him to do what needs to be done. But the truth is that I myself was never satisfied with his work. He could have done a lot of things differently, faster, putting more pressure on the prosecutor and everything, not to mention that his communication with me is terrible. And the other part of the highlight says, but that's it, I don't have any news after all. My lawyer is enjoying it. After all, my lawyer is enjoying his vacation.
Ma'am, can you see the message from July 17th, 2024, and the highlighted portion, which would be marked as Defense Exhibit number 22? Is that a message you wrote?
Yes,
Okay, and that was is it to your mother?
yes.
Okay, can you read that highlighted portion?
It says, and about your lawyer friend, he's right. But I can't force my lawyer. He says he's not ready, right? And he's there chilling at the beach with the family, enjoying his vacation, right?
And so the substance of that message is you're essentially asking your mother about whether that's right to continue a case because you need to obtain experts or you need more time in order to prepare. And the lawyer's saying that you're right, or saying that the lawyer's right, but that you can't force them, right?
Yeah, that's what I said, yes.
Okay, that still doesn't help. That doesn't affect how angry you are, but that's an explanation your mother was giving, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You see the new message, July 20th, 2024?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and can you read the highlighted portion?
That's Exhibit 23, correct?
I'm sorry, Exhibit 23.
Okay.
It says, my lawyer returns from vacation tomorrow. Then he'll come see me during the week. We'll see.
See the Smart Jail mail communication, July 25th, 2024?
Yes,
Is that your communication?
it is.
And can you read the highlighted portion?
It says, waiting for my lawyer to come see me tomorrow.
And I'm sorry, that's Exhibit 24. Sorry, I interrupted you. I want to make sure I got
That's
that.
fine.
Ma'am, go ahead and read that.
It says, waiting for my lawyer to come see me tomorrow. I'll tell you more, okay?
And so it's fair to say that getting to see your lawyer is pretty important at that point after July, or at the end of July. Is that right?
For me, it's always been, doesn't matter when.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, this is a message that you wrote from July 25th, 2024. There's a highlighted portion at the bottom, and that would be exhibit number 25. Go ahead and read that. Can you go ahead and read that?
It says, if my lawyer hadn't changed my trial date, you'd be starting next week, right? But anyway, my lawyer is coming to see me tomorrow.
Ma'am, I'm going to have you look at what is going to be marked as defense exhibit number 26. Can you read that highlight portion?
Yes, it says, and my lawyer didn't even come to me at all. He said something happened in his bathroom, that the plumber was at his house and he wouldn't be able to come today, but it'll come on Sunday. I doubt it. But anyway, it's an excuse, one thing after the other.
Okay. Ma'am, can you see your communication with your mother dated 7/27/2024? It would be
Yes.
defense exhibit 27. Can you read the highlighted portion?
It says, but that's it. Let's see if my lawyer comes to see me tomorrow.
Mr. Carroll, do you have many more letters?
Do I have any more?
Many more.
Sorry, Judge.
I'm going to take that as a yes, so.
I have
Ladies-
about, oh, sorry.
That's okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our 15-minute recess, morning recess. All right, so we'll get back at 11:45, so just don't talk about the case and don't do any outside research, okay? Thank you.
Can I stand? No.
All right, so we can jump this forward. And so they're still going to be on lunch for like 2 minutes, and then the deliberation should kick back up. But we are currently just past the 5-hour and 40-minute mark for how long the jury's been deliberating. In the chat, for anyone that's listening, we've mentioned several other cases. So we just talked about Shayna Gardner in the chat. Her attorneys are Jose Baez, and if you guys are following the Tepe murders and just heard that Michael McGee retained a well-known attorney, same attorney for Shayna Gardner. So Shayna Gardner, just checked, jury selection is slated to start for August 10th. I don't know why I thought August 3rd, but August 10th. That update was in December, so it doesn't seem like the date's been moved around since December so far. That one's on my radar for the lawyering, so I think that's the one that we might possibly watch. I have to dig it up, but I believe like a year ago, if you guys, when we went through the Zachary Adams trial rewatch, I put together a bunch of old media clips, news stories about the case. About a year ago, I think I did the same thing for Shayna Gardner. So I'll go find that playlist. I'll make sure it's public and I can share a link with you guys if you guys want to be able to do a deep dive on the media coverage of the Shayna Gardner case. That is a murder for hire case. So Shayna Gardner, new boyfriend, allegedly kill a husband or is it ex-husband? And then the hitman, they hire this hitman to do it. The hitman takes a plea and then the hitman recants his statements. So there's a lot of mess in that case, a lot of mess. Then also, do you guys remember the Lindsay Shiver story? Because I just looked and we still don't have a trial there. I don't know what's going on with that. But you might remember that because it involved the murder of a Major League Baseball player. And then somehow Beauty Queen makes it to the Bahamas. She was ultimately arrested in the Bahamas. And like recently, I just pulled it up. She still has not had a trial, but in December, I guess she motioned to get her ankle monitor removed because she wants to return to Georgia because she's getting potential job offers, work that she could be doing as a model, and the ankle bracelet is leaving marks on her ankle. So it's been a while since I heard about this case. The incident, the murder, was back in 2023 already. And the trial seems like it's not going anywhere. So that was one that was on my radar a long time ago. I'd like to watch that if and when it makes it to trial. And of course, as you guys know, I am awaiting the Courtney Clenny trial. That's almost in my neck of the woods. That's in Miami-Dade. I'm in Brevard County. Luckily, I don't think I need to go down there for the trial. I'm sure there will be plenty of cameras recording that one. But I'm looking forward to finally covering that. We've done a ton of deep dives on this channel into the evidence in that case that was submitted through discovery, which doesn't mean it's going to come in at trial, right? So when we watch the Courtney Clenny trial, it's not going to be like this where I don't really know anything about it. I've seen a lot that the jury might not even ultimately end up seeing. So my approach, I'm tainted. I'm not a clean slate for that case. And then, yeah. So I'm sure there's plenty of other trials that people are looking at following. Corey Richins, you know, I think that's starting soon, even though she's trying to get her trial moved to another county. Probably not going to be granted. But that's an interesting trial as well. That is a story where Corey Richins, she wrote a children's book, or her children are listed as co-authors, and it's about dealing with grief after losing a father. But Corey Richins is alleged to have put substances in her husband, who's now dead's wine. And there's a whole bunch of different pieces of financial evidence that seem like it might point to a motive why she'd want to get rid of him before he had the opportunity to divorce her. And it's been a very complicated case that mostly I've watched over with Danny on Direct. But that's coming up. I think Misdemeanor, Janet, if she's still in the chat, she did a part 1, like, case primer deep dive Monday that just passed. That should be in the Creator Friends playlist. I think she's going live with the part 2 for Corey Richins this evening. So her streams usually start, she's Central Time and she works during the day. So her streams usually start around 7 p.m. Eastern. But I'm pretty sure her Monday night show today is going to also be more on Corey Richins. So as soon as I see that, I'll add it to the Creator Friends playlist for you guys. But a lot of messy cases going on. And I think that was 4 for 4 ladies, right? I just went through a bunch of cases with the ladies. Uh-oh. So there's that. Also, very good to see my friend Heart of Inspiration in the chat. Hope you are doing well. How are you dealing with the weather? Because you're kind of in that, like, are you getting hit by both of these? Like, winter, what are they calling it? Snownado? The snow bomb or whatever? Whatever the name for it was, like back to back. I hope you're doing all right there. I hope you're staying warm. Thank you for gifting 5 memberships. If you guys just got gifted, make sure you're saying thank you. Very good to see you. And again, I hope you're doing well. Patty's in the chat like I'm very invested in Clenny. Me too. We've got, am I missing any trial mentions? Let's see. A random mention of a Moscow Mule. And Kate says, I thought Corey was supposed to have a hearing today, but I can't find it. I'm in a time warp when I'm on stream. But let's skip this lunch. I'll go look and see if I see anything. And let you know once we get testimony playing again. And once we get to the Exhibit 30 area, because we've read all of these letters that they're dealing with right here already. But once they get to like the Defense Exhibit 30, 31, I think is where we left off. As soon as they're introducing an exhibit, I'll pull it up as they go and we'll look at the exhibit in relation to the testimony.
are we ready for the jury?
I think, if I'm not mistaken, isn't Sarah Grace Patrick's trial kicked to the beginning of 2026? Don't take my word for it. I think January 5th is what I'm seeing on a quick search here for Sarah Grace Patrick. Oh, never mind. That must have been for this
Continue,
year.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Never mind.
Judge, may I
Ignore
have
me.
Madam Clerk?
Ignore me. Yeah, I think it is August. I think when I searched, I pulled up an old story about how it was supposed to start last month, and we're past that. So ignore me. August. We'll go with August.
Redirect.
Redirect to, to your laptop?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, we took it down because.
Okay,
we
that's
were
fine.
leaving.
There you go.
Ma'am, do you see that email or smart mail message from July 27th?
Yes.
And did you write that message?
That would be you. There.
I didn't touch anything.
Check the connections. There you go. And this is going to be
I
Exhibit
think it
24.
fell asleep.
Exhibit 28?
This is Exhibit 28.
Okay, thank you.
Ma'am, can you take a look at that?
Yes,
You wrote this?
I did.
Can you read the highlighted portion?
It says, tomorrow when my lawyer comes to see me, I'll send you a message.
This would be Defendant's Exhibit 29. Ma'am, do you see the smart jail mail writing on your screen?
I do.
And do you recognize that?
Yes,
Is that something you wrote?
yes.
Can you read the highlighted portion?
It says, my lawyer came to see me. Didn't bring anything I had asked him to bring. Said he came to check on how I'm doing. I was like, darling, how do you think I'm doing? All the same.
Ma'am, do you see the new smart jail mail on the screen?
I do.
Did you write that?
Yes,
Judge, we'd be introducing this as, identifying it as Defense Exhibit number 30.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, can you read the highlighted portion?
it says, the situation here is the same. My lawyer is calm and positive. He just postponed the trial to be ready for real. But my hearing is in November. It starts on the 12th. I think it will last about 10 days. Tiring, but it's okay.
Okay. And this is to a friend of yours?
That's my brother.
Okay, your brother. Okay,
Yes.
gotcha. Ma'am, do you see the new smart jail mail communication that's on your screen?
All right, so I think 30 is where we left off. So we can start reading these. So this is what she just started reading before he just pulled what he's pulling up now. So it's Juliana to Isaiah. This is July 30th of 2024. I'm fine, Ju, trying, I've been worse and I've been better, but it's fine, haha. Are you happy living in Santa Branca with your wife? That's right. I'm glad that everything is working out for you, and be careful working for Uber. I'm worried. Yes, it's more difficult to talk to Dad. I think he wouldn't know how to use the app, lol. But I always think about him too. And Mom with Dad? Yes. When you get the letter, you can respond here. They read this part that says, the situation here is the same. My lawyer is calm and positive. He just postponed the trial to be ready for trial. For real, to be ready for real. But my hearing is in November. It starts on the 12th. I think it will last about 10 days. Tiring, but it's okay. So they were estimating her trial would take 10 days. I can't be sending messages all the time because it's one tablet that is shared among 4 girls, a pain. And the other has video calls every night just like me. And they like to watch movies, etc. And sometimes they put us in confinement, and there we don't use phones, tablets, TV, or anything. They lock us in our cells. One shit. But during the day, I can send messages more. but you can send me a message anytime. I respond as soon as I can. Here we have a schedule for sleeping. 11 p.m. they take the tablets back and lock us up, lol. If you want to send a photo of you and Raisa for Brendan or for Mom, they send me. I have several photos here on the tablet to kill a little bit of the longing. But that's it, Jew. It's almost time to sleep here. Here we are 1 hour ahead of Brazil. It will be 11 p.m. here. Tomorrow, we'll talk. Can you send a message anytime? As soon as I can, I'll reply. I love you, Jew. And remember, we're reading these smart mail messages that are typed up on the screen, especially when they're going to a family member. They are written in Portuguese, and we're seeing the translation from the one guy from the Fairfax County PD that was translating these. So that might explain, like, if some of this reads awkwardly, it's the translation. It's not because Juliana's writing in English this way. And then the next one that Carol is pulling up, we'll read that. So he's pulling this up now. It's Juliana to Marina, so her mom. Also July 30th. Hi, Mom, my love. Wow, what a miracle that Grandpa is home today. Let him know tomorrow that I'll try to call and talk to you, okay? And if you could send a message to Ju letting her know that Brendan sent an email to Raisa, and I did too. But so far, he hasn't responded to anything. How good that you're feeling better today. Was it in the group today? While you're there, it is a bit chilly, but here it's really hot. And these girls are too tall, let me tell you. Oh my goodness. I miss you so much, Mom, my love. I hope you sleep well. God bless you. Send a hug to Didina, Grandpa, and Ju, and the aunts if you talk to them. Tomorrow I'll message you more, and if my lawyer comes see me, I'll let you know. Kisses, sleep with God. I love you more than anything in this world, my love. So, let's see what he asked about this one. Oh,
To see me, I'll let you know.
sorry. I didn't share the screen back.
This would be identified as Defense Exhibit 31. Is this a jail mail that you sent?
Yes.
Can you please read the highlighted portion?
It says, tomorrow I'll message you more. And if my lawyer comes to see me, I'll let you know.
Ma'am, do you see the smart jail mail communication on your screen?
Yes.
And this would be identified as Defense Exhibit number 32. Can you read the highlighted portion?
It says, when my lawyer comes, I'll let you know how he was.
Ma'am, can you see the smart jail mail communication on your screen?
Yes.
Can you see the highlighted portion?
Yes.
Is this something that you wrote?
Yes.
Judge, we'd identify this as Defense Exhibit number 34?
33.
33, sorry. Please read that for the jury.
It says, waiting for my lawyer. He was already supposed to be here, but the appointment he had in another city this morning got moved to 1 p.m. So I don't even know what time he will arrive here or will have time to do anything shitty. Everything that happens is to mess things up. It's impressive.
Now, you talked about getting medication from the jail relating to the depression that you were experiencing around the holidays going into the new year, correct?
Well, I told you I didn't remember when I started taking it, so I can tell for sure.
Well, let me ask that question in a simpler form. You were experiencing anxiety and depression during the holidays into the new year, correct?
Yes.
Based upon those letters?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point you sought help from the jail, the pharmacy.
Correct.
And you don't know when it was,
No.
but when you did get any sort of medications or things like that, how long did you stay on those?
How long did it stay what?
How long did you stay on the medications for anxiety and depression?
As far as I remember, it was a few months.
For a couple of months?
Yeah, I don't remember exactly, but I would say so.
Do you remember when you started?
When I started?
Yeah.
I do not remember.
Okay. Do you remember when you finished?
I do not remember the date, no.
Okay. Ma'am, do you see the new smart jail mail communication that's on your screen?
I do.
And is this something you wrote?
Yes.
Your Honor, we identified this as Defense Exhibit 34.
Yes.
Ma'am, can you read the highlighted portion?
It says, my lawyer didn't come. He called me to say he didn't have time today and that he'll come on Monday. I hung up on him. I'm so angry. He's the reason for my stress and anxiety.
Okay. Now, the stress and anxiety you're talking about, is that the stress and anxiety that you were receiving medication for?
No, it's a different kind of stress and anxiety.
Okay.
It's mostly disappointment. That's it.
Okay, so this is disappointment.
Yes.
Okay. But it's clearly on your mind. I mean, for the entire month of July, these messages to your mother are about, you don't feel like you've seen your lawyer enough, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Ma'am, I'm going to ask you to read the new smart jail mail that's on your screen. This will be identified as defendants number 35.
All right, so this one was actually a bit long. All the other ones were pretty short. It was like, hey, and then it was the part that we just had read out loud. This one's a bit longer without the highlighted portions. So from August 3rd, from Juliana to her friend Paula. Hey, Ju, it's the same old story here. You know, nothing changes. And remember, Paula, like, her actual name is Jusimara. So that's why it says, hey, Ju. It's Juliana writing to Paula, not somebody writing, hey, Ju, as in Juliana. So, hey, Ju, it's the same old story here. You know, nothing changes. The same crap every day. And it's not like we're forced to stay awake all day. Some people lie on the floor and sleep. Others lie on the bench and sleep. I just lie on the bench but can't sleep at all. Haha. Uncomfortable, made of metal, right? And if you're not careful, you might fall. Haha. That's why I wait all day, and when our doors open, I doze off. Yes, I know I'll never forget this phase. I wish I could, but therapy will help. Brendan is in court with Christine's parents. Yes, they will have a hearing next year. Anyway, it's a mess too, but Valerie is living with Brendan normally, and she doesn't see her grandparents until they decide something in the hearing. In 2 weeks, she starts first grade and this little school already. And then this is what we'll hear her read. Living in Brazil would not work well. We could just play her reading it.
You wrote.
Yes.
And can you please read the highlighted portion for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
It says, living in Brazil did not work out for Brendan. Jill, not culture, Valerie's family, career, not anything. That's I'm getting this idea out of his head and telling him it's okay to move on with his life. That's what makes me more upset, knowing that my trial would have been this week and the next, and that this would have come to an end one way or another. But what can I do? And yes, it'll be November. There's enough bitch better to think, not to think about moving again. I'm really pissed off at him because for the third time this week, he said he would come see me today and everything, but he didn't come. He had unforeseen circumstances. He says he'll come on Monday, and I already feel like we're behind again in hiring the specialists we need, etc. I don't even want to think about it. He's stressing me out. And you'll soon be back to college classes, right? And how is the progress on your paper? That's right. Enjoy the stuff around the house. I reckon that anything there costs 230, 100 reais. So expensive compared to here, LL. Wow, don't even get me started on letting go of relationship.
Is this your communication saying that you're letting go of your relationship with Brendan?
Well, it seems like it.
All right, so we'll start here. Wow, don't even get me started on letting go of a relationship. I feel that too. In my case, we have more things different than maybe it's not surmountable, right? But it's worth trying if he's good for you and you like him, etc. LOL. But I know very well. I haven't been talking much with Bruno around here. He really stopped responding. And we both agreed about Brendan going to Brazil, right? It won't be good for him or anything, and no matter how willing he is, everything is much more complicated than we think. But that's it for now, June. I don't think I have any news. Let's keep in touch. Enjoy the weekend. I imagine time is passing by there fast. But here, Mercy, I only go through this because I have no choice, right? I want to spend the new year at the beach, LOL. But that's it, Jew. I love you.
You wrote it.
Yes,
So is that what this is?
it sounds like it.
So, ma'am, what I'm doing is asking of you as the author. You wrote that for a reason. Is that the reason?
What did you ask?
You as the author, you wrote it for a reason.
I wrote a message for a reason.
And is the reason here that this is you letting go of Brendan and your relationship?
I guess so.
Okay, well, do you know? Do you remember writing this?
Yes.
Okay, is that what you were saying?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. can you see the new message, smart jail mail message on your screen?
Yes,
And do you see the highlight portion?
I do.
And Your Honor, this would be marked as Defense Exhibit 36.
Okay.
Ma'am, please read the highlighted portion.
It says, I'm waiting to see if my lawyer responds about coming to see me today. I hope so, because I'm pissed off at him.
Ma'am, can you see the next smart jail?
All right, so that one, the surrounding context. Hey, hey, mom, my love. How are you today? This is August 5th. Working. It's good that Grandpa eased up a bit, right? I wish I could talk to him because I miss him, but I understand that it makes him sadder. That's okay too. God willing, this will come to an end. Mimi is feeling bad all over. Doesn't know if it's COVID or a bad cold. I'm waiting to see if my lawyer responds about coming to see me today. I hope so because I'm pissed off. Denise, Mimi's girlfriend, might need heart surgery, blocked vein. Anyway, shit keeps hitting the fan. Soon I'll take a shower to wash my hair. But that's it, Mom. I don't have much news for now, but I'll let you know if anything comes up. Later I'll be sending you messages, Mom. God bless your day and all of you. Send one hug to everyone at home and say that I miss them so much. I love you more than anything in the world, my love. And then...
Jail mail.
Yes, I do.
You wrote that?
Yes.
Your Honor, we identify that as Defense 37.
Okay.
this
Please
one,
read
she
the
reads the
highlighted
whole
portion.
thing.
It says, my lawyer came to see me, but he brought his computer uncharged yet again, just like on Sunday. He came, but we didn't do anything. I don't know how he doesn't check it before coming. He came from home, wearing normal clothes. He wasn't even working. Ridiculous. I'm pissed. But I told him that I don't want to hear him say that we're not ready again. That he asked how I was doing, and I just cried. Couldn't speak. It's because of him that I'm still in this place. But I told him that I don't trust and believe in him. He's traumatized me. He said, my lawyer will come to see me next week. Let's see.
Ma'am, there's a new jail mail communication that will be marked as Defense Exhibit 38.
Okay.
Did you write that?
Yes.
Can you read the highlighted portions?
It says, I don't expect much from Brendan. Whether it
All
can
right, this one's a bit longer, so let's weave it in. So, again, August 5th still. This is to her friend Paula. So, hey, Jew, a quiet weekend. I had a special lunch on Saturday and Sunday that we can buy. Other than that, the same old story, nothing changes. And about Bruno, my mother and I, we don't understand what happened. He must be meeting someone. I don't know. He doesn't even respond to my mother anymore. But never mind. The relationship he had was short, haha. Let's see, right? And then she's going to read this part.
back, whether I come back or get deported to Brazil, for various reasons. Valerie, his career, family, fight with Christina's parents, etc. And I'm very honest. He knows what I think and feel. Even though he wants to be with me, it's more complicated than it seems. And the other part says,
And then there's a bit between. But let's resolve at some point. Valerie is all grown up, beautiful. She's going to start first grade in 2 weeks. She's excited. I always talk to her. She asks when I'll be back, where I am, the little things that she's been doing for me while waiting for me to come back. Says she dies missing me, etc. All good. Oh. Well. And then we're going to get back to her reading the next part.
that's why Brendan's
Wow.
mom and I got really mad at him because he says he's coming to see me and he doesn't come. She keeps calling him, drives to his office, and nothing. She pushes him and calls his attention. Now it's getting close again. For me, it is a long time. But for them, 100 days isn't much. And finding and hiring the people who we need, etc. But I think he doesn't care. Time is money. The longer he pushes things back, the more money it will cost. Ridiculous. And the other part says,
Then, wow, relationships are always complicated, It doesn't matter the age or how long you've been together, but I understand that. I know that sometimes he likes to go out and he is more of a homebody, etc., but it will work out, right?
as Brendan and I, we are different in many ways. Money, career, culture. We are only the same about sex, LOL. But still, if I can, I want to make it work.
So she says, we are only the same about sex, lol, but still, if I can, I want to make it work. And yes, okay, finishing Jew, haha. Thank God, right? A relief in financial matters, rest, more freedom. Very proud of you. I'm always thinking about Julia, too. Her birthday's coming up. Send her a hug, too. Have you talked to Natalia? Hey, Jew, hope you have a good week. Back at college. Kisses. Love you.
So in this message, you're also talking about the possibility of letting go of this relationship, but then you say that you want to try to make it work.
Yeah.
Okay. And when you're saying in the first portion, I'm sorry, in the second portion, that's why Brendan's mom and I got really mad at him. You're not talking about Brendan, are you?
No,
Okay, you're talking about your attorney.
yes,
Okay, thank you. Ma'am, do you see the new smart jail mail to your brother
yes.
dated August 6th at 10:44 a.m.?
All right, we're just going to read this one in full because it's like 2 lines, but some of the stuff that is skipped is a little spicy. So this is on the 6th of August. This is to the brother. Although why is it saying, hey, Ju, how are you guys? I mean, is that like how they say, like, hey, you, how are you guys? I don't know. Oh, I guess because he goes by this nickname. Why does everybody have the same nickname? So, how's work? Here, the same old crap as always, no news. My lawyer comes to see me and it just makes me mad. But anyway, LOL, all good. And Bruno doesn't respond to me or my mom anymore. I don't know why. Anyway, it's fine. What can you do, right? I still talk to, that's Paula, every week. LOL, miss her. Do you remember Leticia, the skinny one? She's about to have a baby. Jusimata told me everyone is having kids, LOL. Guys, they're only going to read this part, Brendan and I are doing well. But after that, it says, I just want to get out of here soon and have my baby too, haha, after so long with the smiley cry face, haha. You can message me whenever you want. I use the tablet all day. I have a video call with Brendan every night. Take care and be sensible. I love you, longing. But they don't read that whole thing.
Yes,
And did you write that?
yes,
Your Honor, we identify that as defense exhibit number 39.
Yes.
Ma'am, can you read the highlighted portion?
it says, the same old crap as always, no news. My lawyer comes to see me and it just makes me mad. And the other one says, Brendan and I are doing well.
Ma'am, do you see the smart jail mail communication, and this is from you to your mother on August 6, 2024?
I see it,
Did you write that?
I did.
And can you read the highlighted portion for the jury? Your Honor, that we'd identify that as defense exhibit 40.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so they're only going to read one line here, but the whole thing, this is Juliana to her mom. Hey, Mommy, my love, how are you today? Working? It's so good the dude and Grandpa are doing well. And it's great that you won the styling brush. I remember the one I gave you doesn't work anymore, right? How nice that he gave you another one. So I got pissed at my lawyer. He brought this computer uncharged again. Ridiculous. Anyway, Mimi tested positive for COVID. She's really bad off, poor thing. I feel really sorry for her. I hope Brendan and Valerie don't catch it. But here the COVID cases are rising again. But that's it. Here I'm just reading, watching TV, laying down, and that's it. Boredom. But God willing, we'll be together soon, Mom, my love. Send a hug to everyone at home. I miss you so much. We'll talk later, Mom. God bless your day. I love you more than anything in this world, my love.
It says, so I got pissed at my lawyer. He brought his computer uncharged again. Ridiculous.
Ma'am, do you see the new smart jail mail communication on your screen?
I do.
It's one written by you to Paula. Did you write this?
Yes,
Your Honor, we'd identify this as defendants 41.
Okay.
Can you please read the highlighted portion?
All right.
it says,
This one's kind of long. So, August 12th. Same old here. This week, my lawyer isn't coming to see me because there's another trial of a case like mine. But why was this week chaos for you? Haha. The weekend went by quickly, right? Ah, so you think he's dating? Maybe the J with the heart is for me, LOL, just kidding. But I told him that if he were getting to know someone and didn't want to talk to me because of influence, everything was fine. He said he was getting to know a nursing technique. It was at cinema with her and everything, but they weren't dating. He said he confided in her and all. Maybe it's her. I don't know, LOL. I think this is like about Bruno and how they haven't heard from Bruno maybe, or another relative of theirs. Yeah, Brendan and I talked about it. He's willing to be with me no matter where or what happens, but it's not so simple, right? But let's see. Valerie is already a big girl, worse than her little face. She hasn't changed much. She's really cute. And no, she doesn't know anything that's happening to me. So I'm pissed at my lawyers because he just disappears for no reason. Says he's coming to see me and nothing. Anyway, I hope this changes, otherwise it will be difficult for us to prepare for November. But he said we have enough time, we'll see. I told him that I don't trust him or his words anymore. And that's the part that we're going to hear her read. But then it continues, relationships are really not easy at all. I myself go through this with different people, different priorities, etc. But like, you're trying, right? Just pushing through it, haha. Yes, Julia's birthday in a few days and Natalia next month. Hope that she is working on her little life and with Vitor. All good. And yes, it'll be over soon, Ju. And then you'll be able to enjoy more of your time and money, lol. The week was good, right? Except for the fact that they put a girl worse than the other one here with me, right? So patience, so they give her a not good roommate. So patience is key, or else I'll lose it here also, lol. But it's all good. I can't do anything, right? Just accept it and try to deal with it. Do this in the best possible way. But it's difficult. I get mentally tired, stressed. But that's it, Ju. Any news, let me know. Kisses, I love you.
So I'm so pissed at my lawyer because he just disappears for no reason. Says he's coming to see me and nothing. Anyway, I hope this changes. Otherwise, it'll be difficult for us to prepare for November. But he said we have enough time. We'll see. I told him that I don't trust him or his words anymore.
Okay. Ma'am, with regard to this, the timing on the message is 90 days out for your trial. Is that correct?
After my trial? Was that what?
90 days out from
Out.
your scheduled trial.
Yeah.
Okay. And is that why you're upset?
Well, it
Because
seems,
it's close to trial?
well, it seems I was upset because I was not seeing my lawyer.
Okay. I mean, you know you wrote it.
Yes.
Ma'am, do you see the smart jail mail that's on the screen?
Yes.
It's a message you wrote to your mother.
Yes.
It will be marked as defense exhibit number 42.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, can you read the highlighted portion for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
He says, and I spent almost 2 hours with my lawyer. It was good, but no actual news. We're just reviewing a few things. Marina, a reporter here, sent me a message today saying that the article about my case will be published on Sunday with your interview and everything. I hope I didn't say anything stupid. Everyone will see it.
All right, and so the surrounding parts there, anything important? Let's see. Grandpa's having rhinitis and sinitis. That sucks. Flaring up all the time. I think it's because of the weather. But is he still drinking? You're just going out, lol. Really enjoy it. And it's better to drink guarana than to have a headache the next day from drinking beer, right? It's good to go out, right? To distract yourself. So then the part we just heard about the lawyer. Hope I didn't say anything stupid. And then lol. Anyway, I think that's it. Tomorrow I'll send more messages. I
Ma'am,
don't
do you
see a
the,
43 in the
smart
exhibits.
jail mail message to between you and Paola?
Yes.
And can you read the highlighted portion?
He says, yes, you and Brendan are a bit complicated, right? Because it involves many circumstances, family, his daughter, but once you live there, you guys will figure it out what needs to be figured out. Now you really need to give your lawyer a push, right? To make sure everything will be ready for November. This person, he said, you would need the specialist. He has gone after this person.
Now, there's a pattern in the August messages which appear to be about your lawyer, but also about your relationship with Brendan. Is that fair?
Yeah,
Is that what was on your mind at the time?
Probably, yeah.
Okay. Is it fair to assume that if you wrote about it, that was on your mind?
Yes.
Okay. Ma'am, if you can look at the smart jail mail that's on your screen, is that something that you wrote?
Yes.
And, Your Honor, we'd identify this as Defense Exhibit 46.
44.
Can you please read the highlighted portions?
44.
44?
Is correct.
Yeah, this one's going to be 44. So let's read this one. All right, so August 18th to friend Paula. Same old here. My lawyer came to see me Friday. We spent almost 2 hours together and I was reading the stuff, the interviews they did with everyone, my friends, Brendan's, Christine's, and the guys. I discovered even more betrayals on Brendan's part. Oop. Since the beginning of their relationship, several that he never mentioned. I was shocked, haha. So remember we saw that news article, we were talking about how it seemed like Eric Klingon, the former lead prosecutor for the Commonwealth on this case, right before we find out that Juliana's taking a plea, he had interviewed other women, had come forward and said, like, hey, we had affairs with Brendan too. And one of them said something to the effect of wanting to get rid of Christine, to get Christine out of the picture. So we've talked about on this channel, like, maybe the Commonwealth was relaying to Juliana, like, hey, did you know that, you weren't the first woman that Brendan tried to spark up a romance with? So, I discovered even more betrayals on Brendan's part since the beginning of their relationship, several that he never mentioned. I was shocked, haha. They have a couple of friends, right, who always go on cruises together every year because the couple also has a boy the same age as Valerie. And a few years ago, the guy's wife, Christine's best friend, gave Brendan blowjobs several times. She told herself the investigator. Wow! I thought this was... Did she really tell the investigator this, or are they lying to Juliana and Juliana's just relaying what they lied to her about? What are we doing? Anyway, the letter continues. I don't know if Christine knew about it and was okay with them still being best friends, going on vacations together, etc. And much more as the years went by. Screwed my trust, is in quotes, even more. Yeah, this is spicy. I feel like maybe there were objections, but like, I don't know, if I was a defense attorney, I think I'd want to read this part. Especially if I think my client might take the stand. I mean, you never know until he does, but I don't know. Although it says I don't know if Christine knew about it, so maybe that's not so great. And much more as the years went by. Screwed my trust even more, right? Because she traveled for work for 1 week, and he used to find someone to have sex with. I've been here for over 10 months. I can imagine him going crazy without sex, lol. Anyway, about Bruno. We're back to Bruno. We are back to Bruno. He never mentioned a name. He just said the girl graduated as a nursing technician and works in the surgical center. But they must be dating even. Wow, Jew. Unbelievable that they scammed your father. These things really get to your head, really. Who knows how much money, right? What a hassle. I can imagine the stress. But I hope everything's being resolved, right? I'm very sorry, Jew. And then this is highlighted, so we're going to hear this read too. Brendan and I, sometimes I consider it a lost cause, but I really feel for him, But a lot has happened, and there's a lot to be considered before any decision. And we don't even know what is going to happen in November, right? Now we're really on his tail to make sure he won't screw up again and postpone it. I'm not so confident about it. And then back to what's not highlighted. Didn't hire the person still, but I'm on it. A slowness. But now it should be better because he will have more time. This past week, he was on trial in a case like mine. Curious to know the result. So she's wondering if her lawyer pulled off a win or what. I'm always thinking about the girls. Julia's birthday in Natalia is finally arriving. Longing. Okay, Jew. Keep checking, and if you see the article, can you send it to me? It's fine. I was just waiting because Marina sent me a message. Just letting you know, I'm curious to find out the crap they put there about my case. But it sure is, Jew. And we'll keep in touch. Have a good week. Kisses. I love you, and longing. So let's see her read this part. Dang, I feel like that was so spicy, all the stuff that's not highlighted there.
Okay, sorry about that. Sorry.
Yes, 44.
44.
This is 44.
Hey,
Ma'am,
equality.
Can you read the highlighted portions of this smart jail mail communication?
It says, my lawyer came to see me on Friday. We spent almost 2 hours together. And I was reading the stuff, the interviews. They did it with everyone, my friends, Brenda's, Christine's, and the guys. I discovered even more betrayals on Brenda's part. Haha. Since the beginning of the relationship, several that he never mentioned. I was shocked. Haha. And the other one says, Brendan and I, sometimes I consider it a lost cause, but I really feel for him, but a lot has happened. And there's a lot to be considered before any decision. And we don't even know what's going to happen in November, right? Now, we're really on his tail to make sure he won't screw up again and postpone it. I'm not so confident about it, lol.
We're moving on to 45.
Ma'am, do you see the smart jail mail to your brother dated August 25th, 2024 will be identified as defense exhibit number 45?
All right, so we'll read this one. There's I don't know, it looks like it might be small talk, but we'll see what it says. Also want to give a shout out. Good to see KP in the building. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. I hope you're also handling this this cold front that we're dealing with. It's a time. It is a time. And thank you for the 2. KP says hey to everyone. We've got this letter here. It says, let's see. How have you been doing? How are things with you and Raisa? Missing you. How's work going? And how's the little dog doing? Here, nothing new. My lawyer barely comes see me. But in the meantime, I'm doing fine. Nothing changes here. Just having to deal with different people, some annoying, etc. Have you talked to Mom? Dudina went back to Maria Helena, right? I think that was like a hospital, I think. So maybe they're talking about having another health scare. And then she says, I want to get a tattoo, lol. Pierce the belly button, what a crazy thing. I told Mom she's going to read this part. I told Mom that Brendan wants to go to Brazil with me, buy a house there, etc. But she's kind of pissed because she doesn't want me to live away from home, and that Grandpa likes Bruno but doesn't like Brendan, even though he doesn't know him, Valerie, or anyone personally. I told her to stop judging based on what she heard people say, what she assumes to be true. But speak the truth, forget it. Tell me everything, Ju. Take care. Send a hug to Raisa, and drive carefully and be wise, okay? Love you. Is Bruno like someone she used to talk to? Because I thought it seemed like someone that a family member was talking to that they stopped hearing from. Well, he just got busy. They don't hear from Bruno anymore. But, I don't know. Then Grandpa likes Bruno but doesn't like Brendan. So it's a little hard to follow without the in-between, like, the letters that she's responding to.
Do you see that?
I do.
And can you read, is this a message that you authored and sent?
Yeah,
And can you see the highlighted portions?
I can.
Can you read that, please?
It says, here, nothing new. My lawyer barely comes to see me. And later on it says, I told Mom that Brenda wants to go to Brazil with me, buy a house there, etc. But she's kind of pissed because she doesn't want me to live away from home. And that Grandpa likes Bruno, but doesn't like Brendan, even though he doesn't know him. Valerie or anyone personally, I told her to stop judging based on what she heard people say, what she assumed to be true. She assumes to be true.
Okay, so if we can identify, Bruno is your former boyfriend?
Yes,
Okay. And with this smart jail mail system, were you communicating with him as well?
with Max?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Ma'am, do you see the new smart jail mail that's on your screen?
Yes.
And
Okay, so
did
it
you
is her
offer that?
ex in Brazil.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd identify this as Defense Exhibit 46.
Okay.
Ma'am, can you read the highlighted portions for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yes. It says, my lawyer came to see me, but he had a problem with the computer again, and we basically did nothing. He told me that they lost the other trial that took place 2 weeks ago. And the other one says, another American reporter messaged me today, trying to talk to me. I don't even know where these people
Okay.
get.
All right, so we're going to read this one. So this is where she's finding out that the lawyer lost his trial, which, you can be a good lawyer and lose a case, but nevertheless, that's probably not a very, when your life is going to be on the line, not very reassuring, no matter the context, to hear that your lawyer just lost something. So August 27th, how are you today? How are things over there? Did you work? The part that we just heard, my lawyer came to see me, but he had a problem with the computer again, and we basically did nothing. He told me that they lost the other trial that took place 2 weeks ago. Yeah, that context together, like someone's telling you, I just lost my other trial, and they can't even get their computer going. I'd be like, get me out of here. What was that plea deal again? The guy is going to prison. He could get 7 to 25 years, but he is confident in my case. On the 19th of next month, we have a hearing, normal procedures before the judgment. He really said that it won't change my judgment or anything. It makes me more calm, Anyway, nothing new. So this would be September 19th. They have this scheduled, at least at this point. And yesterday we didn't go to the gym, Mom. We just did exercises right here in the cell. They took them to the gym today. And we just hit 6 hours and 30 minutes of deliberations. Still no questions. So we've got, weather's just getting colder, right? It is, Juliana. The weather is just getting colder. Here, soon, the summer's ending. Another American reporter messaged today trying to talk to me. I don't even know where these people get my information to send me messages. I'm talking to no one, haha. We'll talk later, my love. God bless you. I miss you so much. How are Grandpa and Dudina? I love you more than anything in this world. My love, my world.
So, I'm sorry, you're saying another American reporter messaged me today.
That's what it says, yeah?
Do the media and reporters and those associated with the media, do they have the ability to communicate with you on Smart Jail Mail?
They do.
Okay. And how long have they been communicating with you, whether you answer them or not?
I guess throughout the whole process. I'm not sure.
From the time that you were arrested?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay. And are there any particular media or news people that you communicate with frequently?
Yes.
Okay. And who is it that you communicate with frequently?
Do you want me to mention the name?
It's fine too.
I'll say Josh.
Okay. Josh, and who's he associated with?
Should I say it?
I'm asking you.
He's a producer with 48 Hours.
Okay. And are you speaking to anyone else who's a producer or potentially looking to buy your story?
At that point, no.
Or you want to rephrase your question?
Are you speaking to any other media person
Was I?
other than Josh?
Was I?
Was you or are you now?
No, yes.
Now you are?
Yes.
Okay. And that's my question. Who are you speaking to?
Who am I speaking to?
Yes.
2 people.
Okay. Do you know their names?
I don't know their names, yes.
Okay. And is one of them Josh?
No.
Okay. What are their names?
Kate and Zachary.
Okay. Is that Kate Brower
Yes,
and Zachary Franks?
correct.
Okay. And has there been any sort of, have they given you anything in anticipation of something?
Anticipation of what?
In anticipation of anything? Have they given you anything? Have they provided you anything?
Yes, they have become my support system, so they've been helping me with money to communicate with my mom, my family in Brazil, and whoever I want to communicate with,
Okay.
and money for commissary and that stuff, yes.
So let me just slow you down there. I didn't quite hear all of that. I heard something about them giving you money,
Yes,
okay? And was it money to your mom in Brazil?
no.
Oh, I'm sorry. So if you could just slow down on that and just say exactly what you just said.
I said they have become my support system.
Support
They've
system.
been putting, yes, they've been putting money on my books to talk to my mom, my family in Brazil, and whoever else I want to talk to, and to buy commissary and stuff, yes.
Okay. So they're, in the absence of Tess, who used to pay all of that,
Yes,
these two are paying money toward your commissary.
yes.
And what is it that they want from you?
Eventually I want to tell my story.
Okay. And have you,
All right, so I was excited because I'm like, oh, look, there's like the whole chain of messages between Kate Brower and Juliana. What are we doing though? Look at this. There is text, this column. You know, we could have shrunk some of the stuff to make the column complete or change the wrapping so this would be printable. But, like, there's significant context missing because each of these lines continues for several words before the next line would start. So, and we can't even guess. It's not like I can come visit Y and then say it might be you. There's still other words missing here. So I'm sure there might be some stuff interested in here, but it's not going to be a complete contextual understanding because of the way that this is just poorly formatted for printing. So I think we might have heard a little bit about there being issues and that being incomplete.
have you negotiated anything?
No, not really.
Okay. Have they thrown a number out?
To have the what?
Have they thrown a number out for your story?
Yes,
Okay. Have you agreed to that number?
no.
Okay, so you're still in negotiations.
Well, you can say so.
Well, you tell me. You're the one who's involved in it.
Yeah, if you want to say yes.
Okay. And do you owe them any obligations for paying for your commissary money or your ability to use smart jail mail, any of those sort of things?
I do intend to write a story with them eventually, yes.
Okay. And just for curiosity's sake, is the story this story?
It's the truth, if that's what you're asking for.
No, I'm asking, is that what they're basically communicating, being your support system, paying money? It's for this story, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And what outfit are they with that would be handling this story?
What?
What company are they with that would be
It's called Green Productions, if I'm pronouncing it right, I'm not sure.
Cream Productions?
That's what I would say,
Production.
yeah.
Okay.
For
And
Dunkadunk.
is this story going to air on any network or TV streaming service or anything like that?
I heard,
Well, if she knows, that she can answer it. Go ahead, you can answer if you know.
as far as people told me, yes, but not that I have seen. Just people telling me that.
Well, it hasn't
Other
been made yet.
producers have made the
Okay.
story, yes,
But they represent some company, correct?
correct.
And what's the company?
I'm not sure. Some people said Dateline.
I'm sorry?
Some people told me they saw it on Dateline, for example.
Okay, so
I
you've-
haven't, but that's what I heard.
You've spoken to Dateline too?
I did not speak to them. I said they made this story, and somebody told me they saw it.
I'm sorry. They're talking about another story that they made that was on Dateline?
I did not know they started, it was on Dateline. I did not see it.
I'm just trying to understand what you just said. Something about Dateline.
Yes?
Are you saying that Kate and Josh are associated with Dateline?
No, they were not.
Okay. So how did Dateline come into what you just said?
You asked if other producers, company, whatever it is, made the story, told the story on the news or TV, and I said, as far as I've heard, they did, but not that I have seen.
Okay. Well, I was just asking who you were associated with and who
Oh.
was supporting you and
Okay.
who they were associated
Yeah,
with.
that's not them.
Okay. And you don't know what their company is?
You're going to have to use your mic, I'm sorry.
Judge, that's been asked and answered. She said that they represented Crean Productions.
All right, asked and answered, so I'll sustain the objection. Next
So,
one.
I'll move on from there. We'll talk about that a little bit later.
Sure.
Ma'am, do you see the smart jail mail for August 30th
I see it.
from you to Paula?
Yes.
And that would be, Your Honor, that would be identified as defendants 47?
Yes.
All right, so we'll take a look at 47, but I was sitting here reading some of this stuff over here, and again, we can't see the full context, but this bit right here, after they've exchanged several messages, you guys can see I'm halfway, well, not half, but like a third of the way down in this document. We start to have a little bit of conversation here about, I don't want to give up rights. I don't want you guys to be the only one that can use my story. I want to keep my options open. So I'm not going to be able to read the whole thing because we're missing the words, but it seems like she's asking what kind of exclusive material. I know some companies, blah, 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 blah. I guess it comes to the common sense. What does that other part get besides exposing? Let's see. I appreciate you talking with me about it, how the process works, or the compensation I would or could get on my end. That's another point of me wanting to write a book so I can get something, sharing my story and helping people somehow. Do you think you would be blah, 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 compensation part with my mom or with me if there would be any? Something that bridge. Do you guys have a contract that I would sign, etc.? P.S. I do know something compensation. I think it's only fair due to the situation for both sides. I hope something from. Right now I have nothing left and I mean it. Getting out will be something degree because of my felony. So there are a lot at stake and I need to something together as well. And then when Kate Brower responds, she's like, hey, I talked to Zach and Zach's going to call you to talk about this compensation, right? So they're going to keep the details of whatever on a phone call rather than writing it in this message here. But I thought that was a bit interesting. And this is back in February, these correspondence, at least this set of them, February 27th of 2025.
Ma'am, can you read the highlighted portion for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
It says,
Now we're back
"In
to
next
letters to
month, I have
Paula.
a hearing, one of the regular procedural hearings that we have before the trial, to decide some things. I presume now it's supposed to be twice as tiring. And of course, he won't want to talk about these things over the phone. I don't even think there are enough excuses, but it's fine. I'm getting over it. So this thing about the article in my case, my lawyer told me that last month, this Marina sent him an email saying that she was going to publish the article, etc. And he even got mad at her because we gave them your information so they could call you and write about me, not about the case, since I haven't even had my trial yet. And he said that she does not have access to police documents, my interview with them, evidence, etc. She only has access to the hearings I had because they're public documents here. But they must be either bluffing or waiting to see if I talk to them, because she told me she was going to publish it 3 weeks ago and still nothing."
All right, so that letter continues a bit more. It says, anything, let's see, right? But yes, they consider everything the police say because they don't need evidence or anything, and they need media, right? Attention. Wow, you really told me before that you were suffering with the wisdom tooth. Ugh. Wisdom teeth. So far, I'm doing fine, but you need to muster the courage to get it out. Otherwise, it will keep giving you a headache. And let's see. So, girl, tomorrow is finally the last day. August finally, LOL, amen. Oh, what a long month. Here, they don't talk much about Brazil Jew. I know that next week at Morumbi, there will be American football. Everyone here is taking a vacation to go to Brazil to watch the game and then hang out. Well, cool. But a lot of bad things happened. Do you mean at your house in Brazil? So now my cell is full, me and 3 other girls, and we'll be here for a while. So I guess they're 4 to a cell. Well, one of them until June next year, another until December of this year. Anyway, but we do not sleep in the same room. Okay, so each one has their own cell. I try to read a lot, watch movies on TV and the tablet, and do word searches. People here really don't like to play LOL. We have cards, dominoes, etc. Anyway, my mom is going to the retreat this weekend. Super happy. And I am happy and proud of her. But that's it, Jew. Nothing from Bruno still, LOL. Did you find anything else? Haha, we'll talk later. Take care, enjoy the weekend. I love you.
Ma'am, do you see the smart jail mail that's on the screen before you?
I see.
Your Honor, that would be identified as Defendant's Exhibit number 48. Ma'am, did you write this message?
Yes.
Can you read the highlighted portion for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
It says, "My lawyer didn't even come to see me and said he had a hearing in the morning, and when he arrived here, there was a line of lawyers and they didn't have enough time to see the clients because there are only 3 rooms, 3 lawyers at a time. He says he'll come tomorrow, son of a gun."
Ma'am, do you see the smart jail mail message that's on your screen?
Yes.
From you to your mother?
Yes.
Did you author that?
Yes.
Can you please read the highlighted portion to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
It says, "And yes, I hope my lawyer comes tomorrow without fail. He stresses me out more than anyone else. The son of a bitch. I've already started crying and all because I got frustrated, you know."
And that's Exhibit 49, is that correct?
49, I
Okay.
apologize, Judge. Ma'am, do you see the smart jail mail message on your screen
Yes.
dated September 5th, 2024?
Yes.
This will be identified as Defense Exhibit 50. Can you read the highlighted portion of the message?
He says, "Your mother messaged me saying she's going to see Ryan now, and he's coming to see me. She wait for him because I have something for Ryan."
Ma'am, do you see the new message on smart jail mail?
Yes,
And did you write that?
I did.
Okay, Your Honor, this would be identified as Defense 51. Ma'am, can you read the highlighted portion,
He says,
ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
"Well, again, my lawyer won't come and see me today. Mimi met him. He said he has another hearing now, and while he was here earlier, he was talking to my lawyer." I'm like, "Are you kidding me? You have all the time in the world to talk to her." and you do that instead of coming to see me since you were here and I've been waiting since yesterday. As if I could go to his office to see him, right? Guess what? I can't because I'm here. I've been here longer than necessary because of his own screw-ups, delaying everything. Let's see if he won't screw up my trial too. During the trial, they will ask if I was satisfied with my lawyer, and if he represented me well, I'll be honest and say no. But it's so good that you feel the change, Mom, and try to get along with what he said to you. It's not worth it acting like this. Did he say something about being in touch with me? Because it stops there.
I think that's just a bad highlighting job. Thank you. Ma'am, can you see the smart jail mail communication that's on the screen?
I see it.
Okay. And is that a message sent by you to your mother?
Yes.
And it looks like it's September 5th, 2024 at 9:18 a.m. Your Honor, that would be identified as Defense Exhibit number 52.
Okay.
Ma'am, can you read the highlighted portion?
He says,
Gentlemen of the jury.
let's see if my lawyer shows up today. He makes me very frustrated. I'm never happy and satisfied with his work. He says he will do things, but he doesn't. He's delaying my entire process. Says he'll come to see me and nothing. Doesn't make an effort, you know. I should have changed lawyers long ago, but now it's too late.
Okay, wait. So, Exhibit 51, what she just read was from Exhibit 52, but chronologically it's from before the one that we just read. So 51 was sent after this long paragraph with the lawyer, and there was a bit more. Says, let's see. Because he didn't even try to answer my message, and if God wills it, I will soon be home with you, my love. I can hardly wait. God will make this miracle happen. And Mimi is driving to New York today. Tomorrow is Denise's heart surgery. She's going to spend a few weeks there. But I'll check with Brendan to see if we can try at some point, but I'll let you know beforehand. So, Marina is Juliana's mom. And Juliana's saying, I'll try to check with Brendan and let me know when you can schedule the visit. Don't worry about responding soon, Mom. When you are available, I'm always available. See you later, my love. I love you more than anything in this life. Maybe this is going back to a different subject, like one of the relatives back in Brazil. But at first it sounded like checking with Brendan to see if we can try to get everybody together here. It's kind of weird. And Brendan, he'll be arrested this month. So we're in the beginning of September of 2024. He hasn't been arrested yet, but the clock is ticking. And then 52, which she's about to read, was like an hour and a half before that last message was written. And that one reads, Hi, Mommy, my love. I love you more than anything in this life, too. I'm happy that Grandpa's doing well, Mom, and that you forgave him and Ju with the help of God. My heart feels warm, especially because you need each other, you know? If love and care are waiting for me to turn. That's right, pray for me real, okay? I pray the rosary of mercy every day, too. It's never too much. Let's see if my lawyer shows up today. He makes me very frustrated. I'm never happy or satisfied with his work. He says he will do things, but he doesn't. He's delayed my entire process, says he will come and see me and nothing. Doesn't make an effort, you know? I should have changed lawyers a long time ago, but now it's too late. I trust and believe that God will guide him, and I hope he succeeds and pays for the bike, right? Because he gets himself into all sorts of situations related to money. If God wills it, it will create judgment and improve, LOL. It's good to exercise. I feel good when I finish. At least it passes the time, right? Yesterday the phone wasn't working, the website wasn't working, so I didn't have my appointment. I couldn't call Brendan, nothing at all. So far the phone is still not working. Have you heard or seen anything from Bruno? Later, I'll send you a message, Mom, which is Exhibit 51. God bless you all and your day, you see. I die of longing that I can't even explain. I love you more than anything in this world, my love. So that was out of order a little bit there.
Ma'am, do you see the smart jail mail on the screen?
Yes.
And this looks like it's September 5th, 2024.
That one I already read.
Is that the one you just read?
Yes.
Oh, that must be a duplicate, sorry. Scratch that, Judge.
All right.
I don't think I got that, nothing. I believe there are some differences, ma'am. Can you just read the highlighted portions, and that would be identified as defense exhibit number 52?
53.
53.
Well, that's the one I just read. It
Can
still
you
shows
please
it.
read it again?
Oh, it says, well, again, my lawyer won't come to see me today. Mimi met him. He said he has another hearing now, and while he was here earlier, he was talking to my lawyer. I'm like, are you kidding me? You have all the time in the world to talk to her, and you do that instead of coming to see me since you're here, and I've been waiting since yesterday. As if he could go to his office to see him, right? Guess what? I can because I'm here. I've been here longer than necessary because of his own screw-ups, delaying everything. Let's see if he won't screw up in my trial. During the trial, they will ask if I was satisfied with my lawyer and if he represented me well, and I'll be honest and say no.
And that's one of the questions that's on the plea form that you signed.
As far as I remember,
Okay. And did you say no at that time?
I did not.
Okay. So you told him you were satisfied, you told the judge that you were satisfied with his and her services?
Yeah, he explained well to me.
Okay. So between September 5th and the plea in October 29th, everything seemed to be fine with your relationship with your lawyer that you've been talking about in these emails?
I guess so.
Okay, well, you lived it, so I'm asking you.
Yeah.
Ma'am, do you see the smart jail mail message on your screen?
Yes.
Okay. And did you write this?
Yes.
And can you, this would be identified as Defense Exhibit 54. Ma'am, can you read the highlighted portion for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
He says, difficult to trust him, knowing how he's like. His lack of commitment and care. At first, he said he would spend 2 hours with me, and when he came to see me, I wish. He barely shows up. He just makes us wait. But what can I do? It's too late to change lawyers. I don't trust him.
Ma'am, this is a smart jail mail that you authored to Paola, your friend. Can you read this would be marked as exhibit number 55, Defense Exhibit 55?
Yes.
Can you please read the highlighted portion to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
He says, and about my lawyer, I wish. Dear heavens, he makes me so mad. Last week alone, he said 3 times that he would come to see me on Wednesday.
Okay, I'm a little confused because 52, if you saw my face looking confused on screen, 52, like, that we had read, according to what's on the website. And then 54, I don't see a 53. Looks like the same thing. They both end, it's the same highlighted portion, it both ends the same way. And it's got the same reference number at the top. So I don't know if we made a mistake here, but I think we're missing something. And now we're going to be on to Exhibit 55. And we're approaching 7 hours of deliberation time. I think there's a difference between law and crimes clock. I think Brooklyn just said in the chat that we've got Kathy Rousson saying it's been about 8 hours. But we know that they took about an hour for lunch today. And I think at the end of the week on Friday, Court TV ended as saying it was like 3 hours and 15 minutes of deliberation, and Law and Crime said like 3 hours and 45 minutes. So I don't know if we're just not skipping breaks or what's going on there. But anything I repeat, I'm looking at Court TV's counter. So this 55 that they're going to read, what is this? What is going on? 55 says the same thing too. It's the same reference number. So 52, 54, and 55 on the website are all the same thing. So I guess we'll just have to hear what we hear.
Thursday and Friday. He didn't show up. Brenda's mother kept sending messages and calling, and he kept her waiting for him, me waiting for him, and he still hasn't shown up. So on Friday, my female lawyer came to see me to talk about this next hearing. Nothing much, sweet Lord. I told her that I don't trust him. I'm scared because my life is in his hands. You know, that I don't know how he expects me to stay calm when he doesn't even have the responsibility and commitment to come to see me or do things when they're supposed to be done, delaying my entire process, etc.
do you see the message that you authored from September 15th, 2024?
Yes,
Okay. This would be identified as defense number 56?
Yes.
Ma'am, can you read the highlighted portion to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
it says, "It's been 11 months since I've been here. My goodness, I need this to end as soon as possible."
Okay, so
All right, so this one looks like we're matched back up. So this looks like what they just read. So, hey mom, how are you today? Doing something? How nice that you were at the city park yesterday with Duda. Fun, right? Show, pastel, etc. And her friend wanted her to sleep there again? Haha, that's great, right? And today you'll meet each other even better. I really think it's good that he treats you well, you know, because when I come back, I won't let you be with him. Okay. So, wants everybody in her life to herself. I already called Mimi to wish her happy birthday. Yeah, later tell me how lunch with Larissa's mother went. How good that you take the medicine, and when you have tea, sleep even better, right? I'm relieved to know that. Here it's early, but I already had lunch. My special lunch that Mimi buys for me every weekend. I'll see if I do exercises later and take a shower to wash my hair. Today we have church, and tomorrow my classes start. I'm excited to get out of the cell and do something. I will talk to Mimi so we can call you this week, or at least on Friday, your birthday. All right. And then, it's been 11 months since I've been here, my goodness. I need this to end as soon as possible. In the meantime, I'm praying for the hearing on the 19th first because it's important. Anyway, I'll send you a message later, my love. Tell me how Grandpa's doing. Send a hug to everyone there. I miss you all so much. God bless your day and you all. Love you more than anything in this world, my love.
15th, you're just ready to end it, correct?
Yeah,
Because you have a trial in less than two months from then, right?
correct.
And what's the basis? Why are you saying, I just want it to end right now?
That's the same way I always felt. I just wanted this to be over.
Okay, but this is the first time that you've written in one of your smart jail mail messages. What's the reason at this point?
I'm not really sure.
Okay, do you remember writing this?
I mean, it's here. I know it's for me, but I can tell you all the messages I wrote every day, and
Okay, so you don't have any specific recollection as to this message?
specifics, no.
Okay. Ma'am, do you see this smart jail mail message
Yes,
on the screen? Your Honor, we identify that as defense number 57. Is this the person that you were talking about?
Yes.
Your friend who's supporting you?
no,
Okay, so this is someone who's reaching out. Were you aware when he reached out that that was the day that Brendan was indicted?
at that point, I didn't.
Okay. Did he say anything to you in your communications in addition to this?
Yeah, he had mentioned that Brenda was just indicted.
Okay, can you please read the highlighted portion to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
It says, "Dear Ms. Magalhaes, I'm a producer for the show 48 Hours on the North American channel, CBS News. Our team is researching your case in the hope of producing a 1-hour documentary about your story. We'd like to ask you to consider participating in an on-camera interview. I'd also like to speak with any friends or relatives you think could be additional voices on your behalf. But first, I propose that we have a conversation over the phone, or even a video call, or an informal in-person meeting, so that I can tell you a bit about my experience over more than 30 years of a journalist, my interest in your story, and my ideas for the project. Feel free to contact me if you can. If you prefer to speak in Portuguese, I can arrange for a translator. Thank you for your time and consideration. Thank you."
Now, was Josh one of the contributors to your account here at the Fairfax County Sheriff's Office?
Podem me contribute?
Did he put money in?
No, he did not.
Okay. Are you still talking to him?
I was.
Are you still?
No.
Okay. Ma'am, do you see the smart jail mail communication on your screen?
Yes.
Did you offer this?
Yes.
This would be marked as defense exhibit number 58. Can you please read the highlighted portion to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury? This is from September 16th, 3:49 p.m.
It says, "I heard they either arrested or are detaining Brenda now. Have you heard anything about it? I'm scared. They sent me downstairs because they had a search warrant for my cell to see if they didn't find anything here, etc. You know." Then a guy from TV channel messaged me saying he saw on the news that they had arrested him. My goodness, I don't know what's happening.
right, let's take a pause here to read feedback from the chat. And yes, if you guys have been wondering, where has Rob with Law and Lumber been? You know, he's a busy guy because he's a practicing attorney. But he did do the Friday Night Frenzy this week, and Ian Runkle joined for a little bit. They were talking about this case. They watched some testimony, they watched closing statements, and Rob had actually gone down to the courthouse one of the days. So some feedback here that Learned Hand Knits is relaying that jury is about 30-ish to the 70s range, and very Fairfax, which is to say diverse, every nationality known to man. And then Alyssa says, lawyer you know, said he has contact with, I hope there's never like another acronym for LYK, because I'm always just going to think of lawyer you know. We're going to be so confused if another acronym becomes popular. But lawyer you know said he has contact with someone inside the courtroom, and they estimated the average age of the jury is around 70. He also said that once you take away the alternates, the deliberating jurors, you've got 7 women, 5 men that are deliberating. So thank you guys for relaying that. I always think that's interesting to know. Let's see. We've got, I think we hit the 7-hour mark. Let me double check. They were about to hit the 7-hour mark and then they cut away. So I'll confirm as soon as I see Court TV put the clock back up.
Ma'am, do you see the smart jail mail that is on your screen?
Yes,
And is this something that you authored?
yes,
Okay. Your Honor, I'd identify this as defense exhibit number 59.
Okay.
Ma'am, can you read the highlighted portions to the jury? And
It's
ladies
a-
and gentlemen of the jury.
It says, I want to avoid people staring at me and talking about me and Brendan. I'm so disheartened, so low on energy. I just want to lay down and sleep, tired. Even with the double dose of medicine, I didn't sleep well.
So Brendan's arrest had a real significant effect on you, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and is that where you're disheartened, you're low on energy, you're not able to sleep?
That's what I
You're saying
said.
in this message?
Yes,
Okay, and that corresponds with him you've confirmed that he was in fact arrested, not just heard it, you've confirmed it 5 days later, correct?
yeah,
Okay. Now, at that point, were you on any sort of medications for depression or anxiety or anything like that?
at that point, I don't think so.
Okay, so you had stopped them at some point?
I had.
Okay.
All right, we're officially at 7 hours, 5 minutes
And
of
do you read-
deliberation
do you read the
time.
smart jail mail message that's on the screen before you?
Yes,
And did you author that?
that's from my mother to me.
Can you read the highlighted portion to the
It
ladies
says-
and gentlemen of the jury?
It says, but it seems that I was guessing he was guilty and putting the blame on you. At least you'll get rid of this. I don't know if it will be good for you to tell. I'm afraid she might block you from being able to talk to us, but you know what is best because she probably doesn't know that he blamed it. If you tell Mimi, tell her not to cut you off from your mom, please. Tell her that it was who blamed it.
Okay, so there's a couple of things that I wanted to ask you about. It appears you and your mother are worried about the monies to be able to communicate, correct?
Like I said before, yes.
Okay, no, I'm talking about this at this moment.
Yes,
Okay, and it appears that you're worried about any monies that might be going in so you can get extra food, correct?
yes,
Okay, and it appears that your mother is telling you that Brendan is the planner, correct?
yeah, that's what she said.
Okay. And was that the first time that you said that?
Judge, I'm going to object. This message is from,
I can't unring that bell. It's a delayed objection. Thank you.
Is that the first time that you said it, that Brendan, in time, on October 26, 2024? Is that the first time that you said what your mother's written here?
The first time I said what?
What your mother has written in this message?
Well, that's the only one I see here. I don't remember if she had said it before. I can recall.
I'm not asking about whether she said it. I'm asking about whether you said it.
But I'm confused because this is a message from my mom to me,
Yeah.
not from me to her. So I don't know what I said before this.
Well, it appears she's telling you to tell Tess or them that Brendan planned the whole thing?
Well, that's what she said, yes.
Okay. And what I'm asking is, was that the day when you told the police that Brendan planned the whole thing?
I had mentioned to my mom before about the plea. I had mentioned to her that I was thinking about taking the plea. And I had the reasons I was scared of why I didn't take the plea. And this message, that's when I told her that I had signed the plea, and that's why she responded to me. But she was aware before that I was thinking about taking the plea.
So you had signed the plea on the 26th of October?
I don't remember the date.
Do you remember the plea as being October 29th? 3 days later?
Yeah, the picture said yes.
So when was it that you made the agreement to the plea that you signed and was executed on October 29th?
I don't remember the date exactly. I signed it.
Whisper.
I don't know where we're going with
Do you
this.
need to see the plea form? Yeah.
Whisper.
Do you need to see it?
Yeah, you can show me.
Okay. Can you see the plea form on the screen, ma'am?
Again,
Just let me know if you need me to scroll up for you when you finished looking at it.
I see it.
Do you need me to scroll up so you can know when you signed it?
Yeah.
Is that the 28th of October?
Yeah.
Is that what it says? I just,
It says 28th of October, yes.
and so my question was with regard to the previous message, that was where your mother said to you, tell everyone that Brendan planned this. And within 2 days, you've signed a plea with supporting evidence saying that Brendan planned this. Understand? So my question was, when did you say Brendan planned this to the police for the first time?
Well, during the first interview we had,
And do you know when that was?
I remember it was a Friday.
Okay. Was it in October?
It was in October.
Okay. So October 25th, does that sound right?
Sounds about right.
Was that where you were in a room with another prosecutor, not these two, was asking you questions?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let me ask you a little bit about what went on prior to you entering into that plea.
Chat, I'm gonna force you to read what I just read. I'm not gonna read it out loud. This is a treat for the people looking at the screen. I'm over here looking at updates, trying to see Kathy Rousson's timing estimate for deliberations in this trial, and this comes up. What did I just reach? Is this for real? Is this for real? Let me move myself. Anyway.
Can you see your screen?
Yes.
Have you seen this?
Trikisha.
Now that I remember.
Okay, let's go through it. It's a pleading in the circuit court.
Judge, I'm going to object. She says she hasn't seen it, so how could she testify about what's in it?
All right.
I think she said she's not sure.
And
I mean, if you want to ask questions about it, you can, but can we mark it as an exhibit though, please?
Oh, yes. Okay, Your Honor, we mark it as defense exhibit number 61.
Okay.
Let me just scroll through it so you can see what you need to see, ma'am. And if you want me to slow down, so you want to read?
I'm not reading.
You've already read it?
I said I'm not reading right now.
would you like to read it, is what my question was.
If you want me
BetLife
to
strikes
again.
again. Yeah, we got to sage the chat from that one. Sheriff Chuck coming in clutch and says, now that that's off the screen, I'm going to give 5 memberships. So guys, let's get some party Chucks in the chat. Big thank you here to Sheriff Chuck. Turning everybody green today. Turning everybody green. He's like in the bushes today a little bit too. He's coming out, just giving some gifts, and he's one of the workers and lurkers today. So big thank you here, Sheriff Chuck. Drop those party emojis in the chat, and especially if you got a membership, say thank you. Always love to see the Chuck love. Much better than the story we just read or looked at the headline for.
I'm going to ask you questions about it, so it might be a good idea. The next page?
Yeah.
If they leave at 4:30, they have like an hour and a half left for the day.
Next page?
Whisper, whisper, whisper. Whisper, whisper. I think the whisper is like, how is this admissible? This is the counsel's work. And then there's a little bit of discussion, and then it says, he's not an idiot. It's the prosecution.
Next page?
Like a whisper marathon.
Next.
I think that's the end.
This is the end.
Okay.
Had you ever received this motion?
Again, I do not remember that.
Okay. Do you, what you read there, do you remember what was happening, what happened or was going to happen prior to the plea?
I think I was going to continue my trial.
Yeah.
That's what you're asking, yeah.
So when did you find that out and how did you find that out?
I don't remember how I found that out.
Could it have been this motion?
Could have,
Did you go to court?
but my lawyer told me.
Okay. So were you in agreement with this motion?
To continue the trial?
Yeah.
Yes.
You agreed to continue the trial.
Well, what choice did I have?
Well, that's a good point. What choice did you have? Had you agreed to plead guilty prior to this motion being heard?
I don't
Judge,
think,
I'm going to object. There's no date that has been given when
All
this
right, you want me a
motion
foundation for a
was,
date?
there's no, yeah.
I'm just asking what, I don't know when the motion was going to be heard either, Judge.
She needs a date for reference, I think.
Okay,
I can answer if something I don't know about.
it's exactly right. So you don't know about it.
Well, I'm saying this now.
Now, let me just ask you this. We'll switch subjects. During the beginning portion, during the first 2 weeks of October, you had an emergency health crisis, correct?
I did,
Okay, and you were taken away from the jail here, correct?
yes.
and you were in the hospital setting, correct?
Yes,
And you were being watched by law enforcement because you had come from here,
Yes.
correct? How long were you in the hospital setting for?
10 days.
10 days. And that was the first portion of October?
It was,
What was the time frame, if you recall?
it was October 13th.
Until October 13th or, sorry,
No,
13th?
I went to the hospital October 13th.
So you were in the hospital October 13th, and if I understand, based on your answer, you were there until the 23rd?
That's correct.
Okay. And then on the 28th, on the 25th, you told the prosecutors you were going to accept the deal.
Yes,
And then on the 28th, you signed the deal,
correct,
and you appeared before Judge Azcarate on October 29th.
correct.
So you recall all of those dates?
I do.
Okay. And my question to you is, you just testified that you were going to tell the story the Commonwealth's having you tell because you just wanted the truth to be out there. Is that correct?
I wanted to tell the truth, yes.
Okay. And so from October 13th, 2023 to October 28th, 2024, you were not concerned about telling the truth, but then on the heels, on the brink of a trial, which potentially was going to be continued, we don't know.
Testifying and not asking a question.
What's the objection?
Counsel is testifying. This is a narrative that counsel is providing.
Argumentative, possibly?
Argumentative.
All right. I'll sustain the objection if you want to.
I'm sorry?
I'll sustain the objection if you want to ask another question.
So are you asking the ladies and gentlemen of the jury to believe that you came out during that time frame because you wanted the truth to be known versus any time the year before that?
Well, the fact that I took a year to accept my plea, it does not mean that I didn't have an intention to tell the truth before. It does not mean that.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that.
I said, just because it took me a while to take the plea, it does not mean that I didn't have the intention to do so. I just didn't get to do it. And for many reasons I said before, I was concerned about. But it
Okay.
does not mean I didn't want to do it.
Okay. And so your health crisis didn't have anything to do with it?
Probably just coincidentally when I came back from the hospital.
So it was a coincidence?
You can say that.
Well, I'm asking you.
Well, yes.
Okay. Could it have something to do with being 3,000 miles away from your family when you're having a health crisis?
Well, it might have been all the factors together. We can consider that one of the factors too.
Okay. And that's what I'm going through. An upcoming trial, is that part of it?
I was not really thinking about that.
Okay. The health crisis, being far from home, correct?
Correct?
Okay. Brendan being arrested and jailed, is that part of it?
Yes.
What other parts?
I said before that I had my concerns about communication with my mother. And yes, that's what I said before too.
Okay, so it was because of communications for your mother that you thought you'd take the deal as one of the parts?
You can put into the equation, yes.
Okay, so it's all the things that we just talked about went into you
Down the
deciding
truth?
that the truth was to be told on October 28th, 2024.
Yes.
And that's what you're telling the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
What am I telling them?
That's when you decided the truth needed to be told?
I'm not telling them that.
Well, you're testifying before. you're testifying before the
I
court.
withheld the truth for a long time just to myself. And it was a lot for me to deal with.
Okay,
And I just couldn't do it this anymore. It was too much for me. And I do believe the part of me getting sick, it was just one of the factors. There is only so much your brain can take before your body starts responding to the stress as well. And only I do know how I felt. Only do I know what I was carrying with me, how long I withheld the truth.
okay. And so when I was asking you how you felt that made these statements about pain and torture and all those things in the emails, you didn't really have anything to say about that.
Of course I
What is
didn't
it-
have.
What is it that you were holding in?
Of course, I didn't have anything to say to that because I knew our letters could be read because I was going through my lawyer. And at that point, my lawyer did not know the truth either. I did not tell him that. So I knew he was reading the letters as well, so I couldn't do that. And I did not tell Tess, Brendan's mother, about how I was feeling, withholding the truth, because she did not know either. She did not have any knowledge about what really happened. And so how was I supposed to do, expressing the letters that I was feeling guilty or ashamed and all that stuff for, if the letters were being read? If she didn't know the truth, I couldn't do it.
So the truth, you were holding the truth yourself and no one else knew.
Well, Brenda does.
Well, but we're talking about you in jail,
Oh, yes,
okay? And so you were just holding that for an entire year by yourself,
I was.
enjoying the benefits of a lawyer,
Yeah,
enjoying the benefits of whatever comes into the commissary or for communication purposes. Correct?
if that's not how I describe it.
Well,
I can describe that way.
isn't that some of the benefits of either having, you're a lawyer or Tess Banfield helping you out?
Well, I had their love and their support. Yes, I did.
Okay? And so you were concerned about losing that? Is that why you were holding the truth?
Losing what specifically?
Losing her love and her support financially?
Yeah, I was lost and afraid in so many ways, yes.
Okay. And that's essentially the crux of the communication with your mother, which was the last smart jail mail that we were talking about. Isn't that right?
Can you rephrase your question?
That was essentially the discussion between you and your mother about telling everyone that Brendan was the one who planned this.
Well, that was the conversation we had.
I understand that. I saw it. And that's something that you knew was going to be read, correct?
Yes.
And when she said that to you, my question to you was, who was it you told that Brendan planned this whole thing for the first time, and when was that?
Yes, my mother.
And when was
Because,
that?
how can I tell you? I do not remember the date.
I mean, with all due respect, you don't remember a lot of details.
Yeah.
That's what's really concerning about this.
Well, if you were in my shoes, you don't remember either. You know, your brain has a way to, a defense mechanism it's called,
Okay.
and it protects you from losing your mind, losing yourself.
Okay.
And many things our brain blocks out, and I guess everybody can relate to that at some point.
So your brain's blocked out the details of this plan that
Judge,
you've talked.
objection. That is not what she said.
I'll overrule it. I didn't hear the question.
So your brain has blocked out the details of this plan that essentially your whole future rests on with the Commonwealth?
I still don't understand your question. What
So-
are you implying?
Your lack of detail is because of your brain blocking it out?
Yes,
Okay. And even included in the things that are important, like this plan that you've been talking about, but we haven't heard any details.
well, I can tell you that the fact that I do not remember some specific details does not mean it's a lie. I can guarantee that everybody has things in life that they do not remember, and it doesn't make
Okay.
any less.
I appreciate that. We're talking about you, though, and what you say.
I'm talking about me too.
But if you can just give me a chance to question. What you're saying is that you're forgetting crucial details regarding a horrific, tragic event for many people here.
Yeah.
And you're not able to remember those details.
Well, I think you can also call it trauma
Okay,
for
so-
things that you've seen, for things that happened that your brain blocks out.
Okay,
Yes.
so your brain's blocking it, you've got trauma, that's blocking it. What else, what are the other reasons you're not able to explain details relating to this case?
What are the other reasons?
What other reasons? I mean, you seem to have two at least. What are the other reasons?
Or I cannot remember some details.
Okay. Okay, well, Your Honor, is this a good time for break?
I was just going to ask you, is this a good time for break?
This is a good time for break.
Okay, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our lunch recess then for the next hour. Please do not do any outside research and don't discuss the case with anybody, okay?
All right, so of course we'll be able to time travel past this because we are rewatching something that's old. If you didn't see this on the screen here, Court TV mentioned that the person they have in court found out that the court plans to ask the jurors at 4 p.m. So again, this is East Coast, so it's currently 3:10 p.m. local time. I'm also on the East Coast. The judge is going to ask the jurors at 4 p.m., like, what do you want to do? Do you want to stay late and continue deliberating, or do you want to come back in the morning? So plan around 4 o'clock to see if we're going to have to come back tomorrow. We'll time travel for this lunch break. Is that Judge Penney humming? And yes, please show your nurses, your emergency room nurses, some
Let's
respect
wait a minute.
for a lot of reasons, but especially the treat we had on the screen, if we're calling it that.
They left before me. I didn't hear the elevator get stuck.
What?
They got the elevator ahead of me, and I don't.
What?
You want to go ahead and bring her out?
Yeah, I don't remember hearing that, Dizzy. The humming. I probably skipped it when we were coming back to just when we saw Juliana on the stand. She starts singing or humming the Jeopardy theme. Or like the music that they play on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire while they wait for the answer.
That I came up wasn't moving, but I don't know if I'm stuck.
I don't know.
Can I step out and just see
Okay.
if the alarm's going off?
All right. We'll be right here.
Yeah, she's super short.
Just scoot it. Make sure you talk.
Just a reminder, when I say 2 o'clock, I do mean 2 o'clock.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. All right, are we ready for the jury?
Yes.
Are you,
I
Mr.
remember
Gunn?
that part.
Sure.
Okay.
I think Juliana was on the stand like the whole rest of this day, guys. Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy.
All right. Thank you. All right, Mr. Carroll, your next question?
Thank you. I
Hello.
apologize, Your Honor. A little technical difficulty. Sorry, Your Honor.
Yeah, get it together.
Your Honor, is it published to the
It's to-
counsel,
It's to the counsel at the moment. And to the witness.
the witness? Ma'am, is this the person that is your support and you're working with?
Say it
Do you
again?
see on the camera before you?
Yes, I can.
Okay, is that your friend Kate Brower?
It is.
Okay.
Do you want to make that Exhibit 62? Just,
Oh, yes, sir. Exhibit 62.
okay.
And I'd like to play that for the witness.
If you want to approach.
62 isn't on the evidence list that's on the Fairfax website. So we'll skip the sidebar.
With you. Ma'am, and did you have a conversation with your friend on March 14th, 2025?
Well, you have the date, so let's say I'll take your word for it.
Do you remember the date?
I don't remember the date.
How many conversations do you have with her?
It depends. Sometimes more often than other times.
Okay. Well, let's talk about that. How many times have you talked to her?
How many what?
How many times have you talked to her?
I don't know.
Okay. When did you first meet her?
I would say back in January, February, I want to say.
February of 25?
Yes,
And you continue talking to her to
Yeah.
this date?
yeah.
When was the last time you talked to her?
Last week, I guess.
Last week?
Yes.
Okay. And so how many times a week do you talk to her?
Well, I don't know how many times I talked to her.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
I said, I don't know how many times.
Okay. Do you talk every week?
Yeah, pretty much.
Do you talk 2 times a week?
Sometimes.
Okay. Do you talk 3 times a week?
Sometimes.
Do you talk 4 times a week?
Well, we have the records because I don't remember. I can tell it.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
I can tell.
You can't tell? You don't know?
I don't know for
You don't
sure.
have a guess of
I
how
don't
many
know for
times you've
sure.
talked to your friend?
No.
Okay. Ma'am,
my
do you
God, the
see
sniffing.
what's on your screen there relating to the smart jail mail?
I see it.
Okay. And let me just slide it up.
Just for the record, so the record knows what she's looking at. So the picture was 62 that we just.
Yes, Your Honor.
That she just saw. So this would be 63, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay,
Defense Exhibit 63.
thank you.
These are a compressed version of smart jail mail communications.
Yes,
Do you see that?
I see it.
And are these the communications? You can see the ones that you're responsible for are the outgoing communications.
Yes.
Can you look at that first outgoing communication just to make sure that it's accurate and it's yours?
Yes.
Okay. And so that appears to be from January of this year. And those are back and forth communications between you and Kate Brower. Is that right?
Right.
And it says this is 100 that's on this document of 236 entries. Would that be accurate in terms of your back and forth communications with Kate Brower since January 28th?
Judge, I'm going to object at this time. If we go back up to the top of the document, please.
If you go up to the top.
Judge, this question assumes facts, not in evidence. There's a date range at the top of the document that necessarily limits the number of messages that we're going to see.
I guess the date range is,
I'm not sure I understand that, Judge. May we approach?
yeah, why don't we approach?
Yes, I think they're talking about, and I could be wrong because they're kind of jumping all over, but I think they're talking about maybe this one, where everything's cut off on this column. These are the messages with Kate Brower. Happy birthday to Bailey. Are you in one of those areas where like the DMV puts everything around your birth date? Like registration and everything like that? Not not the ideal place to spend a birthday. Hope it was quicker and not slow. How long was the sidebar? There we go.
Ma'am, I'm sorry if I created some confusion there, but I'm asking for whether or not the 263 messages were from January 28th, the first message, up until October of last year. Does that sound right?
Well, it sounds right. It's there.
Do you need to see any more, ma'am, in order to verify that these are your communications?
What is your question?
Do you need to see any more of this document in order to verify that these are your communications?
No.
Okay. Excuse me. Calling your attention to the Smart Jail Mail dated 12/9/2024 at 1:20 p.m. It will be identified as number 64.
Yes.
Ma'am, can you read that and see if that's a communication that you remember writing?
Yes.
Is it?
Yes.
Okay. In the highlighted area, can you read that to the jury?
Yeah, it says, now I'm sending a message because I'm talking to Josh, Matthew's friend, and each time he sends a message, he transfers 50 credits, which is necessary to send a message.
And ma'am, if you can look at December 13th, the Smart Jail Mail, 12/13/2024 at 9:25 a.m. Did you write this
Yes,
and you recognize it?
I do.
Can you read the highlighted portion to the, I'm sorry, Judge, this would be Defense Exhibit 65.
Okay.
Can you read the highlighted portion to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yes, it says, yes, let's work together to achieve more things. After a while, when I'm back home, I'll look for a producer and write a book with my story, and maybe even make a movie. Make money, right? Lawyers, producers, everyone tells me to do this, that I have a talent.
That I have a talent.
Ma'am, if you could look at what will be marked as Defense Exhibit 66, March 4th, 2025, 2:41 p.m. Is this something that you wrote?
Yes,
Okay. And can you read the highlighted portion to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
yes, it says, what can you do, right? I had a video call with the producer who works with Netflix, and they want to make a movie or documentary about my case, and he explained in terms of compensation, money, etc. Things that Josh had denied, saying that don't do that, right? Anyway, he wants to finalize the contract already, so when I leave here, we can have the interview and everything else. But they want to be exclusive, so I can talk only to them. It's worth it. They want to pay because they want to talk to you too, in interviews, and you share photos, videos, facts from when I was a child, adolescence, etc. Things for them to add to the movie. So they were thinking about $10,000, which would be around $55,000 in our money. Helps and it's good, but I want to negotiate. I want more than this because if I sign the contract, I end up losing other opportunities to make more money. If I talk to other producers, etc. Right? We have to think. I know I can make even more than $25,000. It would already be more than $100,000 in our money, guys. Think about our future. What do we want to do?
All right, let's So there's a few exhibits that it goes out of order. It looks like stuff didn't make it onto the record, but there's one that I don't remember. We're going to look at the one that she just read. They don't have the same highlight. Like, there's nothing highlighted, but this is the one that she just read. So the exhibit doesn't have the highlighting here. Okay. Let me zoom in. Yeah, it isn't what they just read. So again, this is March. Wait, wrong one. This is the one they just read. This is the one I want to show you first that we seem to skip over, but it was here. So what I have up right now is Defense Exhibit 65. She just read 66. But this one was from December. So I want to go back and read this. December 13th, 2024 talks a little bit about this interview. The one that we just read and we're going to read in full is from March. Back in December, hello, mommy, my love. How are you? Did you sleep well? Getting used to it without the sedative. I slept well last night, thank God. Yesterday I had a video call with Josh. He's nice and everything, seems like a good guy. However, I asked about payment, how much they pay, how it works, etc. And he said they don't pay for interviews. Otherwise, the audience would think they pay people to tell the story they want, etc. I understand all of this. But this is the main reason I sent a message and was willing to be interviewed. Since I won't have any reward, I won't do it. At least not now, maybe in the future for other reasons. I just really want to be able to count on someone to help me financially so that I could continue talking to you and so that I could buy little things to eat here. Since I won't have that coming from them, it's not worth it for me to give an interview. They would have everything for their show, and I would have nothing. I don't care about credibility, for people to think differently about me or what kind of person I am, or anything. People talk and think, believe what they want. It doesn't change anything in my life. The only thing that changes is the fact that I have a criminal record. Other than that, I don't care. So I'm not going to give an interview thinking about clearing my name, but that's it, Mom. I hope they didn't promise you lies, saying they would help and then did nothing just to buy you off. Sure, talk to Drew then about the video call, okay? And it's great that Drew is strong and helping with the painting. Duty is just at home enjoying the vacation, right? And Grandpa just sits around drinking, worrying. Yes, let's work together to achieve more things. After a while, when I'm back home, I'll look for a producer and write a book with my story, and maybe even a movie. Make money, right? Lawyers, producers, everyone tells me to do this, that I have talent. So this is the part that we heard read. Is everyone there doing well? I'll only send a message again tomorrow, okay? I miss you so much. It breaks my heart not being able to talk to you, but I don't know what to do. I have no one to help me. But at least know that I'm fine. Here, it's the same as always. Don't worry, okay? As soon as I can, I'll send you a message. Today, I don't know if we will have yoga in the afternoon or not. If not, we have nothing to do, so I'll wash my hair today. Other than that, same routine. At least we have the tablet again, but that's it. May God bless your day and each one of you. Send them a hug at home. Tell them I miss them so much, but we will be together soon. I love you more than anything in this world, my love. So again, this is from December 13th. And then the next exhibit is March 4th, 2025. And we heard a little bit from it, but the whole thing reads, Hey, Mom, my love, the heat is tough there, huh? Here, winter will soon be over, thank God. Soon you'll see that it ends there too, and it's better for sleeping, lol. Are you still without the internet? Did you pay late, but is it working now? How's Danina, Grandpa, and Jew? Mom, I have no news from my lawyer as always. I do chores later, I read a book, have dinner, and take a nap, lol, and so on. My finger is fine, back to normal, Mom, thank God. Today I had a math class. I'm learning a lot. I'll take a shower soon. So the lawyer, as always, dropping the ball. He doesn't even care for me. What can you do, right? I had a video call today with a producer who works with Netflix, and they want to make a movie/documentary about my case. And he explained in terms of, quote, compensation, money, etc., things that Josh had denied, saying they don't do that, right? Anyway, he wants to finalize the contract already, so when I leave here, we can have the interviews and everything else. But they want to be exclusive, so I can only talk to them. It's worth it. They want to pay because they want to talk to you too, and interviews and share photos, videos, facts from when I was a child, adolescence, etc. Things for them to add to the movie. So they're thinking about $10,000, which would be around 55,000 reais in our money. Helps, and it's good. But I want to negotiate. I want more than this, because if I sign the contract to end up losing other opportunities to make more money, if I talk to other producers, etc., right? We have to think. I know I can make even more than $25,000. It would already be more than 100,000 reais. Think about our future, what we want to do. It will be difficult for me to find a job and everything. At least we can have a more stable life. I want to provide that for you. You deserve it. I want to provide and help with what I can. Get something good out of all of this. Besides telling the truth, clearing my name, etc., I'll keep you updated, okay? Send a message, anything, Mom. God bless you all. You know, I miss you so much, my love. We'll be together soon, you know. Send a hug for them at home. I love you more than anything in this life, my love. And I think, I don't know when, because you have a hearing coming up, or I think Brendan's trial was initially set for like really early in 2025. So at this point, she might have just thought she only had a few months, you know, didn't need to wait until 2026. Let's see. Back to testimony. Yes, guys, and as a reminder, these are translated. This is not, these letters are to her family member. I think pretty much anything that we've seen typed up on the screen, she's writing in Portuguese, and what we're reading in English is the translation. If you want an example of how she writes, we looked at a lot of her written letters, her handwritten letters to Brendan or to Brendan's mom. And also, I think she handwrote some letters in English to some of her friends and family back in Brazil as well, just not as many as these smart jail messages. This is a faster way to communicate because you're just on a tablet and you get credits. Someone, you know, pays for the credits, and you can kind of like instant message through these smart mails while you have the tablet. And then once you leave, somebody can reply. And then when you sign back into your account, you can access anything that you missed and then start replying again when it's your time with the tablet. So, hey, Gwennon, hope your trip's going well.
Your Honor, I'd identify this next item as exhibit number 67. 35.
EJF says exclusive is not in Brendan's vocabulary. Not at all. Not at all. That is a good one.
2025, 4:06 p.m. Ma'am, do you recognize this smart jail mail communication that you created?
Yes,
And could you please read the highlighted portions?
yes. It says the documentary film will be made regardless of whether I am here or in Brazil. It'll be an interview and everything. I'm still talking to them, negotiating. I want a higher amount, especially since my whole life will be exposed to everyone, right? And they're going to be making a lot of money off of it. We deserve something.
Okay. And in that instance, so these last messages that have been in the spring of 2025 appear to have changed their tone. Is that correct?
What do you mean, in terms of what?
Well, they're less about, I'm so upset, I'm in this situation, I'm feeling pain, I'm feeling torture.
I think, hold on. So we kind of read most of it, but there is one line in this exhibit 67 that he just read. This is March 5th, so a day after the message we just had on the screen. How's Grandpa? I believe it won't complicate things for me, Mom, but I will talk to my lawyer about this when he comes to see me so he can talk to the prosecutor and everything else. But I'm not going to stay here in the USA. I'm not interested. And then this was the highlighted part. The documentary film will be made regardless of whether I am here or in Brazil. It will be an interview and everything. I'm still talking to them, negotiating. I want a higher amount, especially since my whole life will be exposed to everyone, right? And they're going to be making a lot of money off of it. We do deserve something. And then she goes on, she has her class, she's going to have her dinner. But this part might have been interesting context up here, so.
I'm feeling all those sorts of things. Or, Brendan and I are still going to be together, which some of the older ones were. Or I haven't seen my lawyer. I don't know what's going to happen with this trial. We don't see any of that. We're talking about the future now, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you're talking about the future and basically what the future is going to mean for you monetarily. Isn't that right?
He talks about it.
Okay. Is that what you're doing?
What I am doing?
Yeah, you're making a plan for how you're going to negotiate?
Eventually.
Okay. And I think your last words were, we do deserve something. Is that
Yes,
right?
it is right.
And what's the reason? Just give the details as to why you think you deserve something.
In my point of view, it's always been most about my family and what I've put them through, what they've been going through since my arrest and all this had happened, what they've been struggling with. And so my whole point was about helping them because that was when I was working before. And if they can have something to help them, I want them to have it.
Okay, but you're saying we, which includes you, is that right?
Well,
You-
yeah,
You
if-
deserve something, what does that mean?
Take literally the word we, yeah. That's,
So what does that mean, you deserve something?
Judge, I'm going to object. It's been asked. She just answered it. She answered it very well.
Overruled. You can answer.
They answered it very well.
What does that mean? You deserve something?
that's what it says, the words, we.
I know that. What do you mean?
Also-
What are the details that are associated with making a
Yeah,
statement?
also, okay, so also me in the future, yes.
And what is it you deserve something for?
For everything we've been through, my family and I, for everybody,
For being what you've been through?
for being through what I've been through.
Okay. You were charged with murder because you shot someone. Am I wrong?
No, you're not.
And so why would you deserve something because of that?
Not because of that. I didn't say that I deserve something because of
Okay.
what I did.
I didn't hear any details, so feel free to tell me why.
I'm saying for after, when this is over, for me and my family. And again, for everything we've been through.
Okay. Now, when prior to you accepting the Commonwealth's offer and accepting the story, were you negotiating with anyone prior to taking your plea?
Not that I remember.
Okay, I'm sorry, not that you remember.
Yes.
Okay. Were you talking to any media?
Not that I remember either.
Okay. Was there any talk of money with anyone, no matter who it was,
No,
other than people that you want to pay into your account?
no.
Okay, so this newfound interest in, a nest egg for yourself or money for you has come about since you pled guilty and accepted their deal, correct?
Well, it's correct.
And and I guess it took a little time to go out into the future in order for you to feel comfortable doing that. Is that correct?
Well, yeah, I was thinking about my future, yes.
Thinking it was a huge risk?
Is what?
Did you say huge risk?
No, I was thinking about my future, yes.
Oh,
That's what I
thinking about your
said.
future, okay.
Yes.
And so that gets back to where I started. So that's just what this is about, is just thinking about your future?
You can say that.
Okay. Well, do you say that?
If you want to put it that way, yes.
Okay, thank you. Do you see the letter that's marked March 8th, 2025?
Yes.
Did you write that?
Yes,
Do you see the highlighted portions?
I can.
And Your Honor, this is,
All right, we're going to read this one in full, and then we'll hear whatever she's told to read. So this is March 8th. It's Juliana to her mom. Hello, Mom, my love. Well, I guess I could have just read the first line. But it's okay, right? As long as I don't have to take medicine, every night is fine. Yeah, send a photo of Jude, too. Even if he doesn't know, you know best, haha, lol. I'll wait to see when Juicy sends the messages and the photos. I don't know if she's waiting for you to be able to transfer the money to her or what, lol. We just got back from the gym, and now I have Bible study. When I get back, we'll have dinner and I'll take a shower. At the gym, we walk on the treadmill for a good while. But why does she keep missing? It's dangerous to keep accumulating absences and end up repeating, right? You have to use your common sense. I can hardly wait to go back home and be able to tease her more too. How nice the Jew is working, right? Seems good. As long as he has common sense and is responsible enough to drive, it's fine. Grandpa isn't drinking. What a blessing, right? But is he still with his girlfriend? Tomorrow we will switch to a normal schedule again. We'll be just 1 hour ahead of Brazil. Better, shorter days. I want the days to pass quickly. I'm talking to this girl. She's an author, published books and everything. She even sent me her books to read. Her name is Kate. She works with a guy named Azcarate. We have video calls sometimes. They are the ones interested in making a documentary with Netflix about my case, interview, etc. So I'm negotiating with them regarding money, etc. And they could help me while I'm here, putting money in my account, etc. As soon as I decide about closing a contract with them, if we make an agreement for them to pay more, I will pass your contact for them. Then the girl named Melina who works with them will get in touch with you. She's Brazilian too. Then she explains the process and everything. It's more like an interview, and you share photos from my childhood, whatever with them. They will be paying for all of this. But when it's time for us to do this, I'll let you know first. Yesterday, Vanessa, the other girl, Delilah, and I worked out. Haha. So today I'm sore. Let's try to go back to our routine again. How's Grandpa? And Jew, send them a hug. Tell them I miss them so much, but that we'll get together soon. And I pray for each one. Let's stay strong and in faith. Yesterday I finished my novena, my 9th day. But that's it, my love. Tomorrow or Sunday, I'll send you more messages, my love. God bless you all. I miss you so much. Send a kiss to them for me. We'll be together soon with God's grace. Kisses, and I love you more than anything in life, my love.
Defense 68. Can you read the highlighted portion to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
He says, I'm talking to this girl. She's an author, published books and everything. She even sent me her books to read. Her name is Kate. She works with a guy named Zacharias. We have video calls sometimes. They are the ones interested in making a documentary with Netflix on my case, interview, etc. So I'm negotiating with them regarding money, etc. Then they could help me while I'm here putting money in my account.
And is that the first time that you told your mom about her?
Well, that's the only message I have here that mentions her, so I would say so.
Okay. The words say that you're negotiating. Do you have anyone assisting you in negotiating this?
No.
Okay, so it's just you on your own against the television people.
I mean, I had some people, I would say cellmates, that talked to me about it, and they were more, I would say more smart about it, I guess, and telling me to negotiate, and yeah.
Okay.
So I had people telling me that.
So you're getting advice, but you're doing the negotiation.
Well, I was the one texting, yes, but I was getting advice, yes.
I'm sorry, I couldn't.
I was the one texting, but I was getting advice from other people, yes.
Okay. And those are also on Smart Jail Mail?
Yes, should be. What, the messages?
Yeah, the people that you're getting advice from.
No, it's not.
Okay. How are you communicating with them?
I just said it was my cellmates.
Oh, okay. I got you.
Yeah.
I didn't understand that. March 11th, 2025, Defense Exhibit number 69. Ma'am, is this something that you wrote?
Yes.
And the highlighted portion, can you read that for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
It says, I'm still waiting for my lawyer, like a fool. He doesn't return any messages or anything, call, visit, nothing. It's been more than a month since I've been trying to talk to him. Anyway, what can I do, you know? I need food, but if depend on him, I will start first. I'm talking to the people I told you about who want to make a documentary with Netflix. The guy says he can send me some money to buy things now, but that he would send a contract through my lawyer for me to sign. But I'm not very confident in doing this because I'm talking to another company that they'll probably be able to offer more, you know.
Okay. And it's clear then you didn't sign the contract, but money has been sent?
Yeah, to buy stuff, yes.
Okay. How much do you think that amount is?
I cannot recall the amount.
Okay. $1,000?
No,
$500?
I don't know.
It's close to 500?
I'm not sure about that.
Okay.
Sniff, sniff.
Ma'am, are you able to see what's on the screen?
What?
Are you able to see what's on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. What, this is going to be related to questions relating to what you have there. Can you see what that is?
Well, I'm not so sure what it is, so.
It's a WhatsApp chat between you and Christine Banfield.
Okay.
Okay?
This is
Yeah.
number 70 for the record.
Yes, Defense Exhibit 70.
Okay.
Do you see that, ma'am?
This is from
Yes.
the day the account was,
And,
the Gmail was created.
Do you remember on January 9th, chatting with Christine Banfield on the phone?
I do not remember the date specifically.
Okay, the date is the date when the email account was created.
Okay,
So I think you'd said she was up in the upstairs bedroom, correct?
correct.
And you were down in the basement?
I did not say that.
Okay. Do you know where you were?
I said I don't remember.
You don't remember where you were?
I do not.
Okay. And do you remember? Okay, so I think you had testified that you didn't remember where you were when the account was signed on, but this
What?
is
Where when?
when the account was signed in, was created. The email
Well,
account,
now I'm confused.
January 9th?
What?
January 9th?
Oh, okay. I'm confused just about what you just said.
Okay, we previously talked about setting up the email account, and you
Right.
indicated that you and Brendan did it, right?
Right,
And you weren't sure which room of the house, but you were below where Christine was, which was in the top level bedroom, correct?
yeah, we're always, yes.
But do you
well-
remember saying that to me? It was just this morning.
Well, I said I didn't remember where I was in the house.
Right, but do you remember saying that the two of you were together, you just weren't sure if it was the main floor or the basement floor?
Yes,
Okay, do you have any clarity on where you were
no,
at this point? Okay.
No.
So, but you were chatting with Christine just prior to the setup of the account, isn't that right?
well, I do not remember.
Okay, if this is before the setup of the account, you were chatting with her, right? That's all I'm asking is what you have on the screen here.
I'm going to object. I don't think that she's answered that she knows that this is before or after or when in
What was
conjunction.
the objection? I really need one-word objections from you. That would be very helpful.
I apologize, Your Honor. Objection is foundation, lack of
Okay,
foundation.
foundation, there we go.
Well, I think the foundation is, this is the WhatsApps.
Well,
which
you
have
want to
been-
lay a foundation for it, that's fine.
For the question?
Yes.
Okay. We previously talked about you and Brendan setting up an email account, correct?
Correct.
And it was on January 9th, correct?
Well, I'll take it for it. Correct.
Okay. And, well, do you dispute that it was on January 9th?
I'm saying if you're asking me about dates again, I don't know about date, but if that's what says on the system, the history, I'll take for it.
Okay, well, I don't necessarily want you to do that. What I want you to do is remember it. And what one might do when trying to remember it is remember the times that you and he were together and who was signing into the accounts.
Mr. Carroll, is there a question there?
I'm just trying to direct her.
I need a question.
Sorry. So you don't know what day the account was set up?
I already said it before, I don't.
Okay. And you're not sure are you certain as to whether or not this is a communication that you had on January 9th?
Again, Mr. Carroll, if it's here, it is what it is.
Okay, so we can conclude that you had a WhatsApp chat.
Right.
And from there on after this, you don't remember anything?
Gosh. No, I don't.
Okay. Let me switch gears here and go through something hopefully that you'll know. Ma'am, can you see the slides
Yes, I can.
that are before you?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
Okay. If I told you this was January 21st, 2023, would you know, did you do this or did Brendan do this?
I would say based on what he did.
I don't know that, I'm not sure what you said.
I said he did.
Brendan did.
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Carroll, just again for the record, is this a 71? Is it
This would be a presentation at 71.
the whole PowerPoint presentation?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, Chad, if the jury doesn't stay late here, I am down for firing up a stream, a late evening stream, to look at the Edric Faust trial. That's on day 1 right now. It's a Georgia trial. It caught my eye. Grandma Ninja's also watching it. I want to see what's going on. So, I don't know. If you guys are interested in that, rather than just me watching it on my own time, I'd be down to fire up a double feature. And of course, when we get some type of resolution in Brendan-Banfield, we can just switch over to watching that trial during the day. It's supposed to be a 2-week trial. But it sounds crazy. It sounds like there's a very interesting day 1 already, and I want to know. I'm so curious. So if you guys are interested, let me know. I'll make a stream out of it later this evening. Yeah, you guys are into it. Let's do it. Let's do it. I'm so excited. I'm not going to look at any updates on it.
This is a FetLight message from January 19th, 2023. Do you recall that message?
Well, it's very similar to many other messages that were exchanged on the website.
It's very similar to what?
To the other messages exchanged on the website.
Okay. Do you recognize this?
It's very familiar, yeah.
Okay. Can you tell me, did you create this or did Brendan create this?
Both of us used to write basically the same things, I would say. Very similar ways, and yeah.
Okay, let's try it this way. Who typed it?
Well, both of us use it to type.
Okay, so which one typed this one?
I can tell for sure. This one.
So you don't know which one of you did it?
This one, no. I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know.
Okay. And if you didn't do it, then did Brendan do it? Or is it just your memory?
It's either of us. We were the only ones using the website to write messages.
Okay. And
So
what
one-
my question is, which one of the two of you, there's only 2, which one of you did this one?
I can tell.
You can't tell? Okay. Now, at this point, when this one was written, did Brendan have his laptop or did you have his laptop? Do you know?
If we what?
At the time that this one was written, which I told you was January 19th, 2023, do you know if Brendan had the laptop or you had the laptop?
Well, we always had her laptop.
Okay, I guess I'm asking about you.
And I'm telling you, I do not recall if it was me or him.
You don't recall?
This one, I don't.
Okay. Do you recall who was on the laptop?
Again, either me or him.
Okay. Do you recall this message?
Again, the messages are all similar. If you scroll through all the messages exchanged, they're all very similar.
Right. But there were certain things that you would write and there were certain things that he would write. You testified that to the ladies and
Yes.
gentlemen of the jury.
Yeah.
Do you see any of the things that you traditionally would write when you were reviewing this?
I normally use some different words than he used to use.
Did you read this?
I wouldn't use I am without the apostrophe, for example. I don't normally say I'm. I talk different ways sometimes, like, yeah, but I can tell some stuff that I wouldn't say,
Okay.
like dumb, like,
So your position is you just don't know.
I did what?
You just don't know
I don't know what.
whether you did this or not.
Well, I'm supposed to say for sure, right? So I'm not
just
gonna
asking
guess.
between the 2 of you in the plan,
Yeah. So
who did it and who didn't?
you're telling me to be specific with this message. I'm telling you I don't remember which one of us did it. You see, if I can guess, I'm not gonna give you any guesses. I'm gonna just say, I'm not sure.
Okay, and just, I guess, I don't want to be misunderstood. I'm just trying to find out what you wrote.
Right.
And so what you're telling me is so far, you haven't written any of these things.
Asked and answered, and he's also mischaracterizing her answer.
asked and answered, I'll take that objection next.
Okay. Let's move on to the next one. Can you see that one?
Yes,
This was on January 22nd, 2023. Do you remember that?
it could have been me, it could have been Brendan.
Okay. I appreciate that statement, but are you trying to remember whether or not you wrote this?
You're telling me to be specific, if it was me or Brendan, and I'm telling you that I do not recall which one of us. And the reason is because we're always doing this most times together, and the words are very similar, and they're very all familiar. So if I can tell you for sure, I'm not gonna say again, I don't know.
Okay. And do you know who was using the computer?
I'm gonna keep giving you the same answer, Mr. Carroll. It's either me or Brendan.
Okay.
Yes.
How about this answer? Or this statement that was put on the FetLife website? Have you read it?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember it?
Remember what? If it was me, if it was Brendan, if
Do you remember the message first? And then
Well-
I'll ask you the question.
it was all the type of message, again, exchange the same kind of messages. It's impossible for me not to remember, but it's hard for me to say which one of us wrote those messages.
Okay. It looks like there are some of the things that you told the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that you would oftentimes be part of. Like it says in the second one, gagged. Don't leave marks on my face, I think you may have said. Are those familiar to you based upon those items that you testified to the jury?
It is familiar.
Okay. But you don't know which one, you or Brendan?
We both used those exact same words. It was, yeah, all the time.
Okay. How about this one?
What about it?
Do you recognize it?
Sir, with all due respect here, I said those things are all very familiar words we used with all the people we communicated. So if you want me to be specific, again, I might say it's me, or I might say it's Brendan, and if I'm not sure, what am I doing? I'm guessing, and I'm not doing this.
So you're not going to answer my questions about specific pieces of evidence that I'm showing you?
Objection, she answered, objection asked and answered, objection argumentative.
All right.
I think she says she's not going to do this.
You want to approach this?
All right, I'm looking to see. We are past 8 hours and 15 minutes on the deliberation clock. And I think the judge any minute now is going to ask the jurors what they want to do for the evening, if they're going to want to stay late or what. So, but no update on that yet.
Ma'am, do you see this message?
I do.
Was this you or Brendan who created this?
I told you I'll keep giving you the same answer because that's what it is.
Ma'am, do you see this message?
Yes, I do.
Have you read it?
I'm reading it.
Is it you or Brendan?
Well, you wanted me to tell you who is most likely wrote this, or
I just want you to answer the question.
most likely? Is it valid?
I beg your pardon? Most likely what?
The person?
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't understand anything you said. You said most likely.
I'm asking you if my answer would be valid. If I told you based on the message, which one of us was mostly like the one who wrote this, it would be valid.
And again, if you didn't watch the beginning part of this trial, the issue here is that Juliana, during her proffer in October of 2024, identifies specific messages for the Commonwealth, the prosecution, and says, Brendan sent that one, Brendan sent that one, Brendan sent that one, and Brendan sent that one. It's a specific answer. So the issue isn't just people forget things. The issue is she specifically identified something, and now she can't identify the same ones that she identified previously. My guess would be because she learned along the way that some of the messages she identified as being sent by Brendan Banfield were sent from a device that was using the internet at the home residence, but Brendan Banfield was outside of the house at the time. So, he's either at the Lifetime Fitness, or his devices are out of the house, and or they've got his Easy Pass tolling information, whatever the corroboration is. So it's a tangled web here that she's got to navigate through by saying, I don't really remember, what if I guess? So
It would be valid?
Ma'am, I just need you to answer his questions, okay?
Okay.
All right.
Is it you or is it Brendan? Oh, sorry.
Yes,
Sorry.
just ask the question again.
Can't
please.
tell.
and we read those telegram
can't
messages at
tell?
least.
Can't tell.
And you don't know?
If you want to see how they sounded,
Yes.
we read those on Friday. Very memorable, very memorable.
Ma'am, have you seen this message?
Oh
I see
no.
it.
And have you read it?
I'm reading it.
Is it you or Brendan?
Don't know.
Ma'am, you see the next message?
I do.
Have you read it?
I did.
Is it you or Brendan?
Again, I don't know.
Ma'am, do you see this message?
Yes,
Have you read it?
I read it.
Is it Brendan or is it you?
Okay, I should say for sure, right? Yes or no for sure, if it's me or him?
Is it
100%
Brendan
sure.
or is it you?
Okay, I don't know.
It was somebody.
You see this message, ma'am?
I do.
Tell me when you finish reading it.
Finished.
Is it Brendan who wrote that or is it you who wrote that?
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that.
I said I don't know.
You don't know?
Yes.
Okay. Aaron, take one moment, please.
Okay.
Ma'am, on Exhibit 70 that I just showed you, 71. What? On 71, which was the screenshots that I just showed you,
Right. This one that's on the screen now is 70.
Yeah, this is 70,
Okay.
but the previous chats that you pretty much said, I don't know to anything. Do you realize that you told the Commonwealth that Brendan did 5 of those?
Well, just because I remembered something at the time where we had the interview, it doesn't mean I'm remembering the same things right now.
Okay, and when you said that, that was October 25th, 2024. Do you recall that?
When I said
You
what?
talked to Mr. Klingon?
When I said what?
That Brendan did 5 of those.
It was October,
October of 2024, when you sat down with
the
them.
first interview?
Yes.
Yes.
Do you recall that?
I remember the interview, yes.
Okay. If I show you those messages now, knowing what I've just told you, would you be able to identify which ones you identified from Mr. Klingon?
Maybe, maybe not. Again, things I remembered when I told them, when I had the interview. It doesn't mean I'm going to remember just right now.
Okay. Now let's go back and try talking about a specific date and see if that gives you any, and that's actually why we have 70 here. So these are digital forensics from WhatsApp. Do you understand that? And so WhatsApp is saying is that you and Christine had a conversation during
Okay.
that period of time.
Okay.
Do you want to look at it and just make sure you're familiar with it? Sorry, there it is.
Your Honor, if I, Mr. Herndon, zoom in on it, please.
I think if you put it in presentation mode, you can,
I'm sorry.
if you put your PowerPoint in presentation mode, it won't, you know.
Now you're really,
I know, I'm sorry. Because I don't think you can zoom in unless he puts it in presentation mode.
can you see it?
I can see it.
Okay. So my question for you, and I understand you don't have a good memory on where you were and things like that, is when this conversation was going on, which is from 10:40 to 10:56, were you with Brendan in the house during that time?
I can say for sure. Daddy asked me to be specific with date and time, which if I'm not sure, I'm not going to give you that.
Okay. And then I'll just follow up with my other questions, which may end the same way. Did Brendan already have Christine's laptop at the time that you were talking to Christine on the WhatsApp?
Well, how was the question?
Did Brendan already have Christine's laptop at the time you talked to Christine on WhatsApp?
Well, I can say for sure.
Okay. But that conversation, I don't know if you remember this conversation, but that was with Christine. Do you remember having a conversation with Christine on January 9th?
I already told you that if you give me a date, I can tell for sure. If it shows here to me that I had, so I had. But I'm not saying that I did because I don't remember for sure a date.
And once again, I guess I'll ask, where were you in the house when you and Brendan were together? Either during this chat, this telephone call, or before it, or after it?
Well, every time we were exchanging messages on the website, FetLife, we were either in the kitchen, at the counter, or other times in the basement. And that was it, mostly,
Okay.
yes.
So FetLife, we're on to something else at this point. I was just talking about the creation of the email that kind of got everything started.
Right.
So would that be the same thing? That you'd be downstairs in the main floor or down in the basement?
Like I said, I didn't remember before where exactly we were, but I would say so, because that's where every time with the laptop, it would be either in the kitchen or in the basement.
Okay, so when you were working on the laptop with Brendan, you were either in the kitchen or the basement, you can say that.
Yes, so yes.
And that would be for the creation of the email. Now, in order to create the email, did you and Brendan talk about it as part of the plan?
Oh, are you asking me?
Yes, I am.
You're asking if we talked about it?
Well, so the email setup was kind of an important day. So did you talk about it? Was there any sort of a plan? The plan that you talked about mentioned, getting onto these.
Well, obviously, yes, well, it's
Okay,
part of
so
the plan.
just tell me the plan. Just tell me.
Tell you what specifically?
What was discussed and how did you arrive at the email that you opened?
Well, first of all, I was not the one creating it. It was Brendan, and Christine, he used to have many different emails for different things. And he created a new one, specifically to use on the website.
Okay, so you were there with him, but you didn't do it?
Yes.
Okay. Were you there during any sort of discussion about what email company you were going to use or what the specifics of it were? How would you identify it as something that was Christine's? Like, for example, what were the call signals of the email? Any of that sort? Do you have any discussion?
You're saying in terms of like if it's Yahoo, like Gmail, those things?
Yeah.
I can tell for sure no.
Okay, but my question was, if the two of you worked on this, what was the discussion leading up to executing this plan to open a Gmail in Christine's name?
I'm still confused about her question too. I already said the email was part of the plan because she had many different ones and he created a new one. And I'm lost as to the rest of your question.
So
I'm not.
my question is, and let me just see if I can say it in a different way. You start an email account, you first have to decide what email. If you're doing it by yourself, you decide for yourself. If you're doing it with someone else, you talk about it.
Yeah.
You make a plan. What was the plan for this email account?
Well, not necessarily. If I'm not the one responsible to having all the plan in my head, I'm not going to be the one responsible for thinking about what's going to be. I'm not responsible for that.
So what are you responsible for?
I was there after the account was created, exchanging messages. That was it. It was not my idea. As for the name of the email, it was not what company to use.
Okay, I appreciate that. So you weren't the main creator. You were the person who was there. Were you the person that would manage the account?
Who would what?
Would you manage the account, like email and delete and clean the inbox?
Like I said, to exchange messages, both of us did.
They were
So
officially at
some
8.5
point you
hours of
deleted
deliberation.
messages?
Might have.
Did you create messages?
Wrote messages by his instruction when he was with me and changing things because he asked to change words or whatever. Yes.
Oh,
Okay. And would you sign into the email?
all right. So, according to Court TV, and maybe they just want to like see if people have anything to do, if they could stay late. Court bailiff checked with the jurors at 4 p.m. The jury asked the bailiff to check back with them at 4:15 p.m. So everybody, let's stay tuned for 2 minutes from now.
Into the account.
The email. I'm not sure what you're talking about. I'm talking about the email account that was created.
No, it was normally Brendan too.
I'm sorry, I'm just having a difficult time understanding your answers.
It was Brendan.
It
He
was
would access the
Brendan?
email.
And so you didn't have any access?
Well, I knew he was accessing it, but I was not the one logging in.
Okay, so you were logging in and he was doing the emails.
Say it again.
You were logging in and he was doing the emails?
I said I was not the one
Oh, I'm
logging
sorry, I
in.
misunderstood. Okay. So on this day when you created the email with Christine's laptop, do you remember how long you had it?
How long had the
All
laptop?
right, let's hop over there. Oh, never mind. I thought they were going back to court. They're not.
How long you had the laptop?
I can say for sure how long. It could have been minutes. It could have been hours.
Okay. Do you have any details as to how the laptop was put back into Christine's possession?
It was always either me or Brendan to putting back in her laptop, in her backpack. I'm sorry.
Okay, and so on this day, do you remember, was it put into her backpack? Was it put onto her desk in her office?
That day specifically, I do not remember.
Okay, so you don't remember where it was put, and am I right in saying you don't remember who put it in wherever it was put?
I said that day specifically, not other days I do, but that day specifically I don't.
Okay, so what would be a day that you could say right now for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that you took her laptop from her while she was there
many times a night.
No,
but-
I'm looking for specifics. That's what you said you'd be able to do. There were other days that you
Yeah,
remember
other
that.
days when we were both texting, in fact, texting.
And can you give any more detail to the days that you're talking about?
Days I'm not, as I said before, I'm not good with dates, so I can't really give you that.
Okay. So, but you have details, even though you don't have dates.
Details as for the conversations that were always kind of the same.
Okay, but I'm
Exactly.
talking about details like, I went and took the laptop out of her bag by the door, or I went into her room and took it off of her desk or her nightstand. Do you have any details like that, even if you don't know the dates?
Details of what, taking her laptop like that?
Yeah,
I do have memories of that.
okay. And so let's just go with those memories. What did you do when you took her laptop and Brendan was waiting for you?
How to bring it to the kitchen.
Okay, and would he be there with you, or would he be taking it as well?
A what?
Would he be there with you in the kitchen?
In the kitchen, yes.
Okay, so on this instance that you're describing, something that you actually have memory of detail, you took it from where?
Her backpack by the door.
Okay, so you went from the front door, what, about 10 feet to the kitchen?
I'm not sure how many feet, but it's not that far.
It's on the same level, right?
At the same level, yes.
Okay, and then, do you remember in that detailed situation who put the laptop back?
It would be me sometimes, him, again.
Well, if you took it, would you put it back?
Well, we always put it back in her lap and where we got it from, yes.
I'm not sure you answered that, but if you were the one who took it, would you be the one who put it back?
Not necessarily,
Okay, so there's no real detail as to, on this instance where you're recalling doing it,
not
as
necessarily.
to what the rest of the.
Sometimes it'll take and put it back, sometimes it'll take you to put it back, and so versa, yes.
So, you testified that when you or Brendan alternated posts on FetLife, it took place when one of you would leave the gym early, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and so the days that someone left the gym early, would those be the days when the laptop was taken by the person who left the gym early?
Yes,
Okay, well, I'm just trying to understand what you're saying.
yes.
Were the days when Brendan left the gym early?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
Well, if when either
Well, if
one
it
or
was-
one or other you left the gym early
Whoever gets home earlier, yeah, that's the person who would take it, yes.
from the gym.
Whoever gets home earlier from the gym, yes.
Okay, so that would be some sort of a plan that you've created between the two of you at the gym. Go home, do this, get it
Yes,
done.
basically, yes.
And so the days when you get home earlier, you're the one who's taking the laptop and,
Yeah, guys, I don't see any indication that there's a verdict. The judge said earlier that she planned to ask the jurors around 4 o'clock, what do you want to do for the evening? They asked, and a bailiff came back and said, the jurors said, ask us again in 15 minutes. So we're still waiting to hear what they say then. And that could just be that in those 15 minutes, somebody just wants to call home quick and be like, is it okay if I stay late? Something like that. So people are guessing, like maybe that means they're close, but that's just a guess. Those are just people guessing.
signing in and
Yes.
all those things. Okay. And so every time that we can show when you arrived home from the gym before Brendan did, those would be days that you did the posting?
I would say so,
Okay. Is that what you're saying?
yes.
Okay, so there we go. We got a little bit of detail. How many posts like that did you make
All right. They
all
have
by
a
yourself after leaving the
bit of
gym?
a court feed.
I don't know how many specifically.
Okay,
I don't think it
Yeah.
was a lot of those,
okay. So 2?
more than 2.
Okay, 5?
Again, I don't know. I know it's not 2, but
10?
I don't know how many.
10?
Judge asked and answered. Sorry, asked and answered, Judge.
She said she doesn't know how many.
Oh, because she said she wasn't sure, and then I said 2, and she said definitely
Right, they
more
say
than
they
2.
want
Well,
5
definitely more
more
than 2, but I don't
minutes.
know
Let's read
how many.
that.
And we wait for a question. All right. All right, you can continue then, go ahead.
Okay.
All right. So they're going back to a different court feed, but what did they just say?
We now know the jury said we need 5 more minutes. So that's where we stand on that. We are going to certainly keep an eye and get you back into that courtroom as soon as they are ready.
Yeah, and as I read the tea leaves, that suggests they're close.
Yes, I would agree with
That's
you.
the sense you get in that situation. And of course, as soon as anything happens in that courtroom, we're going to take you there live. But right now, I want to get you back to Ohio. Defendant Zachary Gilbert is in court.
All right, so now we're down to 5 minutes from the 15 minutes, so. And I have it up in another window, you guys. I'll see when they switch over.
So we know it's more than 2. Let's figure this out. Is it as much as 10?
Maybe.
Okay. Does that seem reasonable? Based upon your recollection of what your role was in this?
Maybe.
Could it be 20?
Maybe.
I mean, I think if they come back and say we have a
Could it be
verdict,
30?
I think it's a conviction. But I don't know.
Maybe.
Okay. Could it be 40?
We're gonna go like this, like up and up and up, and
Well,
it's maybe.
so what you're saying is any number I say higher than that to try to figure out this number?
I'm saying maybe because
You're
I'm
gonna
not
say
sure.
maybe.
I already answered that.
Okay. So in your testimony, you stated that you were present, and we're moving on to Telegram, okay?
I was present what?
I'm just telling you that
Oh.
we're moving on to Telegram.
Okay.
When you testified, you said that you were present
Yes.
with Brendan.
Yes.
Just bear with me, I'll get the question. And you witnessed him delete the 2-factor authentication code on Christine's cell phone. Do you remember saying that yesterday?
I do.
Okay. And that Telegram required that for a setup. You recall that?
I do.
Okay. And that's correct?
That's correct.
Okay. What specifically did you observe Brendan do?
He had her phone, her personal phone, her cell phone with him,
Okay.
and he plugged in her phone number and received the code. And after he received the code, he deleted it from her cell phone.
Okay. And after he did that, did you ask him, why did you delete that from the cell phone?
Well, that was so she didn't see it.
Oh, so is that what he said, or that's what you're saying?
He also said that too,
Okay, so he told you that he didn't want her to see it.
obviously.
Okay. And that made sense because you didn't want it on the cell phone, is that right?
Didn't want what?
That you and he wouldn't want that code on the cell phone.
Correct.
Okay. Now, do you remember when that happened, where she was?
I would say upstairs, maybe.
Upstairs?
Well, she wasn't in the kitchen, so I'd say she's upstairs somewhere.
Okay, but when you're getting that 2-factor authentication, that's not usual. That's something that's kind of unusual. So would it be that you might have a recollection as to where you would be?
Where I would be?
Or where she would be, I'm sorry?
Well, we were in the kitchen, Brendan and
Okay. And where would Christine be? It's kind of a big thing, don't you think?
I. Well, yeah, she could have been in the shower. She could have been,
Okay, so you weren't worried about being caught working with her phone, waiting on a 2-factor authentication?
no, he always knew when to do things.
You testified that you told Christine about the zoo trip a few days before February 24th, is that correct?
Correct.
And were you scheduled to work on the 24th prior to that change?
I do not recall if I was scheduled, probably.
Okay. Was your schedule changed so that you could be there for the 24th?
Well, she was supposed to be at work that day, so I was probably scheduled to work that day too,
Okay.
because she would be working.
And so whatever your schedule was it changed? So what was the schedule before that change, and what was it after that change?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
Were you scheduled to work on the 24th before you found out that the zoo was going to be happening?
I think so.
Okay. And when, so nothing changed, you were still working, is that
Well,
correct?
supposedly, yes.
Okay, but you weren't off and then they put you on for the work schedule?
I don't remember being off, that I was supposed to be off. I don't remember that, no.
You don't remember that?
No.
Okay. And who was it who made your schedule?
It was, I would have 2 days off normally. The weekends I would be off and sometimes I would work. When you have late nights, I would be working too. Could have been the weekend, weekdays, but normally throughout the weekdays.
Okay. Now, let's move on to, you testified about a window replacement project.
Yeah,
And when did you first become aware of a window replacement project?
when he told me that that's what he was going to do.
Okay, when was that?
I can give you a date again.
Okay. So when he told you, was that the first time you had heard about windows?
As far as I remember, yes.
Okay. But you don't know when they were actually, when the contractors were met with, or there was talk of deposits or any of those
I was not
details?
present, no,
You were not present?
no.
Okay. And you were not privy to whatever orders for windows and however long it took to bring them there?
Well, I remember when the people came in to change the windows, I remember those days, yeah.
Yeah, I understand. But, that just doesn't happen. You have to order them, you have to measure them, you have to decide how many windows you want.
Right.
Right? And this was a whole house job for windows, correct?
Correct,
So it did all of the windows around the entire house, not just the bedroom that
Correct.
you're talking about,
correct.
okay? And so what I'm asking you is, you don't know when that process started, do you?
You asked me if I don't know when the process started?
Well, let me ask you this way. Do you know when they first started looking to change their windows at the house?
No,
Okay. And is it it's your belief that he changed these windows in furtherance of the story that you've told them regarding catfishing?
he told me so.
What did he say?
That's the one that was on the police plan as well, to change the windows to be more soundproofing, which I don't know the name of it, but he had told me that was part of the plan too.
Oh,
That he was
okay.
going to do it.
So another part of the plan. Okay, good. It's coming out. Do you, and I may have already asked this, but do you remember when he started planning for the windows?
I just answered, I said I don't remember.
Okay. But you were included in the plan about windows, but you don't know when the window planning started?
Yes,
Okay. Now, you testified yesterday that you made 2 calls to 911, correct?
correct,
And you said one where Brendan Banfield motioned you to hang up, and then the second call, correct?
the first call, yes.
Okay. Did you attempt any other calls?
Not that I remember.
Okay. And so so the only calls that you made were the 2 calls, correct?
Yes,
And you're certain that you didn't make any other calls?
I'm saying if I did, I do not recall that.
Okay, so you don't recall. Now, let's talk about the telegram call with Joe Ryan. You testified that you were with Brendan, and you made the telegram call to Joe Ryan using Christine's laptop. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you just have the laptop, or did you have the phone too?
I remember just having her laptop.
Where was Christine when you took the laptop?
She was upstairs.
And where were you?
Brent and I, we were in the basement.
Okay, so you were in the basement, and so were you in the basement, and you know you were in the basement? Was that because it was particularly noteworthy in your mind?
Can you say that again?
Well, a lot of the questions I've asked you, you don't have any memory of where you were, but for this one, you remember you were in the basement.
I remember that one, yes.
Okay, do you remember what day it was?
That was just a couple days prior, the 24th, I would say.
Okay, do you remember the day of the week?
Maybe Tuesday, Wednesday, that's my guess.
Okay, and do you remember the time?
Was a night.
Okay, so in February, night starts at about 5:30. Do you have any more
February
specificity?
what?
In February, night starts at about 5:30. Do you have any time frame that you can put on it?
Would say a night, late night, maybe at 9 or something. That's my time frame I'm thinking about.
9 p.m.? is
Yes,
when you made the call?
something, it was after that, I guess.
Wait, it was after 9?
I said again, it's my guess, yes. If you ask for a time frame, I'd give you that.
I just asked the time.
I don't remember the exact time.
Okay.
All right, we have a verdict, chat. We're going to do a poll. We're going to do a poll.
How long before you made that call did you have the laptop?
This afternoon for sentencing in the
Oh, go forward. I could have just refreshed it. That would have made more sense, right? Yeah, I think we have a guilty verdict here, Chad. That's my guess. That's my personal guess. Where is my poll button? All right, so starting a poll. And it's hard because there's two aggravated murder charges. They would, if he's convicted of the two, they're going to get merged into one. But I do want the poll to ask, you know, like split, I mean, guilty of the aggravated murder, either one, and the child endangerment count, or just one or the other. I don't even know how to word this with the options. We're just going to do guilty, split, or not guilty. Split is if you think it's any combination where it's either just a murder and not the endangerment, or just the endangerment. If I don't get this poll up, they're going to read the verdict before we even have a poll. And it's what you think the jury is doing, not what you think you would do. Oh, they're not going to read it for half an hour? All right, you guys have time to vote. I just saw that they're not going to read it until 5. So there is that. All right. We can watch a little bit more testimony if you want. This is the prediction on what the jury is going, what the verdict is actually going to be, not how you would vote. All right, so let's do, and with that, a verdict reading at 5, I'm going to push forward the Edric Faust trial that we're going to watch this evening. We're going to get caught up on day 1. I'm going to push that forward. We'll start that a little bit sooner. We'll start that at like 5:30. Which, I'm Eastern time, guys, so that would be 30 minutes after the verdict reading. And we'll get caught up on that, and then we can continue watching that tomorrow since this trial will be over. The link to our double feature tonight is in the chat. I'm just calling it Edric. And while we wait for the verdict, let me pull up an article summary. We'll get some background on this trial, because I think it's going to be, you guys know I'll want to watch this trial. It's a Georgia trial. There's a podcast. There's DNA test funding. It's a cold case. It's got the elements, but we'll read the background here. Let me get situated. All right, so we've got... And if you just got here, make sure you hit that like button. Okay, so here's an article. Make this easier to read. Okay, so Tara Baker's murder trial. So Tara Baker is the victim. So it's Edric Faust that is on trial. We've got Atlanta, Georgia. The case of a murdered Georgia woman is now underway after advanced DNA technology made possible the arrest of a suspect more than 2 decades later. Here's what you need to know about Tara Baker's killing and Eric Faust, the man facing 12 felony counts in a connection with her violent death. So, bullet points here about the killing. In January of 2001, Tara Baker, a 23-year-old UGA law student, was killed in her apartment in Athens, Georgia. Baker was last seen by friends around 7:30 p.m. on January 18, 2001 at the UGA Law School library. A friend called Baker around 9:46 p.m. and said she'd planned to leave the library around 10 p.m. That was the last time anyone heard from her alive. So the frame of reference is going to be starting with 9:46 p.m. According to arrest warrants, Baker was killed. I shouldn't have zoomed. Baker was killed sometime between 9:45 p.m. on January 18th and 11:30 a.m. on January 19th, 2001. She was subjected to strangulation with an instrument, a knife wound to the neck, blunt force trauma to her head, and sexual assault. Baker's body was discovered by Athens-Clarke County firefighters around 11:20 a.m. on January 19th, 2001. She was found in her burning apartment on Fawn Drive in Athens. So how did we get, it was a cold case for all these years. So unsolved for 23 years. The case gained renewed attention after podcaster Cameron J. produced the Classic City Crime podcast, which covered the case from June 2020 to January 2021. I'm not familiar with that case, so if you are, let me know in the chat. It seems like the way this is written, that the subject of that podcast was, or at least that season of it, was focused on this particular cold case. Also in April 2023, Georgia lawmakers passed the Coleman-Baker Act, which allocated over $5 million towards reopening cold case murder investigations. In May of 2024, the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, or GBI, Cold Case Unit arrested Faust, who was 50 at the time, after new DNA science and biological evidence allegedly linked him to the murder. So he's facing 12 charges, and I'm interested, when there's all these felony murder charges, it might be, you use this tool to do the strangulation, you use this tool to do that, you use this to light something on fire. Maybe we'll pull the indictment and see the actual charging language. But you've got 1 count of malice murder, you've got 4 felony murder, count 6 is burglary, 7 is aggravated sodomy, count 8 is rape, count 9 is aggravated assault, count 10 is aggravated sodomy, count 11 is arson in the first degree, count 12 is possession of a knife during commission of a felony. And then the defendant has a criminal history and pleaded guilty to an aggravated assault less than a month after Baker's killing. So he's pleading not guilty for this trial. He was arraigned in August of 2024. He's in custody currently. He was denied bond. Prosecutors, we have Chris Bolden for Athens-Clarke County. She's an ADA. And the defense attorney is Ahmad Cruz. And there we go. So we are going to be watching day 1 of that trial this evening after the verdict here. So I'm excited. You guys know I love a Georgia case. An old Georgia case. So we'll get back over here. We'll see what you guys are thinking. We've got... Bring our boy home with the claps. Dizzy says, I never once had a dad hit on me as a babysitter. Thank goodness. Definitely thank goodness. Aaron Hackett says, 5, that's a tease court. They're just giving you time to get your refreshments, get your snacks. For anybody that's like in the middle of driving home from work but doesn't want to miss the verdict, they're giving them time to get it situated. Let's see. We've got Destined to Be says, I should say not guilty just to be contrarian, but I'm saying guilty as well. Yeah, I think that's where we're going. Amanda says, I think it'll be split somehow. It took too long not to be, in my opinion. Coco says, I said split, but I'm split. I like that. I like that. We've got guilty despite the Commonwealth's poor job. We've got guilty works for me. I'd hate to see them both get off. We've got Shayna running here. Says, I almost missed this. Whew. Let's see. Yeah, Amanda, I know nothing about this case either, although there is, because of the Coleman-Baker Act and that funding, there's been this, Georgia cold case, things are going unsolved. Suddenly there's renewed, prosecutorial activity, and my guess is sometimes it probably does help you find somebody. But I'm also concerned that there might be times where, with a cold case, if there was a consensual encounter, that would explain why DNA might be somewhere. Is a DNA match, does that necessarily mean you have the culprit, you have the person that committed a crime? And then now, since it's so foregone, how much context can you really go backwards and get to say, well, my client's going to say this was consensual, but it's not like we have these records, any correspondence from 23 years ago. So, you know I love a Georgia trial. You know I love a Georgia trial. We've got, let's see. Yes, anyone that missed the Christopher Wolfenbarger trial, that was a time. That was a time. I think that's like, besides like YSL, which doesn't count, it's in its own league. I think the Wolfenbarger trial is my favorite trial that we've watched. A hot mess. We had a directed verdict. Like, we had a retired detective, one of the first witnesses on the stand, point to the prosecutor and say, I gave you that video, when being asked, where's this video that you're mentioning that we've never heard of today? Just points right at the prosecution table. Prosecutor Vincent Fawcett sitting next to Simone Hilton, and I forget the other guy's name. That was the one with the Patton family, the Flint River murders, who were ruled out by the prosecution as potential suspects. YP is bringing the popcorn. Let's see. The blue dress, gold dress of trials. I'm going to put this one up here. Yeah, Alyssa, I don't know, that was worded really awkwardly, the timings in that article, but we'll see what's actually said at trial. And if it's all hobbled like that, we'll run the same comment back. Brienne says, I missed all those trials except Reed. Yeah, I think Wolfenbarger was during Karen Reed too. The second trial for Karen Reed. I think that was the same time. We've got, let's see. I also had a really fun song, my favorite Suno song. I mean, ABCs of Steel doesn't count. I used Suno for some of it, but I also did some work to put Brian Steele into the ABCs of Steel. So it's not fully an AI-generated song. But the Christopher Wolfenbarger song that we did, and I do the lyrics, you guys. Like, I write the lyrics out. I don't just put a prompt into Suno. So I did the lyrics for the Reasonable Doubt song that we did for Wolfenbarger. Actually, I have this coffee I didn't drink. I want to switch to soda. I don't want this coffee anymore. We have 15 minutes until the verdict. I might play that song, get myself a soda and a snack, and come back to you guys. So where did we have Mrs. K. Grift with the lovely reminder that we're waiting till 5? Put you up on the screen. And I'll play this song for you guys, and I will be right back. This is from the Christopher Wolfenbarger trial.
Objection! You're ruining my case. State keeps spinning stories all over the place. From songs to letters, they got no trace. Objection! You're ruining my case. Can't rule it out, rule it out. That's reasonable doubt, doubt. State says anything goes, spinning theories around. Can't rule it out. That's reasonable doubt. Letters on the table, custody fights in July, TPO dismissed, and they never asked why. Action glass saw on a line. Objection rising. Cross on the stand. Every new theory slipping out of their hand. Christmas dinner missed, jail in the fall. 30 cops stormed in, but no answers at all. Paint chips, fibers, DNA won't stick. They're dancing around the truth, playing legal tricks. Red can't rule it out. Rule it out. That's reasonable doubt. Say it loud. From source to cars, they're spinning it out. Can't rule it out. That's reasonable doubt. From letters to source, from cars to tools, theories on theories, rewriting the rules. If every path's open, then none of them prove. Reasonable doubt is the courtroom groove. Rule it out. That's reasonable doubt. Say it loud. Can't rule it out. Rule it out. That's reasonable doubt. Say it proud. State's got no limit, but the truth still stout. Can't rule it out. That's reasonable doubt. Case closed. Not today. Objection. Sustained. Can't rule it out. That's reasonable doubt. That's reasonable doubt. Case closed. Not today. Objection. Sustained. Can't rule it out. That's reasonable doubt. Can't rule it out.
Okay, I'm back. I'm back with a nice cold knockoff brand of Coke Zero. So I am ready to go because we're going to be starting another trial after this verdict is read. Hey to everybody tuning in for the verdict. Not too much. We just did a rewatch the rest of the day. We've just been waiting to see what the jury is going to say here. You guys have about 10 minutes to vote in our poll what you think the jury is going to come back with. It's currently, oh, it's jumping. I was going to say it's at 69% for guilty right now. Nice, but it jumped. It jumped. So, yeah, I hope you guys liked that song. That was for the Christopher Wolfenbarger trial. Again, I really think that was like the top, not 100 and something day trial. Like if we constrain it to trials that are less than 100 days long, I think that was my number one watching with you guys, without a doubt. So just very, very interesting. Great lawyering. Great lawyering. We had Joel McDermott and Don Samuel representing the defendant in that case. Judge Rachel Krause. You guys, if you follow Fulton County stuff, you might be familiar with Judge Rachel Krause. She presided over that case. So very, very interesting cold case. And this evening we're going to be starting day one of another cold case in Georgia. So very excited for that. Also, let me give a big shout out here to Trey Keisha, who sent a 20 on the Cash App, making sure I'm going to get fed. So I'm actually going to sneak something to eat after the verdict's read and starting our next trial watch. So big love here for Trey Keisha, making sure we have the calories, the energy to keep going. Very important. Yeah, Mavka's given a shout out here. Best Georgia attorney, in my opinion, the GOAT. And it was the type of trial where we had a lot of just wild testimony. Like, just a lot going on in that trial. A lot going on. We had the Waffle House. I mean, if you guys listen to the lyrics, I tried to work in a lot of the specifics from that case into the lyrics for that. So, yeah, good to see you, Nurse Janice. Glad you love the song. Hope you're doing well. Oh no, I don't even want to think about that, EJF. Free Andrew, good to see you. Always love to see your profile picture. Let's see. Trina, good to see you. Good to see you. A new poll, when do I sleep? You guys can probably tell when I've had a good night's sleep or not. If I stumble over my words. Probably didn't sleep too well. When I'm speaking coherently without bumbling, you hear me slowing down now to try to say it. Probably got some good rest, so you guys can probably guess. I'm a little tight on sleep right now, but it's okay. Brooklyn also likes the Titanic song. I was gonna not play that until we had the verdict. But you guys, I played it early. I played it on previous streams. But we will definitely close the stream today with the Titanic parody for this trial. I didn't make that, of course. That's just I think it's called Bad Flute, even though it sounds like a recorder as the instrument. That's been like a song that went viral on YouTube almost a decade ago. Just like a bad flute / recorder version of My Heart Will Go On. And I just put together the video for that, but not the song. So I don't play recorder that badly. But we'll definitely play that again, wrapping this one up when we get the verdict. Because why not? Why not? Yeah, Mavka, there was seriously everything in the Wolfenbarger trial. Everything and more. You've got serial killers, PDFs, bank robbers, and it's just not the defendant. It was like a plethora of third-party culprits. I was actually looking concerts by candlelight or candlelight concerts. I forget how it's worded, but I got an ad. I saw an ad yesterday, and it was for whatever it's actually called. Candlelight concerts, we'll go with. And I guess they do them in cities all over. And I'm like, oh, this is kind of cool looking, like the aesthetic. There's like candles, and there's like a string quartet. And I looked, and the proposed song list for the Valentine's holiday, the final song on their list for the event near me was My Heart Will Go On. And I'm like, is this why I'm getting the ad? They saw that I've been playing this bad flute recorder version of it. We do have the sound on, there's just no sound in the court. Hey, Great Granny. I think a lot of people are tuning in for the verdict. So, they waited for everyone to get out of work. They said 5 p.m. Let's do it then. Heck yeah, Danny. Everybody had a criminal history in that trial. Autry's fake accent says my dad used to have a pan flute and then you'd annoy it. You'd play it and annoy your parents. I mean, that's what you're supposed to do as a kid, you know. And if you're only interested in this particular case, and if we don't get to see each other again for other cases, thank you for tuning in for this case. If you want, on the 13th, I'm assuming there will be a court feed for it, but Juliana Magalhaes' sentencing is scheduled for February 13th. So we'll get together on that day. We'll watch the sentencing live. So if you almost carry on about your way, come back and hang out. Do a little reunion with us on the 13th to see the sentencing for Juliana. Because remember, state wants to recommend time served. So we'll see what the judge does. And we're going to close the poll in 3 minutes. So make sure you get your votes in. Ah, touche. That was a fun one too. The Megan Jackson trial over in South Carolina. Oh my gosh. That was body transporter having an affair with the coroner. Brings the coroner around on a trip. husband shot and killed. The coroner ends up taking a plea deal. The day his trial's supposed to start, he takes a plea. Cooperates, testifies against Megan Jackson at trial. And like, that was some facial expressions in that trial, let me tell you. Let me tell you, the way the camera was constantly panned on Megan Jackson, the defendant. Boy, her face was very expressive. And she was convicted, and the judge sentenced Christopher Dontel, the coroner, the co-defendant, to the max sentence. So that was a time. That was a time. Yes, the Nick Casotis. I might still have... Did I pull that down? I might have pulled that down because there's a limit of how many like preloaded files I can keep in the back end of StreamYard. But yeah, there were like 43 I submit. Oh, I have it. Here's a preview of the Nick Casotis trial.
And I submit to you, and I'm going to submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, and I submit to you, and I submit to you, but I submit to you, that killer was a prosecutor. I submit to you, and I submit to you, I submit, the evidence will show, and I submit to you, so I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you, will be the evidence. Tossed. Second tub is recovered, I submit to you, I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, and I submit to you, and I submit to you, you're not going to see anything, but I submit to you, I submit to you, and I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you, you will hear facts. And I submit to you, it's like a Q-tip. I submit to you, the evidence will show, but that's the same day, if you recall, you're going to see his car. I submit to you, drive right past it, and I'm going to submit to you on paper. I submit to you, that's what the evidence will show. And I submit to you, you should listen to them very carefully. I submit to you. And I'm going to submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you, I submit to you, I submit to you, I submit the evidence is going to show that. I submit to you, you're going to hear, I submit to you, he didn't want to pay that money. He burned the car. I submit to you, that's what the evidence will show. To the ground. And I submit to you, that's what we have. And I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
So those were all unique I submit to yous. I didn't repeat any throughout that compilation. And for what it's worth, I actually think she's a good prosecutor. But, you know, it was a lot. It was a lot. it was certainly a counter that would not have been a good and safe drinking game. That trial, you guys, if you didn't see that trial, Doug Weinstein was the defense attorney for Nicholas Casotis, who his defense was that some mysterious man nobody got to actually see at the trial named Jim McIntyre was the one calling all the shots in the unaliving of Mindy Casotis. So that was an interesting one where the defendant also took the stand. We're going to end the poll, you guys. We're a minute from the hour. So you have like 2 seconds. Get your vote in. And we are going to hit the end button now. So, final results for the poll here. We've got guilty 70%, split 25%, not guilty 6%. So, there you go. That's our final poll for this trial. I'll take this banner down so you guys know that court's actually live. But yeah, Doug Weinstein did the best he could. That was fun to watch. Very fun to watch. He's one of our favorite Dougs. And I think the deliberation was like an hour and change? Like an hour and... It wasn't 2 hours. It was less than 2 hours. Hey Philly, who says, hey cat in chat, I submit to you. Yeah, it wasn't too long. I think the clock was probably at like 8 hours, 40 minutes total deliberation time. And you know Judge Penney likes to start on time. We have a verdict. We have a verdict. We're just waiting for them to read it. And guys, if you are new here, I feel like people get over here and they're always surprised at how the polls break down. We have 2 pulses. what do you think actually happened? Do you think somebody's actually guilty? Do you think they're innocent? Are you unsure? Like, that's one pulse. The other pulse is, do you think the state has met their burden, right? And sometimes they overlap, sometimes they diverge. And that's always whatever you feel on either pulse is totally fine here. You're going to be asking for the real Jim McIntyre to stand up for a while, Texas Rose. I wonder if, like, oh, here we go, chat.
You swear affirm to accurately take and transcribe the proceedings in this case to the best of your ability under penalty of law. Thank you.
All right. I
Uh-oh.
understand. You can be seated. Thank you. I understand we have a verdict. Are we ready
We've
for the
got M.
jury?
Queen back for the verdict.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, just a reminder that I cannot tolerate any outbursts in the courtroom at the time of the verdict reading, please. Thank you.
You can use all caps in the chat for the verdict, you guys. Have fun. All caps chat.
All right. And juror number 9, you were the foreperson in this case, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And are these the verdicts of the jury?
Yes, it is.
And are they unanimous?
Yes, it is.
In criminal case number FE 2024-666, count 1, we, the jury on the issue, join in the case of the Commonwealth of Virginia versus Brendan Robert Banfield, defendant, find the defendant guilty of aggravated murder of Joseph Ryan and Christine Banfield as part of the same act or transaction. Case number FE 2024-666, count 4. We, the jury on the issue, joined in the case of the Commonwealth of Virginia versus Brendan Robert Banfield, defendant, find the defendant guilty of aggravated murder of Joseph Ryan within the same 3-year period during which he did also kill and murder Christine Banfield. In case number FE 2024-666, count 5, we, the jury on the issue, joined in the case of the Commonwealth of Virginia versus Brendan Robert Banfield, defendant, find the defendant guilty of using a firearm in the commission of a felony. In case number FE 2024-873, count 1, we, the jury on the issue, joined in the case of the Commonwealth of Virginia versus Brendan Robert Banfield, defendant, find the defendant guilty of child endangerment.
All right. Would either side like the jury polled?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Members of the jury, if this is your verdict, please answer yes. If this is not your verdict, please answer no. Juror number 2. Juror number 5.
Yes.
Juror number 9.
Yes.
Juror number 10.
Yes.
Juror number 12.
Yes.
Juror number 19.
Yes.
Juror number 22.
Yes.
Juror number 25.
Yes.
Juror number 28.
Yes.
Juror number 32.
Yes.
Juror number 34.
Yes.
Juror number 37.
Yes.
Thank you.
The court does find that the jury verdict is unanimous at this time. Ladies and gentlemen, this completes your service in this case, and I know I speak for everybody that we thank you in this difficult case for all the time and attention you've taken to it. I do need to go back to the jury room for one more time, and I'll be back there in a few minutes just to talk to you before you leave, okay? All right, so you're excused to the jury room. Thank you. All right. Mr. Banfield, in accordance with the jury verdict, I do find you guilty of aggravated murder on count 1 of 2024-666, and also count 4 of 2024-666, and count 5, commission of a felony with a firearm of 2024-666. Also, on count 1 of 873 of child endangerment, I do find you guilty as found by the jury. Do you wish to have a pre-sentence investigation report, Mr. Carroll?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I'll order a pre-sentence investigation report for this case. What date did you want to set this for?
I don't know what dates you would have available.
I could set it for, do you plan to have victim impact statements, I
Yes, ma'am.
assume, and testimony? I mean, I could put it on, well, any day before July 1st.
Understood.
I'm retired then, so let's pick,
Judge Penney is retiring?
is April far enough for you, Mr. Carroll?
Your Honor, may I just look at my schedule?
Sure.
Would there be a particular day?
April 17th is my sentencing day.
Okay.
Judge, that is the one day in April we would not.
Can't do, okay. Well, we can make it a different date in April. I mean, I do have March 20th, but that might be too quick.
And April 17th doesn't work for you?
No,
No,
but
unfortunately.
if you
We
don't
do-
want to go to, I mean, we could go to May 8th. I have May 8th available. Or I could make it any Friday that you want to go to in April, if that's too far for you, Mr. Carroll.
May 8th is available, Judge. It's only 2 weeks away from April 17th.
Okay, May
so-
8th?
That's fine.
All right, we'll set it for sentencing then on May 8th, and we have the pre-sentence investigation report by that time. And if you need it for a special time, just let me know if we need to move it from the
Yes,
10
ma'am.
o'clock time.
As soon as
Okay?
we've had a chance to speak with the
All right.
witnesses and the victims' families.
All right, anything further for this matter at this time?
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am. Okay, thank you all.
Thank you.
Judge.
All right.
All right.
So he was guilty across the board. If you missed earlier, Juliana's sentencing is scheduled for February 13th. Right now, for Brendan Banfield, his sentencing is scheduled for May 8th. So pretty far apart in time and place. So mark your calendar for those, or if you subscribe, you'll see I'll put up a live stream for each of those sentencing dates if you want to come hang out for that. I think maybe would you guys be interested in watching another trial in Fairfax County next time there's media access, cameras, especially if it's the same prosecution team, to see how they do in a different trial? Because we could keep an eye open for that. I think that'd be cool. And I also like TS here says condolences to Joe's family and friends. It really does feel like Joseph Ryan, and I get that at some part of it, obviously, the defense got to make the argument that he could have been the perpetrator here. But now we have a conviction, and it seems like Joseph Ryan was just kind of like, the state, the Commonwealth kept calling him Taco Supreme, and almost the forgotten victim here of this trial. So I'm seeing lots of yeses in the chat to watch a different Fairfax, Virginia trial. I think the only Fairfax trial I've watched otherwise was Johnny Depp, which was civil, so not quite the same, even though it was the same judge. Dizzy says, I hope the jurors speak. If they do, I'll do like a watch party, a little. It won't be as they speak, right? Because they'll probably speak to a news outlet. But we could do a little stream to discuss what they say. I'm very curious. They spent 8 hours deliberating. What did they look at? If you guys missed the start of this stream, for me, what I thought was a big deal was I went back and I saw that Brendan Banfield's device, his IMEI, associated with his T-Mobile account, was switched 4 days before the murders. So I thought that was incredibly damning. I was shocked that the state didn't highlight that piece of the evidence, really run it home. But I wonder if the jurors just went through and took their look, did their deep dive, and said, yeah, we're pretty solid now that we've been able to look at the things that might not have been presented so clearly at trial. So, yeah, tons of yeses in the chat. Guys, that wraps it up for, obviously we'll get back together for sentencing, but that wraps it up for this case itself. And directly, will this verdict impact Juliana's plea? Not directly, no, but again, sentencing, it'll be in Judge Penney's hands whether or not she accepts or rejects the recommendation of the state. So just because the state's recommending time served, that might not be what the judge ultimately decides to sentence her on. So we will see. And what a throwback. Yeah, Brienne says, I watched Depp on Facebook. Didn't know about YouTube trials back then. Well, I'm glad you found your way here now. It's good to have you here. And what are we watching tomorrow? So tonight, guys, we're going to actually be starting, and I'll reread the case summary when we start this live up in about 20 minutes. We're going to be looking at the Edric Faust case. 2023 cold case. This should redirect. I'm going to play the Titanic song, guys. If you have not heard or seen the music video I made for this trial, hang around. We'll roll the end credits with it, and then we'll be redirecting to catch up on day 1 of the Edric Faust case. It's a cold case, 23 years before we had this trial come to fruition. I'll do a recap at the beginning of the stream. And then tomorrow morning, we'll watch it during the day. We'll continue with day 2. So that's what we're going to be doing. Here is the link for you guys, starting in about 20 minutes. And thank you guys so much for all of your great insights throughout this case. And Jay Kelman, I'm sorry I missed this, saying let's go with the verdict. Thank you. Again, I think Jay Kelman is who gave the Cash App so I could give you guys those Messenger 15 gifted memberships. So make sure you say thank you to Jay here. Big thank you again. Thanks for being a member for 7 months. And guys, here is just the perfect closeout now that we have a guilty verdict.